cross. But I don't wanna move that way. There's a nostalgic happy days. No, I don't wanna face that face. Staring down yesterday's belly. No, I don't wanna look that way. For no reason at all, I shake my sandy head bone dry, and the widest eyes see a sea of vital wilds. Under my own passing lane, it's taking me back to my hopeful days. But I'm tired, so tired to kill the chain. It's tough to change your steel wheels. It's tough to change. But I don't wanna move that way. There's a nostalgic caffeine days. No, I don't wanna face the face. Staring at yesterday's belly. I don't wanna look that way. No, I don't wanna look that way. You say you want that thing, let us I want that thing ring. Two shots in the air, boom, boom, Darwin. If I pull the trigger, two, we only gonna get war. So find a different way, we gonna set up this. So me say, we only wanna make hopla, we don't wanna go war. We only wanna make hopla, we don't wanna go war. Only make hopla, we don't wanna go war. We only make hopla. Alright, you wanna bring the big bag. Start taking a night, taking a night, taking a night, taking a night, night. Say, wanna walk and matters, I got the full R&I. Rocket in originally, give it that color in emotion. But bring the color in the stop. Yo! Enough of them a chat, so see me now rise up in eruption. Sing it down, sing it down, sing it down, and no interruption. Tarant on the jungle, bring the capra to the ear. One hand in the air, now skim it louder, let me hear ya. You say you want that thing, minus me say want that thing plus. Two shots in the air, boom, boom, watch your ass. If I pull the trigger too, we only gonna get war. So find a different way, we gonna set that place. So me say, oh, we only wanna make hopla, we don't wanna go war. We only wanna make hopla, we don't wanna go war. Only make hopla, we don't wanna go war. So only make hopla, we don't wanna go. Yo!
Ay, que cumple, again. Y a la que me decía la artista que de mi bajapla y matarante.
Only make hopla, we don't wanna go war.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Overwatch fans the world over. Thank you for tuning in today and welcome to the final day of Korean Contenders playoffs for Season 1 of 2020. Only 3 teams left, only 2 matches to go, and we will at last crown a victor. The question is, will it be a new one?
That's the thing. We have 3 teams left here in the playoffs for Season 1. It's been a long road. We've had multiple different winners throughout the weeks, not a single repeat winner. And now going into the playoffs themselves, we've already sent 5 home and 3 very strong contenders still remain.
I'm excited for today, I think is the easiest way to say it, but like I'm excited for just about any kind of outcome. Like I've been thinking over this since yesterday. I sort of talked about a couple of like ways you can see this panning out and what it might mean for these teams, because I think the thing that maybe underpins this all is like that difference between returning teams and returning organizations where it's actually a new team, right? Because you've got O2 Blast, who are this returning giant and also a returning squad for the most part. You've got Runaway, who are a returning giant but a new squad, and then you've got WGS that are kind of neither. Not that they're a new organization, but they've never reached these kinds of heights in the past. So every single one of those teams is playing for something that means something slightly different. And all of them, I think, are equally as exciting.
It's been an interesting season, definitely for that reason, and obviously for the fact that we've seen different teams rise and fall here. Some of the old names are no longer with us in terms of where we are currently in playoffs, and seeing where we are in playoffs, of course, it's day number 4, it's losers finals into the grand finals, it's best of 5 into best of 7 here. Roll lock 222, obviously in place, patch 1.471, we're on the Echo patch with all the CC reductions, and no hero pools, same as everyone else in the Contenders playoffs, and also same as what we saw in the May Melee as well. This is it. This is the opportunity. This is the one where you have to win. This is the time to finally crown yourself a champion.
And you can see grayed out now all the teams that we have said our farewells to, and some pretty major names in there. Of course, yesterday specifically, we sent home Element Mystic and Genji, who have both at various times been within that top 4. None of them actually made it that far this time around. A bad look at the other team making it to the top 4, but no further than that, sort of gate kept, as it were, by the old old guard of Runaway. I say old guard, it's a fresh squad. And now you see the remaining 3 teams in the path to victory. O2 Blast have sailed through that upper bracket with, honestly, an outstanding result last night against WGS Phoenix. And now WGS Phoenix themselves will have to play against Runaway, who found themselves knocked down into the losers bracket by WGS Phoenix. So this is already an intense rematch, and then the winner still has to go on and play O2 Blast. Now, I kind of posited something yesterday that I sort of want to bring back up again, and that is the world where Runaway, they take this rematch against WGS Phoenix. And by the way, when I was saying this, Runaway hadn't beaten Bad Liquor yet, and WGS Phoenix hadn't lost to O2 Blast yet. So I see the world where Runaway, they have this rematch against WGS Phoenix. They've looked better and better as time has gone by. They overcome that obstacle that had haunted them earlier in the tournament. Then we get the grand rematch between Runaway and O2 Blast. It might be different rosters, but it's still that same sort of age-old story of these two teams coming together.
And I want to talk about O2 Blast specifically for a second here as we see them on screen in the grand finals already. Our first team qualified in there after beating WGS in the winners bracket finals, but O2 Blast have not been to a grand finals in Contenders or any of the international tournaments such as the Pacific Showdown since the Pacific Showdown, and also Contenders Season 1 last year where they lost to Element Mystic and then they lost to Element Mystic again in the Pacific Showdown. So this will be their first grand finals in about a year now, I believe. In fact, just slightly over the year.
So map pool up there. Don't think we'll see a whole lot of deviation. We've predominantly seen, you know, the King's Rows of the world. We've seen the odd Hollywood, the odd Icon Boulder. I mean, at this point, maps have less and less impact, and I think in terms of like what a team is going to be able to accomplish. But the matchups as they stand, like I said, WGS Phoenix, the rematch against Runaway, and I think WGS can come into this relatively confident. It is the rematch. They 3-0'd last time, but I also think, based on yesterday, Runaway are looking like dynamite, and WGS do actually come in off a hot 0-3 loss to O2 Blast. Certainly, I think a worse result than they were expecting.
Probably a good idea, then they had a little bit of time to recover overnight to try and come back strong for the grand finals, or if they can get to the grand finals, come back strong for the losers finals at any rate, to be able to maybe go up against Runaway, a team that they've beaten 3 times so far this season. The record between WGS and Runaway for 2020 stands at 3-1. Runaway beat them only the one time, and the most recent matchup that they had against each other actually happened in the playoffs where WGS sent Runaway to the losers bracket. That was a 3-0 result.
And of course, the most recent result before that was in the Week 4 finals themselves. Same patch, same lack of hero pool, same game state, basically. And like you said, WGS won that one as well. That was, you know, Runaway finally looking like they were hitting their stride for the season, only to get cut short by WGS. And that could be exactly what happens again tonight, because I've got to say, this particular WGS squad is a very, very formidable one. It is far from the WGS of old. They're in the top 3 here, and not at all by accident. They have beaten some absolute giants to earn their spot here. The question is whether they will get that rematch against O2 Blast and maybe slay that final giant, or whether they are going to get themselves stopped up short as the real giants take the stage.
Undoubtedly the best result for WGS as an organization ever. They've never made it this far in any Contenders season. This has already been huge strides for all the players, especially the returning players from 2019. Ace, Valentine, Gableshoe, those are the 3 names that retained on this roster between the year. And the new players as well that have been so fantastic. Muse, a player that only just joined recently. Aztec's been phenomenal as well. Dobby's been quite a player to look out for. So this is a squad now that I think has had huge strides this year, and now they're looking to maybe make their first ever grand finals in Contenders.
Strictly speaking, they have, at this point, I think they've even signed Patapan, but of course, being as he is in Thailand, he cannot play with...
They've got Patapan and Muse on
yeah.
loan from Eternal Academy, so that's kind of how that works.
By now. Well, there we go. Color me incorrect. But at the same time, he's not here. It doesn't really matter. Runaway, on the other hand, we talk about new players, talk about returning players. A lot of power on this roster, for sure. You actually see Flower in the uniform. Haven't always seen him in the uniform.
No, well, we haven't.
Sometimes he has, sometimes he hasn't.
No, he's been in the uniform. He's been here. The problem is he hasn't been playing, or maybe that's not a problem actually. Looking at how Runaway's done so far, at least recently, I won't speak too much about the early results this season because there's really not much to speak of. They just didn't really appear. They showed up for 1 semifinals and dipped out and didn't come back until week 4. And now looking better than ever. This is the hottest Runaway have looked all year so far. They have that 2019 Season 2 victory. They had that unfortunate loss at the Gauntlet at the hands of Atlanta Academy, and since then, their roster has been entirely shifted. Assassin is now onto the main starting lineup over the fact that Yaki and Hisha moved on to Overwatch League. The other returning player here is Mag. The other guys here are all relatively new.
And Mag, I think, has provided a very solid anchor for the team, being as he is one of the returning players and is just an incredible main tank player as it is. But the rest of the team has really finally started to come together. And it's happened quite quickly as well. Let's be clear. This has only really been from week 4 of the regular season up until now. That is a big shift in fortune. Not that they were absolutely terrible before that, but they were really just skimming along, not getting a whole lot of success, staying afloat, but not thriving. This roster has finally found their groove. They've come together, and they've come together in a big way. They look better every single time they play. On the other side of things, though, you can see that roster writ large, and I want to draw particular attention, if I may, to Aztac. This guy is an incredible support player, especially if you get to see him pull out the Ana, and has, I think, at this point, very much established himself up there with a lot of the other prime support talents.
Well, certainly this is going to be the test for him now moving forward in the losers bracket finals and maybe into the grand finals as well. In my head, he's basically the top flex support in Korea currently, maybe next to Revenge, who comes from the Hangzhou Sparks. I mean, he's going up against someone in this particular matchup where you are going up against ex-Overwatch League talent, you are going up against who I think is maybe the counterpart, the other player that is a top contender in terms of the flex support position in Korea currently. So this particular matchup between these two players in this loser bracket finals is one I'm looking out for.
It's going to be an intense one for sure. I think obviously the other one to draw as a parallel between these teams would be the main tank position. We kind of talked about Mag. We've also talked a bit about Muse, and both are exceptional main tank talents. The thing is, you don't get that same head-to-head necessarily, but at the same time, I think that is something you want to keep your eye on. Certainly, it's been something we've kept our eye on when these teams have played in the past.
A lot of this will actually come down to DPS as well. We saw yesterday proper from O2 Blast certainly just kept Muse away. Didn't really feel like a bit of a Muse versus Yakpung battle back then, but now up against Runaway. Assassin and Merit, and these are two really bright players in the DPS position. Merit, we know from the China region, he can play for LGE, won with them, is a bit of a champion himself. He's been kind of overlooked, I would say, but now giving him a real shot on a team like Runaway, and I guess peaking at the right time as well. Assassin's another one of those players where he was overshadowed by Yaki and Hisu last year, and now finally gets his opportunity to have his time in the sun.
And I think he's really made the most of it as well. I think something we've seen really, especially in this recent meta with the lack of the hero pools, the echo patch as well, is that necessity for playmaking potential across especially your DPSs and main tank. Obviously it applies somewhat to the rest of the, we're a far cry from the GOATS meta is basically what I'm saying here. And even then, the sort of metas that have come between now and then, even without hero pools, there's been still a bit of a different emphasis. We haven't seen those sort of, the Tracer gods and things like that, but we're starting to see a bit of a re-emergence of that. Great Widowmaker players, great Echo players, so on. And I think the emphasis on that and on your DPS players has become a much bigger factor in who wins and loses these games now.
And let me say as well, the lack of hero pools has certainly been one of the factors for these two teams. These two teams both started to really fall off after the opening couple of weeks. It was WGS who made a semi-final week 1, Runaway who made a semi-final in week 2, and then in week 3, neither of them were even there. Coming into week 4, the lack of hero pools, now we're stabilizing into a meta. Both teams have looked better and better as we progress forward. The only real hurdle that we've seen so far is WGS's 0-3 loss to O2 Blast last night, and that may even just be because of O2 Blast really stepping it up since the previous week of playoffs.
And to say it, the real hurdle for Runaway has been WGS Phoenix. Here they are again, everything on the line. One of these teams still has a shot, still has a future ahead of them, everything to play for and everything to lose.
Map 1 of the losers bracket final starts now. We're going on to Oasis University. And we saw some interesting things from both teams yesterday.
And golf. You've seen the hole right there.
Yeah, we saw the, what was it?
The Reinhardt knocking the wrecking ball. We didn't actually quite...
I said it was polo, didn't I? I said it was polo, but then I realized it was a hole in the middle of the map.
Yeah,
it's actually
kind of like golf.
Maybe he's on the putting green there. You saw Yakpung trying to knock...
Or Crokinole, I don't know.
I think it was Yakpung trying to knock Muse in the hole or something like that.
Yeah, it was very entertaining. And he didn't quite get it. It was a right-heart wrecking ball.
I think what I'm trying to get to here in terms of WGS is what we saw yesterday was they were forcing a lot of fire. They were playing a little bit off meta. Didn't quite work out for them. Definitely contributed to their 0-3 loss. I wonder if they've sort of learnt since yesterday. They're definitely going to start out on University with the meta pick here. It's going to be Sombra Echo Dive.
Runaway, on the other hand, are looking to hunker down, and I do like what this composition can do against Valentine's Echo. They also get the first rotation around towards the points, just looking to hunker down here. Muse trying to make the inroads, and there's a decent biotic grenade onto Mag and Chio, but they're still going to be able to dispatch of Muse, who unfortunately didn't quite have the team at his back as he went for that. The rest of them sort of hesitated, decided it wasn't worth the go, and Muse was hung out to dry a little bit, so Runaway get the cap.
Actually had area control there. WGS may have been, you know, awarded with a little bit more patience had they just, you know, stuck around for a little bit longer, waited for the right opportunity. You saw how many players got the assist onto Muse there. 4 people in total are credited with that kill, and now WGS is going to lose the first camp quite early on. They have to reset up their dive, and Muse is going to go in again.
Here it comes across, eyes on Aztec to get that biotic grenade out, as they're trying to drill Assassin down at the side. It's a lot of damage, it's dangerous, but it's actually Ace who goes down. Valentine did not quite finish that member off, and suddenly Runaway, they're able to just pull back that little bit extra. You know, the immortality fields come out. They've got the defensive tools, hunker down behind the shields. WGS Phoenix are having a hard time cracking this.
Minor timing window here. Revenge just used immortality field, and Aztec's about to hit the nano boost, and now WGS have the opportunity. Go in here, nano onto Muse. You'll get the primal rage off of that, and then maybe during the fight you're going to be able to charge up an EMP as well. That would be the go button. That would be the go time. Runaway have to play this one very defensively. It's looking at Chio here, looking at FaZe to really stop Muse from doing the work he needs to do.
You got to respect this amplification matrix, but it's a good wraparound actually from WGS Phoenix.
Muse
this isn't really doing anything for Runaway, but still, slide over extension by Valentine, finally getting up a pick onto Merit, but the rest of Runaway hunkering in underneath that immortality field. They got a good sleep across onto Assassin, but unfortunately the damage has been coming through. You saw Gewushi demech quite early. He will get back in that mech, but by the time that has all happened, the supports are dead, and honestly, Runaway, they don't really look all that challenged right now.
The problem is losing Valentine super early means you can't capitalize off the initial push by Muse to jump in. You need your Echo to be doing the damage there, and then you secure it with the EMP if you have to. Now, they saved the EMP because the fight was lost. Does give them another opportunity to go in, but we are running out of time in this final fight territory. 90% now accrued for Runaway, 5 ultimates as well, and just the EMP to try and stop everything. Eyes on Revenge and Chio to maybe play around this EMP.
Yeah, Runaway have literally only used Amplification Matrix. Okay, 1 for 1. That's a good start for WGS, but Merit's unchallenged. That needs to change for WGS. Now the demech on Gewushi goes in with the flashbang, knows he can secure that. Muse as well. There was not a lot there for WGS Phoenix, I gotta say. I mean, Runaway, for one thing, were just winning fights quite handily, but WGS Phoenix, they didn't ever quite look that committed on the dive, and even when they did go all in together, they didn't seem like they had a good sense of target prioritization.
Well, it's very textbook anti-dive from Runaway there, playing the patient game. They were waiting for Muse to dive in, they were waiting for the initiation coming through from WGS, and then just rebuffing it, using your stuns. You got a lot of stuns on this composition right now. You got a lot of punish potential, and a couple times that we saw every single dive instant trade out in terms of getting Muse down, getting Valentine down, getting somebody down. Took a couple of fights for Aztec to get this nano boost in as well, and partially this is due to the fact that they lost the fights quite quickly. If they kept Muse alive a bit longer, charge up the nano off the initial push, don't initiate too hard until the point actually unlocks. That's what I was meaning when I said right at the start of the game, play a little bit more patiently for WGS. You didn't have to make the dive happen yet, play for the actual area control that they held. That would have been better. Now moving into the second round here on the Gardens, opportunity for WGS to maybe change things up.
Runaway just going to run the same comp though, so WGS, they're going to need to step up their execution. That's a start for Assassin, I gotta say. Already WGS Phoenix not hot on this one at all. Trying to go for this high ground control, and Runaway, they kind of pull a fast one out from underneath them. It is a good kill onto Assassin, but there's already 2 dead members of WGS, and they're just going to have to cede this ground.
As Runaway already win the neutral here without taking any casualty, that is extremely bad news for WGS. Obviously, WGS will now lose the camp itself, but they don't make any trades. They're not forcing Runaway to have to regroup with any dead members respawning currently, which means Runaway will be able to now set up on high ground. This will be a difficult dive. WGS and looking at Aztec.
Okay.
And they get a nano boost up, but Assassin's down is a great start for them.
Absolutely incredible start. You already see Runaway reeling back, the biotic grenade landing on Merit. I said they needed to not let him go unchallenged. Now Immortality Field is down, so if they can find a good way to pile on, if they find another intro, and that might just do it. It allows them to drop Chio phase as well, and there's the quick cleanup. That's what WGS have been needing, forcing that cooldown, the Immortality Field out, deprive Merit of a line of fire, land the biotic grenade, and commit on that. That was textbook.
Now you got 2 fights decided by an Echo going down early. First it was Valentine. WGS instantly back out of that one. They don't lose too many more members. Assassin goes down, but WGS commit. They're able to jump in. They're able to collect the rest of the kills. That is a huge reset. The Runaway have to go back for. Ace now hunting with this EMP, and we're ready for the nano boost from Aztec as well.
Runaway know that it's going to be coming, but there still might not be anything they can do about it. It rakes across and it disables the immortality field. He does go down, but if they find both FaZe and Mag, which now they have accomplished, then WGS should still be able to steer clear through this fight. Good counter trade back there. Merit's not going to go quietly, but he is still going to go.
Really good play there by Ace to collect all 6 members. You saw that Runaway were all indoors. He had the flank as well, communicating to the rest of WGS. This is the dive. This will be a huge catch. And of course, with Revenge also in the EMP, no immortality field to save them, decides to deploy the amplification matrix anyway. And well, Merit gets to exit frag with 3. So that does slow WGS down, which is why Runaway now get to also approach the point.
Yeah, good quick reset. WGS are back at fighting strength though, so it's going to be ultimates committed. Merit slept as well, takes him out of the fight. And this is critical seconds for WGS Phoenix that they are trying to maximize. But now Muse's Primal Rage has run out. He is in danger. Going down. Big biotic grenade, but they're all safe under the immortality field, and Merit is unlocked. Unfortunately, nothing big getting gained right now. Assassin with the duplicate, the EMP coming across, only catching, I believe, 1 member, but it's a member that dies as a result, and Runaway, they're just enabling their key players in that fight, and those players delivered.
And you can see what the difference is in terms of getting the exit frags earlier for Merit, because he killed 3. WGS cannot just hold on to the point. They have to recover members. They have to try and attack the point again. It's almost like a reset neutral for both sides. Runaway get to immediately go on to this offense. They don't have to slowly rotate, fight for ground. They can immediately take this ground. Runaway certainly going to make dividends with that now, trying to catch up at 45% to 80% on the cap itself, but it's Ace's turn to once again EMP, and if we see another repeat, a big EMP land, it could be trouble for Runaway.
It's going to be the commit in from Gabushi. Nice EMP to come across. Should really hamper Runaway, and they're not going to be able to retreat the way they usually have as the dive came across. So again, good execution here from WGS. Critically as well, the cap at 80%. So Runaway, they've got to reset fast for what is likely a final fight.
You actually saw that Revenge was playing the side room, which means he couldn't save the members on high ground who actually got dived by the EMP. He used the immortality field to save him and maybe 1 other, but that's about it. Uses the App Matrix for himself and can't do enough here as Runaway, like you said, have to really try and get back here on time. They cannot waste anything. Ace is already scouting this one. He's slowing things down, and immortality field forced too early.
Gets taken out, and that allows him to kill Merit. You also saw, by the way, the swap that FaZe has made partially to counter the Ana. Look, Ana is now dead, but I've got to be honest, that doesn't matter. The rest of WGS Phoenix has been able to execute. Good back cap from Runaway, but they've soundly lost this fight. They're not going to be able to reset to get back on this at the 99% this is. Merit might be able to dash forward and touch, but it's all just going to be cleaning up members 1 by 1. First it's FaZe, now it'll be Merit if they can just lock him down a little bit, and I don't really see Runaway mustering back on this one. I'm ready to be wrong though, because they could still come back in for a 5 versus 6.
Assassin's got to go off.
Had to be a 4 versus 6 now. He does at least get Gabushi. Assassin now going to make the swap onto Brigida. Wants to maybe get a quick rally, but no such luck, and this is a slow but certain death here for Runaway. The supercharger from Mag, not allowing them to get the damage out. WGS, as this goes on long, that wick goes down faster and faster. Runaway are going to run out of options.
Well, we're now starting to look at round 3 already. It's a 1-on-1 start on Oasis. Counting Runaway out for this particular fight. They're going to make this one interesting. They'll try and stall for as long as they can, but I think the inevitability of the 100% there writ large for WGS and how the tables turn so quickly as well. I'm not just talking about this result. I'm talking about the fact that you lose Valentine straight away in an Echo versus Echo, and then the exact reverse happens. And after that happens, 2 successful EMPs continue working for WGS. There was one great fight in the middle there where Runaway able to come back after Merit gets 3 exit frags, but you see after the second EMP, once WGS have kept numbers, most importantly, Ace has stayed alive as well. He's scouting the back, he's relaying a bunch of information on Runaway's final approach and final rotation to the point. WGS make a decisive dive at that point, and that's how they end the game, and we are now going into City Center for the decider on Oasis.
Also real turnaround when you consider Runaway got 100-0 on our very first map, and now things looking a little bit more even. Runaway going to run that same composition once again now onto City Center, and you have to execute it quite differently. There's a lot more angles for the dive to take advantage of your positioning. FaZe has slept in the rotation as well. Speaking of taking advantage, this is a good start potentially for WGS.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to be really able to approve of this composition for Runaway, just because this map is far more open. You can get flanked far easily. WGS haven't got it. They're being patient, waiting for the point to unlock. Runaway trying to set up now, and now the flanks will start to come through. Where is Ace? That is the one you got to watch out for.
They've picked about the best position, I think they possibly can here, but there's the dive in. Immortality Field is down. Now Muse is down as well, and they still haven't finished members off. Finally, the catch on Merit. So technically a 1-for-1, but it's far more critical members of WGS going down when you lose Muse early, rather. You lose a lot of that forward pressure, and suddenly you're entirely reliant on DPSs. Unfortunately, that's just too much work for Ace and Valentine alone.
Well, the big difference there was actually Revenge coming through with the perfect Immortality Field timing there. You saw that Valentine was about to clean up damage. Merit was on 0 HP. Valentine had his focusing beam out. He was ready to collect all the kills. Sadly, though, the Immortality Field comes out just in time to save everybody for him, so he doesn't get to use his focusing beam to get those members down quickly enough, and only Ace ends up going down. Sorry, only Merit was the key target that goes down. There wasn't really enough counter trades after already losing Muse. Slow start for WGS, saved there for Runaway. Now we'll continue here at 20% and counting.
Quick pick onto Aztac as well after that fight had already kind of settled, just sort of slows things down. They kind of wanted that nano boost. They will still get it, but it just buys more time for Runaway.
They will have Immortality Field again. That's the important thing. Revenge is such a key player for this anti-dive. He gives so much time, so much borrowed time for players like Merit to stay in. And Matrix used early.
You see that heartbreaker when Aztac has to put a biotic grenade on himself as well. They really want to be able to throw that on the enemy, and already the amplification matrix, the Immortality Field layered up, and Muse is dead before he can even touch the ground there. They're trying to turn this back around off the back of Valentine, but Ace is already low, and Gebushi is demeched and now dead. I'll be honest, I don't think they had the DPS to stay in this fight, unfortunately. Finally, a biotic grenade can come across, but it's too late, and that's the thing. The missing piece, I honestly feel, was Aztac being able to also land a biotic grenade.
Well, it would have been certainly very helpful. He would have had to try and weave that one through 2 shields. The fight's not even exactly over here. We're approaching 70%, and WGS Phoenix is still losing members. Staggered respawns now. They'll have to wait for, as Runaway have 4 other ultimates to play into. And Revenge off the back of an amplification matrix is able to seal the deal. They're very powerful ultimate when WGS don't have the ability to mitigate the damage fully. They tried not to respect it. They could have chosen to not fight into it. They decided to dive in. Valentine even got the copy into the Sigma, but alas, couldn't quite find the kills, and Runaway, I think, are in position to complete another 100-0 unless this EMP is magnificent.
It has to be big. They don't have any other options.
He faked it.
He doesn't go for it just yet. Runaway have started committing ultimates, so that's a good biotic grenade. Muse also bumping Revenge out of the Immortality Field to secure the kill, and that actually ends up paying off for WGS. I think Runaway, they were expecting that EMP engage. Instead, it comes out a little bit differently, so WGS element of surprise working out for them this time around, and they will be able to preserve the EMP, and Runaway used 3 of their 4 ultimates.
First member that went down there was actually Revenge. He wasn't saved by his own Immortality Field. That went down after he had died. So Runaway, the key player here, as has been noted so far, to survive these dives, for guys like Merit to continue living, for your tanks to be alive after the dive happens, Revenge has to be in there, Immortality Field has to be great, and both of those went by very quickly, and there is still an EMP available. That is WGS's biggest tool here, but they have a lot of catch-up to do. It is still Runaway on 99%, so one fight here for Runaway, and they will be able to collect Oasis.
That's the threat hanging over Runaway, and they know at WGS they need to win a fight off this EMP and then also charge ultimates. It comes out, Ace immediately trades his life for it. It was sniffed out, but Gebushi is there to layer things up. Will pick up 2. Biotic grenade across onto Mag, helping keeping him low. Revenge is still going to pop the amplification matrix. They want to see if they can fight their way out of it, and honestly, with Mag and Merit still alive, there was a chance, but WGS Phoenix, they managed to layer up the combo. They were able to live through that one. They didn't quite get as much ultimate charge as I think they needed, though.
Well, now we're looking at what WGS have to do next. We talk about ultimate charge here, Aztac on the nano boost, play that one onto Muse, and suddenly we're back into territory for a set-up dive. Best part about this, Ace should be able to get the scout. You can see he's already hanging around the side, just silhouette over towards the right. They've scouted that. The positioning for Runaway will be through the main doors. And now Aztac, if he lands another Bino, that could be real trouble as well. Runaway, again, just need one good fight.
Big saving grace for WGS is Revenge used the amplification matrix. Otherwise, they could have
That's a big kill.
Back in with that immediate dive in with the nano boost on Muse, allows him to find Merit. Trade back is there, but FaZe is now asleep because of that. DMAC on Gebushi, not out of the woods yet here, WGS. They have to commit in with the Primal Rage. Valentine copying the Brigida, looking for maybe an extra rally. They have at least dispatched of Revenge, but this fight is far from over, and now with Ace down, they need Valentine back, actually DPSing. The Brigida isn't going to cut it anymore, and they need to keep Muse alive. He's having a hard time staying inside of his supports as Gebushi goes down. Muse is solo tanking, and Assassin gets aggressive. A lot of tanks available for Runaway, who have also started respawning. Remember, they lost members early. Those members are back in the fight now. WGS, they're the ones trying to reset, and Deadeye's going to disrupt them as they rotate in. Muse barely gets out of the line of sight of that one, but it's looking rough now for WGS.
This is an interesting fight. 99 to 99. Revenge hacked up, but still alive. Runaway with control. WGS final approach here.
Eyes
They
on
need to
Aztec.
continue touching this point. Muse.
Whoa!
Oh, and he gets taken down.
That's the supercharger from Mag finally getting available. If they had have had something like a nano boost or even a rally in the nick of time, that could have been a very different fight. They might have even been able to last something out, but that is going to seal it. Mag getting that ultimate at a critical moment, and you have to credit Runaway's ability to reset throughout the course of that fight, and they don't ever die cheap. They make sure they take at least someone down with them so that that reset is a possibility. They can at least come back in a 5v5.
Runners there rallying the troops now, happy with the first map result, 2-1. Very close for that third round as well as 99 to 99. I think that's exactly the potential for this entire series. I'm expecting close battles the entire way. So far what we've seen now does say that Runaway, one up now, they're going to break the 0-3 that they did face, that they did have in terms of results against against WGS in the upper bracket. This is no longer going to be that 3-0 wipeout that WGS delivered onto Runaway back then. This is a different Runaway now. They seem much more reinvigorated this week. They seem much stronger, ready to go to grand finals, ready to win grand finals even. And WGS still kind of reeling from that 0-3 loss to O2 Boston, maybe still feeling it a bit. I won't say that's still a lingering thing for them because they had a decent result here on Oasis, very competitive, but the start of that fight, that final fight when they lose Ace, Valentine's copied over onto the Brigida. That is not a fight where they have a lot of damage up it, like you mentioned, no DPSs, and unfortunately, that's a bad start for them.
I think for the first time, WGS Phoenix are in a position where the pressure is really there, and I think they might not have felt it up until the point where you suffer that loss yesterday against O2 Blast, right? You sort of suddenly go, oh, that's right, we're in the business end now, everyone's going to be tough. Even when you win that week in the regular season, it doesn't have that same kind of gravity as to being in that position in the playoffs, and they know that the competition is tough. They know that they're a team that comes in having never really got this far before. You can argue that that means you come in with no expectations. Even if they go out third, it's still a success for the organization, but also on the whole, I think it means that they kind of have the most to prove. They want to establish that legacy very decisively rather. At any rate, 0-1 isn't the hottest start, but I think it's still going to be close. Find out if that continues after the break.
Wake up in the morning, rolling over, looking over at you. Clothes are scattered all over the room. Oh, what did we do? Don't know how it happened, it just happened. We were laughing and I think I might have leaned like, is this alright? Oh, but you didn't mind. My bad. This is probably a bad idea, and I know we shouldn't take it here, but now you're in my bed, looking at me like that. No, don't look at me like that. I know you shouldn't friends. I mean, it's kinda common sense, but nobody's catching feelings. Nobody's leaving thinking, are we gonna talk about what it meant? I know you shouldn't friends, but we're just testing out the tension, and nobody's catching feelings. Still gonna hang on weekend. We can just call it what it is. Yeah. Blame it on the whiskey, yeah, that pushed me into kissing your lips. But to be honest, probably would've done it me like that. No, don't look at me like that. I know you shouldn't friends. I mean, it's kinda common sense. But nobody's catching feelings. Nobody's leaving thinking, are we gonna talk about what it meant? I know you shouldn't friends. But we're just testing out potential. And nobody's catching feelings.
Guess I'll never get to know what I shouldn't do with my friends,
Oh,
but
here we go.
take them out for brunch, I guess. But
You shouldn't betray your friends, man.
you shouldn't
watching
betray
you.
your
I'm
friends.
looking at you.
No daggers in the back, huh?
What we've discovered here is actually that we're friends. That's the thing that
There we go, yeah, and we will never backstab each other. Tell you who's got a knife in the back right now, I think, is WGS. Okay, it's competitive, it's kind of a different situation, but at the same time, we were sort of talking about it before the break. This is the first time in a while that WGS have suffered this kind of result against Runaway, losing that first map.
Well,
I would also say it was close, right? The outlier is actually University, that was 100-0. The other two were relatively close. I think it was 99 to about 80-something, and then a full 99 to 99. I feel like it could have gone either way, arguably. WGS, though, when they weren't quite cracking it, they looked a little bit lost. And then when they started winning fights, they kind of looked back like their old selves. I think if they can start getting back to that peak performance, then they will give Runaway at least a run for their money, if not overcome
Here we
them.
go. You want to see some real Back to the Future happening right now? Week 4 Grand Finals, Oasis first map, Runaway win that one 2-1. That
well,
was a 3-1
I'll
result
tell you
at
what.
the end of the day in the best of 5. So I don't want to read into a first map result either way.
Oh,
right
I
now.
do.
I don't know if that's going to be Runaway continuing this trend. I don't know now if WGS bounce back, but history does say they've not been in a situation, well, rather they've been in a situation where they have actually lost the first map and they have recovered. They've also been in a situation where they're 3-0. So we've seen a lot going through for these two teams right now. Saw there on your screen as well, Kings Row coming up next, and that's maybe the only recent departure because map 2 in the Grand Finals of Week 4 is actually Paris, but who cares? Kings Row, let's make things different.
I think this, as always, is going to be the real tell. We've kind of had that be a very common trend, the first control map, especially when it's a close run thing, often doesn't really reveal which team is looking better in the course of the series. I also think we haven't seen a reverse sweep yet. So I dare say if Runaway win this one, I would very much favor them to win the whole thing. Even if it's a close win, I see maybe we go to like a 3-1 kind of situation. If WGS win, I think we go the full 5.
If it's a close win, and I think Oasis was very close for what it's
It
worth,
was,
especially
certainly.
onto City Centre. It does
Look at
say
that
that both
blackboard
teams
spin.
have strong capabilities of taking either map out. I mean, this could be map dependent as well. Maybe that was just Oasis. Maybe we move on to other game modes under the maps and suddenly things are completely different. But Runaway, speaking of difference here, they're going to be keeping things the same, actually, the same composition they've been running so far. This was working wonders for them yesterday and their lower bracket matches, and so far they got one map against WGS off it. So why change now? And WGS saying the same thing here. Why change now?
Makes sense if they're running it on the defense as well, and I think we sort of highlight the same key players in this. Revenge and Merit both. If they're both getting enabled, they're getting their abilities off at the right times, then that's been sort of... Oh, hello. That was a big sleep on the
He
face.
slipped that through a wall, basically. He didn't even really see that.
Wizard.
Incredible.
Muse, though, quite aggressive, has to take a biotic grenade to the back, which means it can't necessarily be used aggressively for a moment, so Runaway have kind of recovered from that little heartbeat, but Aztec's got a good amount of ult charge, so watch for the nano boost.
But that's the thing, you want Aztec to be playing Ana, that's his best hero so far that he's shown. Oh, it's a DMAC though, not ideal. That means they can't dive. They have to wait for the remake. That would have been a timing push for WGS. They were receiving a bit of pressure there. They're building up their nano boost. Buse is ready to go in, but because of the DMAC, they now have to reset.
Yeah, he can just walk back to base, make the swap, reset the mech that way. It ends up being pretty similar in time to if he died. The difference is if he dies, he also gives over ultimate charge. So WGS, they now have that nano boost, but you start to see the things slowly getting there for Runaway on the defense. The duplicate not far off. That's a good force on the defense, whatever you call it, immortality field. Now taken out, but it took a little bit longer than was necessary, I think. And now the nano boost has run out. Muse has kind of run out of steam as him and Gabushi are looking for the angle to come back in. Amplification Matrix is going to be there to try to slow them down and has already forced a DMAC on Gabushi. Muse now feeling the heat will go down, and Valentine, he knows he's done for. Just drifts into the line of fire, knowing that that's actually the fastest way to reset himself. And a window was kind of lost there for WGS Phoenix.
Well, no opening kill there for WGS Phoenix at all. You notice that Muse actually died around 85, 6, 7% there after after the nano boost. So what you need to see out of Muse is he needs a little bit more ult charge before he receives the nano boost. He needs to be close enough that he gets to Primal Rage during the nano boost to continue the fight, because that didn't happen. They don't want to fight. And Ace desperately needs an EMP as well. That's their next major tool, but they'll be playing into a ton of ultimates. Chio is going to be the guy to maybe defend as well. Rally is now available. And Ace has to be careful about where he uses that one.
Okay, that's good. That's really good. The Immortality Field can still come out, but with the Biotic Grenade layered up and the forced retreat from Runaway there just to give a bit of room, they've managed to make that required headway. The rally as well from Dobie is giving WGS Phoenix some much needed air in the lungs, as it were, and Runaway. They might try and come in for a reset, but I don't think they will. They set up for the Arch.
Copied onto the Winston. He had a Primal Rage. He doesn't go in. If he doesn't go in with the Primal Rage, they are not retaking at all. Runaway will be backing up, respecting this push from WGS. Another successful EMP, 3 out of 3 now, considering what we saw in Oasis as well. So, in fact, there was probably a few more even on City Center there that I'm not counting, but you know the message is still the same.
I think there's actually only one on City Center.
Oh, there you go. It's enough. The point is he's doing a great job so far in WGS, already forcing out the
sleep on Merit
field, and like you said, the sleep 2.
Unfortunately, the dive is still mitigated. You think the sleep is going to be enough to do it, but unfortunately, the support still gets backed off, and there seems to be a common thread. You look to WGS Phoenix, they maybe get a reasonable opening. You know, the very first push there was the sleep on phase, but Runaway kind of read the engage. They're able to pull back and sort of enable their key members here, specifically Merit.
Merit's been a huge fragger on this team. Again, he was super overlooked coming into Korea, but now I think he can really make his place as one of the top DPSs. It is now the nano boost onto Muse. He already has a Primal Rage available though, and that's going to be revenge.
Okay, that's big. Already taken out. Now Chio immediately drops. WGS Phoenix, they're back in control of the cart now and to push this advantage, waiting out the Cowboy. That's what Muse has been holding off for, and unfortunately, Muse sort of took a heartbeat to re-engage, decided to take a higher ground position rather than going straight back in after the Deadeye was done, and in that window, they lost a couple of members. They get a frag on Mag there. I've been waiting to say that for a while. It's a Biotic Grenade that does force Runaway to back off, so WGS Phoenix can at least regroup, but they don't get a lot of kills there.
It does mean that Runaway aren't going to push forward to get the exit frags. Does allow WGS to race a little bit faster. Muse now back on a ball. What they really needed there, if they want to survive against Deadeye, is they needed defense matrices to all be available, and Muse to have the shield ready to jump in with. However, didn't feel the confidence there, didn't have the abilities ready. WGS, they do have as control of the cart again as they make their way across for this next corner.
So what Muse can actually do in the Wrecking Ball here as well is force people out of the Immortality Field potentially, and should be able to disrupt Merit, but he needs to land that down well. Doesn't quite go off this first time, and the disconnect between him and Gebushi results in the latter getting demech. Now Dobie down. They know that it is not worth using that rally. They're just going to let Runaway have this one, it seems, and try to preserve some members.
Muse has to change back into the Winston ASAP, because currently WGS do not have a proper main tank. Muse is constantly on a flank. Gebushi has been applied too much pressure on him to try and absorb this main tank position as Muse is playing on a mission. You can just see he's still just in the middle of nowhere right now, waiting for his opportunity. He's kind of playing with Ace. If he was playing with Ace and maybe the two of them were working together as a two-man hit squad, this could work. But still, how did WGS dive in with Gebushi now playing both main tank and flex tank at the same time in terms of roles? It's going to be difficult.
It's hard to get Ace into where Muse is as well, only just regrouping with him now just because of the narrowness.
Ace is spotting for Muse as well too.
Yeah. That's important. All right, here we go. Amplification Matrix out as Muse has already gone in a fraction of a hair too early. Ace knows they can't take that one. They've already lost a member, but they'd also already committed the nano boost and the rally, so they're going to have to find something with this. At least an extra kill, but now Deadeye getting channeled. That's Ace! He got bashed, that's the word. I mean,
he got bashed.
Caught between flashbang
Man got bashed.
and bash.
Look at the fist.
The old bash bang. But he got caught in the air is what happened. He got stunned in midair, and that allowed the Deadeye to connect on him. Otherwise, he would have got out of right.
This is again Muse staying on this Wrecking Ball far too long. He's got 73% ult charge now. He needs to just get rid of it. He's got to flush this one down the drain instantly. He is trying to force a round ball into a square map right now. It's not working at all for WGS Phoenix. You saw how quickly he died. Aztec wants to use a nano boost onto a main tank if possible, but he had to use it onto Valentine, who couldn't make the most usage out of it. He now even changes onto a Zenyatta. So we are sensing desperation. 10 seconds left to go, and WGS have only one opportunity.
I think WGS just have a real spherical theme going on. That's why they wanted to go over to the Zenyatta. Sort of, he's got the various balls that he shoots at people, I guess. But Rally going to be out the defense.
Valentine's throwing balls.
There we go, Mag. They've managed to get the intro through, and that Orb of Discord actually coming in big for them. And I'm surprised that Supercharger didn't get more done. I think deployed maybe a bit too far forward, a bit further forward than was required. Now Gravitic Flux should allow them to finish off phase here on the side. Valentine coming in with the duplicate on that. Not a lot of time left for WGS Phoenix, but if they can get a momentum push, they'll still get a lot of distance, and this is a good start as far as momentum pushes go.
Important question for you, Matt. What kind of damage does Sigma do? This is not a trick question. It kind of is a trick question. I'll give you like 5 seconds to answer.
Sigma balls.
Oh, that's not appropriate. He does 2d12 damage, just so we're clear here.
Oh,
So,
that was good. That was really good.
Valentine wanted to upgrade from 2d8 to 2d12, which is why he selected Sigma on the other side for duplication. And it ends up working for him as well.
Hit the Barbarian,
and now that'll be the final bit of profanity you ever see on the stream.
12. That was good. That was. I didn't laugh.
Do I get a hero
but
point
I'm
for that?
very. You get inspiration. Aztec picked off is really brutal though. They kind of need that transcendence to maintain momentum. Exit frag on Assassin is something, but WGS are forced to reset, and this is critical for Runaway because they've kind of brawled here and not lost a lot of members as that card was moving. They've charged up ultimates, which may allow them to anchor this final defense.
I still think WGS are just playing off borrowed time currently. They will have the EMP available and some decent ultimates to really play with as well, but I still just cannot agree with the Wrecking Ball pick, even though they've capped B, even though they've made some progress. I do not believe they'll actually finish the map here. Too many ultimates available for Runaway, and also
Okay.
the Mines do something.
Okay, I like this. In behind the amplification matrix, but they lose Ace, and they needed that EMP. Aztec has not committed a transcendence to
copied the
push
ball.
forwards. This is really bizarre right now. The Gravitic Flux to disrupt, the Deadeye to zone people off. Aztec, they're going to maybe wait for some respawns, try and not hemorrhage members. Valentine, he has to go for a duplicate, decides to go for a Brigida, immediately forced back out. Now the transcendence to come through allows them to clean up the minefield that Assassin laid down, and WGS have respawned. They're back in the mix now as the EMP comes across. So they did end up working that one out, being able to hold on to the transcendence.
Valentine!
For the respawns. It was high risk, but incredible reward. They
3
recognized that that was the only way they could still get it over the line, was to not lose any more members and barely survive until the respawners came in. That's exactly what happened.
And the right member to survive is exactly Valentine. 3 kills at the end there as well. Multi-fragging, allowing his team to push across the line.
That's
and I guess
force
the one,
damage.
here's the one good thing as Muse comes in with the bludgeoning damage. As the one thing I will agree on with the Wrecking Ball is the fact that he does get back into the fight very quickly. So that is the one advantage I'll give him over the fact of playing the Winston, and that allows them to have a lot more players onto the final cart location. I actually thought Assassin duplicating the Wrecking Ball was kind of smart because it used the mines on the cart itself, but then the mines disappeared really quickly. So it was great for about half a second, and then it wasn't. So Runaway, I think opportunity there considering how many players they had alive on the defense. Possibly, in fact, really probably should have been able to hold onto C. I would even argue they shouldn't have lost B, but here we are. WGS are going to be able to do the work required, and now into their own defensive phase after completion, but in overtime.
Yeah. I just want to say this. I just want to bring this up because it's kind of relevant to what we've been talking
good,
about.
good.
I know a guy who owns a full suit of plate armor, and he only wears it to conventions, and we've only got like one convention here a year. And he was like, yeah, I like going to this because it's the one time a year I get to wear this. And I'm like, dude, I don't think you're thinking big enough. If I owned a full suit of plate armor, I would wear that to so many. I wear it to like job interviews. They'd be like, what's your biggest weakness? Slashing damage. Like,
Well, there's a bit of a missing
Yeah,
piece
underneath
maybe
the side, yeah.
the armpits or something, and maybe one of the necklaces.
yeah.
There's a bit of a weakness there.
yeah. It shouldn't really be a weakness. Slashing damage would be a terrible answer. The real weakness would be bludgeoning damage. It's actually how nice you'd hit them on the helmet and try and disorient them. That's how you do it.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah. If you're ever
The next
fighting
time
someone in a full suit
The
of
next
plate
time
armor.
I fight your friend in full suit of armor,
Yeah,
I'll bring my hammer along. And it just wouldn't be like a war hammer. There'd be one of those like regular.
Just a tiny
hammers.
little miniature, a plastic miniature that you're trying to knock them out
better
with.
than that.
Look at, I mean, speaking of hitting with plastic, that's going to be 2 on, well, 1 for 1 is the trade. WGS Phoenix on the defense. They need a top
Good
game
focus
up.
on beamers.
Assassin low, does have to give pause, but also does know his limits, so he's already going hunter killer. The WGS Phoenix, they're ceding a lot of ground here. They're having a hard time topping these members off, and Assassin, he enjoys that. He enjoys low health members, and you see him beaming members down with Aztec dropped. I don't see Runaway really getting stopped up here.
And the other thing is, Runaway, because it was a 1-for-1
That's a
trade,
late
both
team
of the Echoes actually ended up getting a kill there. Merit respawns the rest of his team. They're back into a full fighting 6. WGS Phoenix is still waiting for number 6. They're fighting with 5. Assassin gets a flank. Double support kills. That's going to be a death sentence for any team unless they still have DPS players alive that can get counter frags extremely quickly. That does not happen.
Yeah.
WGS backing out super quick. That A came and went.
Because of the late DMAC on Gaywishi as well, they're kind of been really taking arch defense. They're going to have to take this little stretch around around the front of the fish and chip shop. That's what I like to think of this stretch as. In Australia, I've seen them call it a fish and chippery, which is a really dumb name. I just want to say that.
Chicken fishery.
Eyes on Ace with this EMP. That's what WGS need to lean into for a defense, but Runaway just pushing out with the amplification matrix slows WGS Phoenix down.
This is the fine timing though. Ace doesn't actually have the EMP yet, so he's waiting to just build it anyway. You're waiting for Valentine to get duplication, so Revenge using the amp matrix. WGS just kind of walk away. That is absolutely acceptable. Now there it goes!
It's a tough angle of approach, but WGS Phoenix were busy looking up. Sorry, the Runaway were busy looking up at WGS Phoenix. Valentine taken out in the counter trade though. Merritt is still alive. They need to disable him and get him off the table, but Muse in a confined space is going to be able to do just that. It's only Assassin getting out, not all that long he will live for. WGS Phoenix finally find their opportunity to defend, but man, they had to wait for a lot of ducks to line up for that.
And the problem is losing your primary DPS in Valentine so early without getting the kill into phase is huge. Great outplay by him to stay alive, but count your lucky stars that Muse was able to go into a rage at melee range at that stage, and WGS able to hold on for just a little bit longer. This is kind of making up for the early loss on A somewhat.
I'm trying to remember the name of that, the shape that is that D12 look. It's not a
Dodecahedron?
No, that's 10. Oh. No, it is dodecahedron. A decahedron would be 10. Anyway, moving on. WGS Phoenix leaning into this rally has helped out. Valentine going for the swap is more just giving him more health. That doesn't really allow him to do much. And I feel like Valentine has had some very iffy duplications. They are winning the fight nonetheless, so I can't fault it too much here. But I feel like we haven't seen many duplicated ultimates for one thing, and oftentimes he's not been putting damage output in the mix when he's been on a duplicated hero.
So this is going to continue being tough for Runaway. They are on a composition that is not great at pushing. They are great when they can dig their heels and they're playing a static kind of comp. Arista Sigma famously bad at trying to push onto a mobile sort of position. If they can get their shields onto the card, they can really take control of the objective. That's when their comp's going to be really, really great. And they want WGS Phoenix to dive in. So I guess the one way they got to play this now is kind of just get this baked and try and punish Music and try and punish Ace. Self-destructs in.
Okay, it's a 1-for-1. That's about as good as you can get. They had to layer up the EMP here as well, which they were going to do anyway, but I think there was a bit of a split second there where they kind of needed the EMP and it wasn't quite in yet. They might have been able to get a few more kills out of the self-destruct, but at either rate...
Runaway made a mistake.
Yeah, it works out in the end. WGS Phoenix are going to be able to hold this.
The mistake is that they are delaying their deaths right now. That was going to be a last fight no matter what. Assassin even used the duplicate. If he goes down here, that's going to be a very late kill, but I think he is able to make it out alive, so Runaway kind of lucky to not lose any more there. Maybe they actually were able to use the duplicate for a little bit more success than they give credit for.
They're going to be able to get some cart movement, but that's just while WGS are resetting, and they're looking to come back in hot. They know that they've got a moment of opportunity, and already they send Runaway reeling, who had to pull back past the Immortality Field. Unfortunately, it ends up being an overextension for WGS Phoenix as Runaway just lean into the Supercharger.
And this is what I'm talking about. Runaway need to play in this sort of position where they're just walking forward a little bit, allowing WGS to dive in, then backing out as fast as you can. Throw down the Immortality Field, allow that to keep your players alive. The Nano Boost is not necessarily wasted, but it's not able to do enough when the Immortality Field is just not going to let anybody die. Then Chio gets a stun in there. Then Merritt turns around, does damage with Assassin, Phase, and Mag. And that with a Supercharger combined is going to be heavy punish. Gable, she went down there as Adobe, and WGS now losing B off the back of it.
Yeah, this is going to be a long defense for WGS Phoenix. I think it's very possible, but they need to get it started quick, smart. They can't just have this be right down to the line the entire time. It's going to be Gravitic Flux, the last thing that Runaway can really bring to bear for the time being, and it's enough. They find Aztec, and the Immortality Field time and again. Aztec is still landing good biotic grenades, but there's just no threat of death on Runaway. WGS are not in positions where they can follow it up. Good late trade onto Assassin. If WGS Phoenix can maybe reset quickly, that might help them out for the next wave of defense. They haven't even really slowed Runaway down in terms of time, and Runaway have charged up a chunk of ults.
The Immortality Field lasts just long enough for Runaway to get the frags available for WGS. They even use the duplicate. Valentine gets the Orisa, puts down the shield, allows Muse to stay alive. That wasn't enough though. They need a little bit more fuel in the tank, maybe go on the EMP, try and secure a bit more. And Matrix used the EMP to counter.
Okay, there we go. That slows things down for Runaway. Now they're going to do the classic pull back, but it forces them to go back past where the Immortality Field can help them, and it also gets finished off just to boot as Double tank's dead for
not working
WGS.
for WGS.
They're running out of steam here all of a sudden. And Aztec, he had an nano boost that he could have committed onto Muse. I think he maybe didn't have a sight line. And now he has to put it onto Valentine. It's suddenly the DPSs who are alive. And that looked like a good one for WGS Phoenix. They got a good commit. They picked off some members. But Runaway, knowing the strengths of their team composition, know that if they keep moving back, they will have more opportunities to punish WGS Phoenix. And that is exactly what happens. This time bank is brutal.
And a lot of this didn't actually happen onto B. It didn't happen until the end when they actually capped B over, but as soon as I went to see that it was a one and done, it seemed fairly simple for Runaway here to receive the aggression. They kind of just figured out the Rosetta Stone of what WGS in their game plan was going to be. And at that stage of the game, you're constantly seeing WGS unable to collect the kills required, even with the EMP, denying the amplification matrix, getting rid of the immortality field in a timely manner this time as well, but they can't get the kills. Muse jumps in there, he's a fortifying mag, you can't get him. You're trying to get the other guys, everybody backed out around the corner. Merit's the ideal target every single time, but he is so far away. His positioning is so good in the sense that there's no pressure on the flank against him. If you're Ace, you're not flanking Merit, you're trying to play the EMP into the core of the team itself, which means Merit gets to back out all the way as far as he wants to. No one's shooting him, and him and Assassin both able to stay with Mag and Phase, and that's where you get the damage done. And for Runaway successfully now camping with plenty of time, 147. I think WGS are in real trouble, and this is now going to be a position where WGS will be looking for a draw or bust.
It is just a short enough amount of time that I feel like this is doable for WGS. When it's like in the realm of 3 to 4 minutes, you go, okay, it is very unlikely. I think it's still plausible. It's just going to be difficult, but I do like the shift in team composition. Runaway have kind of read it, though. They've got an Ashe of their own.
I think Merit was expecting that there was going to be an Echo on the other team, but Valentine's not gone.
Yeah,
They've actually gone for themselves now. A double shield composition. It's mostly a mirror. In fact, it's an exact mirror outside of Assassin and Valentine.
And already Runaway are wasting no time. They're trying to put the pressure on hard and fast before WGS Phoenix can hit their stride. Look at that.
Oh.
Ace kind of caught out in the open, but he's able to land the shot onto Merit that forces him to duck for cover, and that slows Runaway down. Now his Mag eats some shots as well. And WGS Phoenix, they've kind of held on through that first, but there we go. Opening frag. That's going to force a more earnest reset out of Runaway while they wait for the respawn. They need to not lose out anyone else. That's a little bit of time now lost for Runaway. The clock starts to wear thin.
I gotta say, Merit was very, very ballsy in trying to take this 1v1s against Ace, and you felt like Ace already hit a headshot. Ace was kind of in a position where he held the angle. Merit was trying to push into the angle. That's always going to be a disadvantage for him, but here we go.
The amplification matrix could be all it takes, as the immortality field from Aztec is already down, but his own amplification matrix deployed, and it's both sides just doing a gun line, but Revenge's immortality field didn't get finished off, so that leaves Runaway healthier as they approach, but that's all kind of wiped clean anyway. Eyes on Gable Sheep for the Gravitic Flux.
Both ships have broadside cannons facing each other, but all the sailors have abandoned post. No one's actually using the matrixes.
It's Flux. Bob out from Ace.
Mag saved by the fortified.
They've got a little bit of more forward pressure. Ace finds Phase. That's a good pick. Merit draining one back, but now the immortality field down for the attackers. Traded out with the defenders. There's a closer respawn for Runaway, and Merit is unlocked. That's what they need. That's so critical. The supercharger down with the duplicates, and there's still going to be Mag supercharger after Assassin's one has run out. That's to say nothing of even Bob doing work. Runaway going to be able to take that one away. I got to say though, that was close enough to make you sweat.
Well, unfortunately, the time bank, I've got to say the time bank felt a little bit inevitable to me. There was too much time available for Runaway to get one tick. It would have to be an incredible defense, a perfect defense coming through from WGS just to get a draw. Now 2-0 up. You can see how different this Runaway squad looks, by the way. This is an exact opposite mirror of what we saw when they lost to WGS Flower.
That was just last week.
They are celebrating. Teams are looking fired up. They're looking happy. WGS the complete opposite. They really need to change some major things up here. It's not even the time back. We're looking at regulation time. That last defense allowing the 140 something to come through, allowing the actual final cap, when I think there was more opportunity for them to continue holding longer. A was a problem as well. They didn't hold A for very long. They got decent defense onto B, but when we got to C, it was a disaster, and that is where Runaway, rather where WGS went wrong.
Honestly, I would still describe it as close, but less close.
Close until the time bank.
Exactly, and now you start to look at that through the lens of, okay, if it keeps getting close-ish, but better for Runaway than for WGS, then you start to expect that same result on the next map.
Closest 3 I've ever seen.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's the thing. I feel like we might even be on track for a 3-0, even if we get something like a time bank on the Assault. I feel like we could, again, have a close game, but it feels like when we're close, it's like, it's still Runaway favored. It's the difference between 80 and 90 rather than the difference between 20 and 90.
I will say this. It is in a stage right now where I believe WGS can still come back. They look good enough to come back.
Yes.
I am, however, seeing, at least in a matchup sort of analysis right now, it is double shield versus dive constantly, 2 maps in a row. It's not just an Oasis thing. And they even made, by the way, Runaway that is a double shield comp work on City Center, which traditionally is not going to be a great map for double shield to work. You're just going to get surrounded by dive on King's Row. Much better. They struggled on to B, but they brought it back. And now, going to map number 3, I don't know what WGS are going to do, if they're going to stay on dive or not. It seems like they prepared dive. It seems like they want to play dive, but 2 maps out of 2, it has not worked for them.
The thing is, they do have other team compositions they've been able to bring to bear. In fact, team compositions that they've run against Runaway and have won with. I'm curious as to whether any of those are going to come out. But for now, Runaway 2-0, that's match point. And I said earlier, we have not seen a reverse sweep. I don't know if this is going to be the series that changes that. Certainly it would be the most dramatic moment for it to happen. But if that begins for WGS Phoenix, it begins after the break.
Redirect your energy. I know you have enemies, but you have a friend in me. Redirect. 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 Redirect your energy. I know you have enemies, but you have a friend indeed. Redirect. 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 Redirect your energy. I know you have enemies, but you have a friend in me. Redirect. 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 Redirect your energy. I know you have enemies, but you have a friend indeed. Redirect. Redirect.
New wave, energy don't play with mine. Tomorrow's a new day, energy pay no mind. Turn to a new page, energy you know the line. Onto a new wave, onto a new wave. Energy don't play with mine. Tomorrow's a new day, energy pay no mind. Turn to a new page, energy you know the line. Onto a new wave, onto a new.
Redirect. Redirect your energy. I know you have enemies, but you have a friend in me. Redirect. Redirect. Redirect your energy. I know you have enemies, but you have a friend in me. Redirect.
We are already experiencing a very different pace of series to the last 2 times these teams met, where at most Runaway had only got 1 map off WGS Phoenix, who maybe surprisingly to some came in looking like the better team. I wouldn't say surprising to everyone because the talent is there for WGS Phoenix. This is a new and rebuilt Runaway. I think there might have been a better result for Runaway way earlier in the season, but long enough ago that you can more or less discount it. When we look in the context of this series, the one that's going to matter the most between the two of them It's Runaway up at match point. Look, even that 3-0 that WGS Phoenix got against Runaway was less impactful because it was not an elimination match. This one is.
Well, let me tell it to you this way. First matchup, WGS beat Runaway 3-1 when they faced again the one time, and the only time that Runaway have actually beaten WGS was regular season 3-2 result that actually happened in the quarterfinals. So it was a close affair for Runaway to actually beat WGS. Took them to map 5, and now they're on the cusp of doing it in a 3-0, similar to what WGS just did to them last week. So it's been a major turnaround since then.
And I tell you what, it would be a pretty brutal run for WGS to win playoffs week 4, come into, regular season week 4, come into the playoffs, you knock out Runaway 3-0, you go, okay, that's the same competition taken out again. We're looking good. Then you go on, you lose 0-3 to O2 Blast. If you lose again 0-3 to Runaway, you start to wonder how much any of that really counted for. Obviously, it's still third place. It still counts for a lot, but it would be a very dramatic dive.
Speaking of the dives.
Speaking of dramatic dives, they haven't really had those yet.
Well, I mean, they have.
They have.
It has been dramatic. Let's be very clear. If anything, they've definitely
There's been no shortage of drama.
Hanamura now map number 3, and this is going to be, I think, a strong map for Runaway in terms of playing the double shield again. That's what I believe they'll opt into. As a reminder, Valentine played the far last night on this map for WGS, and it did not go well versus O2 Blast. So, map number 3 now, match point for Team Runaway. In the losers bracket final, the winner goes through to the grand finals versus O2 Blast, and Runaway only 1 away from getting there, and WGS, the night is still long. They have a long way to go to bring this back.
The night is dark and full of errors. That's season 8. Thank you. I've been holding on to that joke for a while. I like that it got a slightly forceful exhalation from your nose. That's about as much
I
as
just
I
said
can
there's
ask
something
for.
stuck in my nostril.
Oh, right.
Sorry, I wasn't actually acknowledging your quip there. But it was a quip.
It was a quip. I've heard some quips in my time, and that was one of them.
WGS are not equipped to handle an 0-3 at this stage of the game for the team that came into the playoffs as not the number 1 seed, but the number 2 seed tied equal with O2 Blast 190 points, and now potentially going down to, what is it, a 6th seed Runaway? Not that seeds really matter anymore. Yeah, they are 6th seed. That's the one.
A lot of that was just because they didn't start surging until later in the tournament, but that's when it matters most, and already the firing line set up for WGS Phoenix on the approach here. Runaway running the same bunker on the defense, but WGS not just playing the dive.
WGS, rather Runaway, are just straight into the face of WGS, who themselves are playing a double shield. Torb onto the field as well, Ace onto the Ash. They're expecting the Echo defense, and sure enough, there's Assassin being pressured out by Ace, but so far WGS are now punished.
Shiver me timbers. That was a lot of damage very fast on 2 very unfortunately stunned out members there, so I'll take a yikes in the chat. Runaway, that's a very handy defense, and WGS Phoenix was starting to really mount the pressure. Suddenly that is all undone.
Shiver me Timber Flynn, the biggest Runaway fan in the Western world, as that is going to be now a prime defense accomplished. 1 minute so far in, the 10 seconds will take those as WGS attempting to now bring back their own Echo into this kind of composition. It will still be struggle street unless they can really start breaking through these double doors, and the way Runaway's been playing straight up front, that's a decent halt coming through from Muse. Is it enough though? All right. Matrix is probably not going to allow them to push.
Mag actually has to duck for cover a little bit, but Merit's still able to thread the shots through, and that's what's going to matter the most. It's one death, and it's a death they're going to have to wait for. They're going to have to wait out the amplification matrix anyway. This just makes it a slightly longer wait.
Well, respect being given there. Gale, she also got a ton of shielding from the Kinetic Grasp as they exit. That's something that you need to have, so, you know, well done for WGS to not die to that, but it's been another 50 seconds since we last spoke about this push, and Aztec wants to push the go button, but the angle, a little awkward.
Yeah, the firing line on the attacking side is Assassin's gone for a swap. If he gets a Gravitic Flux, that's really going to throw a wrench in the works for WGS Phoenix as they try and rotate into a more favorable firing line. Now, everything goes up. They go down into the Immortality Field, and they're going to be just fine for now as the health bars look to get popped off. Second Gravitic Flux now. This time, looking to come out. Not quite
they got cancelled. Assassin ran out of time on the duplicate there, but here comes the Bob through from Ace. Does that buy a bit of time? Oh, it certainly does.
Yep, that's opened the door. It sort of gets the pop up, and they've found both of the DPSs. That's the critical ones, and They need to find Merit, really. Sorry, I say both the DPSs as though Revenge is the DPS, but he's certainly a key player to remove early in a fight. And now the push coming through. WGS Phoenix having no real trouble cleaning up the rest. FaZe trying to get a bit of a last hurrah in, probably looking maybe to swap off the Sigma. Otherwise, I don't see why you would use that ultimate. And WGS should be able to cap out here.
He's not swapping off, but what we do see here is WG's perfect usage there of the Barb to actually draw attention away. You saw that Runaway put down their own amplification matrix, but because they were also distracted by the Barb to the side, they have to address that one. They still want to shoot through the amp matrix, but you cannot do both. So, using the back of that, WGS and Ace hitting some nice shots. Revenge goes down. We said how important he is to the team of Runaway so far. That is a critical pick that allows WGS to then force their way onto the point, get the cap, and 3-5-2 now on the clock to go onto point B.
This is the time for WGS to maybe get a momentum push. If they can get a good line set up with the amplification matrix, they've got a supercharger as well, and they've got a lot of vulnerable members. Mag has gone ahead with a supercharger, but WGS just want to get aggressive. Valentine with the swap onto a Sigma will be able to get a Flux here by the looks of things, and that could be a good tool to crack things open. Indeed, going for it now. Everyone kind of caught up in a corner.
Excellent.
Supercharger still down in that corner, but not anymore. Now Revenge down. Dobie rally running. Needs to stay alive. It's down to the wire for him. He will go down, but they managed to get some trades before that. Need to finish off these tanks. They're so low, but they've been able to duck for cover. WGS, they've rotated to the point, but they haven't actually done the work to finish off the members of Runaway. They kind of put the cart before the horse there. I think if they had committed further onto the high ground, finished off Mag and FaZe, they could have got more than just what amounts to only one tick.
They were trying to get the high ground off the back of the amplification matrix. You saw how quickly Gable, she had to pull out the kinetic grasp as well. Just unfortunately taking 2 damage in response, and that's actually huge from Runaway to be able to survive not only against the amp matrix, but in some cases even out-damage WGS in the same position. The gravitic flux being used by Gable, she around the corner, decent. Or rather, I think that might have been from Valentine.
It was, yeah, it was copied
From
Valentine.
Valentine, decent, but that wasn't enough, sadly, to really shift Runaway across onto the point itself and off the higher ground, and that's already now been another minute expired, minute plus actually, minute 30 gone as Runaway still holding strong.
WGS Phoenix kind of drained dry. They're going to come in with a Barb and a Flux, but that's really it until that amplification matrix on Aztec is available. This is a spicy firing line. It slows things down on the march up the stairwell, and it does force the immortality field, but WGS are just going to wait it out.
I think they were maybe considering that WGS could be committing a little bit more that, or it's just going to be used as a deterrent, which effectively that's what it ended up being there. Runaway just forced WGS back, and now forward we go. Gable, she catches 2.
Not the most amazing Flux, really. It's just Chio and FaZe, and both of them are just fine. The rally running now. WGS Phoenix, they still have the amplification matrix. That's a very aggressive use for it. Very bold with that immortality field on them, and it's hard to shoot out that immortality field. This has to be a very critical Flux, and it's not looking like it. Now FaZe looking to go down here. WGS Phoenix, that was a very bold play to charge into that position, put down the immortality field just above the top of the doorway,
Runaway
laying
might
down
lose
the
here.
amplification matrix. I think this is going to be what they can hang the offense off, pushing in. Now they need to dispatch of Mag. They cannot let Runaway get value out of that supercharger. They've at least finished off some of the DPSs, but losing Muse and Dobie both means it's just Gable Sheet getting solo healed by Aztec in terms of survivability. Now not even Gable Sheet alive. I think WGS Phoenix are going to get stopped up short. They did not disable Mag as he respawned.
Neither is Merit as well. He stayed alive there. Muse had the supercharger, doesn't get to use it. You'll credit WGS for taking the high ground there. You saw what happened from FaZe. He tried to use the gravitic flux in the indoor section up the stairs. WGS were never going to get killed there unless they were already on 50% HP, which isn't possible because they're still being healed by the 2 supports. That was never going to work out. It's a wasted flux. It gave away the high ground to WGS. Thankfully, though, Runaway able to defend the point itself, gave away 1 tick, barely held on to that 2nd tick.
WGS Phoenix do come in with big ultimates, but this, oh, the wraparound angle. Aggressive from Runaway to lay down that amplification matrix, and it works an absolute charm. This is so bad for WGS Phoenix. They don't have time to fully reset, and they chose to commit some ultimates into that as well. They're going to have to barrel back into this with barely 10 seconds.
No one's going to be able to really touch. I think, looking at the squad, Muse is only coming back from spawn. He's far too
Aztec's here,
away.
yeah.
Aztec has to. He has been spotted as well. That's a problem. There's 3 seconds. Someone's got to go now.
Muse
Muse
goes
makes it in time.
He did swap, and he had already used the supercharger, so it's not the end of the world, but he dies to the Bob, and Bob just holding presence on the point. Aztecs, Immortality Field, they're desperately trying to keep members on. Gale, she still doesn't quite have a flux, and they actually also want to kind of sit back behind that firing line of the amplification matrix. It's only Ace getting the most out of that. Valentine goes in deep, gets no picks, and they're struggling to even keep this one alive. I gotta say, Runaway reading the play, getting the catch in the rotation. If they had stayed up on that high ground, they were certain to lose that next fight. Instead, they spot an opportunity, and they commit very wholeheartedly. It pays off immensely.
If you listen carefully right now, you can hear the sound of the death bell tolling for WGS.
Ask not for whom it tolls.
It is... Well, I wasn't asking, I was just telling right there. It's 0-3 now.
Ask not for whom the bell tolls, because I've already told you and you weren't listening.
As the 0-3 looms ahead now for WGS. I think the Omen has arrived, and that looks like the end of the road for WGS. I'm afraid it doesn't look good for them, does it? Because they would have to have a miraculous full hold onto A. It would have to be perfect. They would not have to allow Runaway to cap it off. If we go on to B, this show is over. I do not see WGS holding on at B. 63.9. It's decent, but it's not enough. It's only just shy of 2 ticks once more, and Runaway, they've looked fantastic. Their comp has been good. They've even been winning with this comp in situations where the comp is not favored. I'm never going to say you can't play this comp here or there. I'm just going to say it's not favored. You are unlikely to win, and the fact that they can win in those situations has been great for them. And now WGS, this break, I don't know. They need to reset some stuff. They need to rethink some stuff. They're playing a different comp now. We're not just back onto the dive, but this is their map pick. We've had 2 of their map picks, Kings Row into Hanamura, and now, potentially for both of them, they will be losing.
Look, you don't want to count the chickens before they hatch, but if Runaway complete this 3-0, then that will have been an absolute gutting of Battleica yesterday, and a repeat performance against WGS Phoenix today, which is an utter change in fortune from the 3-0 they suffered at WGS Phoenix's hand. That is about as resurgent as Runaway can get, and you really start to question how good they might even be compared to 0-2, who they'd go on to face, but for now, they just need to get it over the line.
You see how passive already the defense is? I mean, they are playing off angle, so you respect that. You'll say that's decent damage output, but at some stage, I believe Runaway are able to just force their way maybe into that left side room or maybe right side room from attacker's perspective. Either way, they want to go into one of the sides, force a 6v3, and that would be ideal for them. Playing around Valentine's wall is going to be the key here, though. If Valentine gets a decent wall, there's going to be frags going the way of WGS, but
there it is.
He's already missed his timing, or has he?
Woo, that's solid. It cuts off Assassin from the team as well, and now the halt, the damage, but they're struggling to finish the members off. They get the Immortality Field, but the rotation has now been able to take place for Runaway. That was extremely important.
And important still is the fact that they have 2 players still stuck in spawn. You can see Merit was there. I'm trying to figure out who the other player they've got back there as well. It looks like Assassin's still just
Valentine?
chilling. Oh my goodness, that was nearly a kill.
Goes cold. That's going to allow him to survive. The Immortality Field was committed as well. This allows them to wait out the Amplification Matrix as well. So WGS Phoenix now leaning into their own Amplification Matrix. They will find the firing line onto FaZe there as Revenge, unable to retreat. Has to pop the Immortality Field down, but it's a trade there for Gable Sheen. There's a closer respawn for Runaway. That needs to be respected, and if nobody else on Runaway goes down, then WGS Phoenix need to be careful, especially if more of their members go down than what goes down on the side of Runaway. Dobie's going deep. It's the Bob on the point for Runaway already, and Dobie is the only one really doing anything about it. He's the only one that really can, and he's eating shots in the back from Assassin while that's all going on. Finally gets finished off, and now Assassin can turn his attention to Ace. Doesn't quite win that one, but the damage has been done on the point. Runaway cleaning up these members with the help of Mag, and now it's on to point B.
WGS have been completely displaced. You can see how spread all the members were. Dobie's trying to deal with players onto the point. Ace at one stage was trying to take a 1v1 against Assassin. The tanks are off somewhere else on the map, and WGS are not consolidated. Their 6-man unit is not a 6-man unit. They're way too spread out at that point. They have the defensive capability here. Notice the Bob that's available. Notice the Blizzard that's available. Going into Supercharger and Gravitic Flux as well would have been powerful for an A-point defense, but now it will rest all onto B. This now is going to be difficult because Runaway have a bunch of ultimates as well, and the momentum push coming through, the chance of a snowball extremely high.
This is looking rough for WGS Phoenix, I've got to say. Look, it's more than just the single tick, but it's less than the full cap, and that means WGS Phoenix, really, there's no margin for error here. They've got a lot of ultimates here, so they shouldn't be too threatened by the momentum push, but Runaway could still bring a lot to bear if WGS Phoenix don't respect it.
A lot of this is going to come down to Valentine, okay? He drops the Blizzard.
Okay.
And Immortality Field is here for response, so, and Matrix maybe to punish here.
They need to be careful. WGS Phoenix cannot stand in that firing line for too long. The Bob will allow allow them to get phase, and the Barb is also the only casualty, so they've got a kill, and Runaway have had to back off. WGS Phoenix survived the first encounter.
Runaway also used an ult there as well, so call that one a 1-for-2 trade in terms of the ultimate economy here. So WGS slightly worse for wear, just by a little bit. You'll still just play into the respawn advantage. I think that's actually a massive one that WGS can still really utilize, but it will depend on how their deaths happen, who dies in what order, and how quickly people can reinforce back together and consolidate, because Runaway are back into action. They want to push.
The amplification matrix on the defense could count for a lot, though. Rallies out either side as now the Supercharger out with the Gravitic Flux Cable. She's down. That's a big early pick. They are not getting much out of that Supercharger as the aggression to come in. They find out Merit, or rather just Merit's Barb in the trade, but WGS Phoenix have lost some critical members, and the rotation onto the point is there. Runaway, they're forcing WGS to split their attention, and they can't accomplish it. They can't fight on both fronts at once. Runaway can. They know how to take this. Merit is unlocked, activated, and absolutely annihilating the side of WGS Phoenix, who are hemorrhaging member after member. It's the same as what happened on the attack, only this time they're defending, and that's going to punch the ticket. Runaway, the 3-0, the massive turnaround after being knocked into the losers bracket by WGS Phoenix themselves. They've battled and brawled their way through it. You got to believe it's a team that always could, and now they are going to be the one who goes on to face O2 Blast. You cannot make this stuff up.
The weather report said that the storm was coming, and WGS did not batten down the hatches. They are blown away now by the superior force, 3-0, right towards the end. You can just feel that WGS are trying to hold on, grasping at what they can, but blown away now. They'll be having to look towards the next season as WGS look towards the grand finals here. Distraught as WGS, I'm sure, are. This has been a great run for them, the best they've ever had in their organization's history. They've had a great run. They've won a week of Contenders regular season as well. They beat some hefty competition, including Runaway 3 times. The overall record this year technically still stands at 3-2 in WGS's favor, even though they've now had to exit the tournament. What a great showing here from Runaway, even towards the end. Micro play I got to shout out there was the fact that we had, I believe it was FaZe, throwing the accretion into Gable Shi and cancelling that Gravitic Flux to win the game.
I tell you what, though, what FaZe didn't get was recognition, because Runner just went for a high five, went for a high five on Gable Shi, went for a high five on Mag, and then you saw FaZe put his hands up for the high five, and Runner didn't go for it. That's a heartbreaker. You will have to cash that in the high five in after the grand finals if they pick up a win. But look, I want to talk about the other side here for a hot second. WGS Phoenix, I think you sort of mentioned it. This is a season they really ought to be proud of. And I think this is not the last we would have seen from this team. If they're able to retain some of these players, some of this roster as we move further into the year of Contenders, I guarantee there'll be some kind of season 2 on the horizon for these guys. And I think this is a team that will be able to come back formidably. They've already made it into the top 3. They've already kind of changed the tune of the organization of seasons past. Runaway, on the other hand, they are playing the exact same beat as every single year, where they have a genuine shot at winning it all. And I think, once again, Runaway, as they always seem to do, they've had to work very hard. They've had to work from the bottom to make it all the way up to that grand final.
I think certain seasons they've definitely been the favorite team, the top team. And consider the original Runaway squad, the likes of Huxell, Stitch, and all the rest. They were definitely a very favorite team. You consider the squad afterwards in 2019 had to work to gain people's respect, but instantly they came out very strong despite not really winning that first season. They eventually, got their reward in season 2 for winning that one, and now coming into season 3, this has been certainly the version of Runaway that I think have had to work the hardest to then regain the worthiness of having that legacy, having that title, having that name around yourselves, and that pink jersey as well. You certainly need to earn it to wear it.
And that's the thing, right? The more times this happens, the more times Runaway builds up a new squad of hot talent, and then that squad gets picked up by Overwatch League. They have to rebuild. The more times they rebuild, that rebuilt roster has to put in more work each and every time to sort of receive that same level of recognition. And I'm so impressed that, once again, a roster has been able to put in that work. They've been able to reach that same position now where they are in a grand final. And again, it could not be a better grand final. So many things change, but some things still stay the same. We've got O2 Blast playing off against Runaway.
It's the classic matchup. It's one for the ages, and that's one coming up soon, I guess. It's been the O2 Blast matchup, the sort of grand finals appearance they've been waiting to make. This has been their time. They are finally ready to win. They've only made it to one other grand finals in Contenders ever, and then they made it to grand finals of Pacific Showdown, but neither of those were victories. They've come so close many times, but for the O2 organization, they are counting for this one to be the true one.
Exactly. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But you can hear those church bells ringing out holy matrimony. The question is which of these teams gets to walk down the aisle. Runaway versus O2 Blast, the grand final to end them all, or at least end this season of Contenders, comes up after the break.
My family tells of an ancient legend about two great dragon brothers, the dragon of the North Wind and the dragon of the South Wind. Together, they upheld balance and harmony in the heavens. But the two brothers argued over who could better rule their land. Their quarrel turned to rage, and their violent struggle darkened the skies, until the dragon of the South Wind struck down his brother, who fell to earth, shattering the land. The dragon of the South Wind had triumphed, but as time passed and he realized his solitude, the sweetness of victory turned to ash. For years, the bereft dragon's grief threw the world into discord, and he knew only bitterness and sorrow. One day, a stranger called up to the dragon and asked, "O Dragon Lord, why are you so distraught?" The dragon told him, "Seeking power, I killed my brother, but without him, I am lost." The stranger replied, "You have inflicted wounds upon yourself, but now you must heal. Walk the earth on 2 feet as I do. Find value in humility. Then you will find peace."
You are not the first assassin sent to kill me. And you will not be the last.
You are bold to come to Shimara Castle, the den of your enemies.
This was once my home. Did your masters not tell you who I want?
I know who you are, Hanzo. I know you come here every year on the same day. You risk so much to honor someone you murdered.
You know nothing of what happened.
I know you tell yourself that your brother disobeyed the clan, and that you have to kill him to maintain order. That it was your duty.
It was my duty. And my burden. That does not mean I do not honor him.
You think you honor your brother Genji with incense and offerings? Honor resides in one's actions.
You dare to lecture me about honor? You are not worthy to say his name! Ryuga waga teki wo kurau! Ryujin no ken wo kure! Only a Shamada can control the dragons. Who are you? Do it then. Kill me.
No. I will not grant you the death you wish for. You still have a purpose in this life, brother.
No. Oh. My brother is dead. Genji.
The dragon knelt upon the ground. For the first time, he was able to clearly see the world around him, and he became human. The stranger revealed himself as his fallen brother. Reunited, the two set out to rebuild what they had once destroyed.
What have you become?
I have accepted what I am, and I have forgiven you. Now you must forgive yourself. The world is changing once again, Hanzo, and it's time to pick a side.
Real life is not like the stories our father told us. You were a fool for believing it so.
Perhaps I am a fool to think there is still hope for you. But I do. Think on that, brother.
Summer nights, flashing lights, when the DJ's spinning, everybody out on the dance floor singing. Give me love and give me life. When the DJ's spinning, everybody out on the dance floor singing. Hey oh, way oh, summer love makes me feel alright. These are the best days of my life. Hey oh.
Take it how you want it, I'ma give it to you G straight. NML beat slam, not a human being. Ballin' like Kareem, sippin' on codeine. I lean with it, rock with it, got coke dreams. Boom, back, boom in the trap. When trap meets house, you get a trap house. Got 2 stacks, throw it at a strip dancer. Big booty hoe, said she from Atlanta.
Summer love makes me feel alright. These are the best days of my life. Hey oh.
when the words we use are sharper than an arrow, and the loudest voice, the currency of fear. We have bought the lies we think will keep us safer, closed our eyes to all we once held dear. We have turned our backs on things good men have died for, when we traded in our gospel for a gun, sent our messages as threads across the ocean. We had lost before the fight began. Could it be you? Could it be me? Could it be love is the weapon we need? We're fighting a cause, it's not what it seems. Could it be love is the weapon we need? Oh, you and me. Love is the weapon. Are not the enemy. Is there nothing that will tame this wild addiction? And no courage to admit when it's gone wrong. Oh, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We still have time to sing a different song. Could it be you? Could it be me? Could it be love is the weapon we need? We're fighting a cause, it's not what it seems. Could it be love is the weapon we need? Oh, you and me. Love is the weapon. Are not the enemy. Could it be love is the weapon we need? Could it be? Could it be? We're fighting a cause, but it's not what it seems. Could it be? Could it be that you and me are not the enemy? Could it be you? Could it be me? Could it be love is the weapon we need? We're fighting a cause, it's not what it seems. Could it be love is the weapon we need? Oh, you and me. Love is the
I used to be a free man, did whatever I did please. But ever since she wandered in there, I've been living down on my knees. I said, come on, lock me up, lights out whenever you want. Phone calls through the glass, waiting for the time to pass. Write me letters to sign them within I love you. Promise you won't change. I'll head out and buy a ring. Hey, do you like my handcuffs? I threw the key away. Hey, do you like my jumpsuit, honey? I wear it every day. She said, tell me what you're in for. You know that I'm a prisoner of your love. And even if I had wings, I'd never even try to fly from your love. She used to keep it casual, but now she's dressing like we're going out. She knows I'm good at keeping secrets, and her whispers are the sweetest sound. She said, come on, the sky outside these bars is all gray. Hey, do you like my handcuffs, darling? I threw the key away. Hey, do you like my jumpsuit, honey? I wear it every day. She said, tell me what you're in for. You know that I'm a prisoner of your love. And even if I had wings, I'd never even try to fly from your love. Don't you know I'm a prisoner? Don't you know I'm a prisoner? Don't you know I'm a prisoner of your love? Don't you know I'm a prisoner? Don't you know I'm a prisoner? Don't you know I'm a prisoner of your love? Don't you know I'm a prisoner of your love?
Ladies and babies, big children, little children, even the gentlemen, every single one of them, prepare yourselves for another Korean Grand Finals. And once again, we see two teams rushing towards the throne. You see the cup there, center stage. Runaway one side of it, O2 Blast the other.
For these two teams as well, never faced each other in a grand finals in Contenders' career so far. This will be their first matchup. They faced each other in plenty of semi-finals. Runaway themselves have won plenty of Contenders titles, among them second season of 2018 was their, third season of 2018 was theirs, and the second season of 2019 was also theirs title. 3 wins across 2 different rosters, and now the third version, the third iteration and generation of Runaway now attempting to get their first win. And for O2 Blast, never have won a Contenders title before. They'll be going for their first now.
And I think that's what's so intense. For both of these teams, in a way, it would be a first. For O2 Blast, it would be a much longer time coming for these players in particular. A roster that has worked so hard over so many years, sometimes even looked unstoppable, and frankly the best team there is, but never quite actually accomplishing that win. This has felt like it might be their season, might even be their year, but they've still got to come up and overcome what I think is their fated opponent.
Yeah, certainly this season, if it wasn't going to be one of the old guys like Element Mystic in terms of at least brand name, you had to look at this, you had to see that it was going to be teams like Runaway, teams like O2 Blast that still retained some core members from their last season's roster, with a lot of new talent, some Overwatch League talent on both sides as well, juggernauts across on both of these teams. And it's been quite the run. O2 Blast have, I think, been more of a favourite team throughout the regular season. Runaway have been mostly absent, but when Runaway have been here, they've been in complete control. They are now looking on fire.
Over these last 2 days, especially yesterday and then today, double 3-0s against 2 frankly formidable teams. Yes, Badalika, not a team you would have heard of prior to the season, but if you have been paying attention this season, you know how tough an opponent they can be. They themselves having beaten O2 Blast, WGS Phoenix as well. They themselves having beaten Runaway in a finals previously and earlier in this tournament. So for Runaway to turn around and now dispatch them 3-0 just earlier tonight, it's all a huge change in fortune, a massive shift in gear. And it says that the Runaway that comes into this finals is even better than the Runaway that already made a regular season playoffs back in week 4, a playoffs that O2 Blast themselves didn't make. But I will throw O2 Blast a bone and say that they too are looking in better form than that time in place.
Well, certainly the measuring stick here is going to be the fact that both these teams recently 3-0 WGS, who up until that point might have been considered one of the best, if not the best team, into playoffs after having won week 4. But now we are long past and away from week 4. We get into grand finals, baby. This is playoffs time now. There's only 2 teams left to go. The map pool, you already know it. And between these 2 teams, let me tell you right now, in terms of matchup statistics, the teams across 2019 and this year, just the 2 years, wasn't specifically looking at 2018 because the roster's been shifted way too differently since then. But across these 2 years, the results between them stand at 3-3.
Unbelievable.
That is incredible. There's going to be now, if we're looking at 2020 here, kind of like a tiebreaker for the ages almost. These guys have faced twice so far this season. O2 Blast 3-0 in the Week 2 semi-final. And then in the Week 4 semi-final, Runaway 3-1. And that was Runaway's first Grand Finals appearance for the weekly season.
It's an incredible history between the two teams, both in this season, in previous seasons, the organizations as a whole. And what a stage upon which to settle the score. It is also a first to 4, a best of 7, so a little bit longer. And you say the record is 3-3 between these two teams. We could have a 3-3 on this series as well, depending on how closely things play out. Let's take a look at O2 Blast, who we have yet to see this evening. I think there are many players you could highlight, but I want to draw attention to the DPSs because we just saw Runaway accomplishing so much by enabling and unlocking merit specifically. That's what O2 Blast, I think, are going to have to at least measure up to in their DPS line.
I want to talk about Yakpung here as well because he is a player that's already been on this team. He is an ex-O2 member from way back in the day. This is relevant history here because you look at 2018 Season 1 of Contenders' career here. He was on the O2 team. I think back then it was called O2 Ardiat. Guess what? They came second to X6. He was specifically Yakpung here, playing alongside guys like Climax, playing alongside a lot of members that you'll probably recognize in the Overwatch League as well. They unfortunately came second, and he's back now to maybe even get his first Contenders win.
We talk about those first Contenders wins. Every incarnation of Runaway has had their own story, their own dramatic rise, or sometimes even fall, even if only temporarily, and then, as so often seems to happen, an absolute dynamite roster ascends to the Overwatch League. Now for the squad of rookies, that may be the future that is in store for them if they too have a year of accomplishment, and it has to start here. They need to establish themselves in earnest, and the best way to do that would be to collect their Runaway win.
Exactly. This is a young squad, a new squad, and it would be the third generation for Runaway to have claimed a Contenders title as every single generation before them has done so far. It's almost like a rite of passage to wear the pink jersey and to lift up a Contenders trophy. This is what it's about here for a team like Runaway, and they know what's ahead of them right now. They've worked so hard to be here. They've struggled so much in the regular season to even be in a position where they come into this as one of the few teams in that top 6, in that top 4 to not have actually won a regular week of Contenders, and yet they beat the other teams that did so.
And I think that's what's so incredible, the pluckiness, if you will, of this team in this particular season, in this particular playoffs. In fact, we talk about peaking at the right time. This team started peaking in week 4 of the regular season and has continued to peak, has continued indeed to reach greater and greater heights. And this auspicious grand finals with the weight of years of history upon it begins now and begins on Oasis.
14-10 is the map record between these two teams across the last 2 years.
I thought you were going to say that was when I woke up this morning. Should be a very specific time to wake up.
A 14-year-old, but I don't know.
I think maybe don't. maybe just don't.
I mean, I said it, but it's, you know, it's more like a statement, right?
Now I want to put eyes
statement.
onto Merit here. I mentioned him in the pre-game there. He's out on the Ash. Something we saw him running, and we saw how Runaway were playing basically the same team comp as well. They will have Assassin over onto the Echo. And they're just trying to anchor down, unlock, and enable Merit. O2 Blast, though, instead of playing Dive, they're going to be playing the same kind of composition. A May on their side of things. Already Revenge picked off early in the rotation. That is a big change in pace here for Runaway.
Early first blood, but Runaway will recover. They're going to go back to spawn now, collect up Revenge, and maybe go for a round 2. 5 seconds, the cap will unlock, and you'd assume here that O2 Blast will be able to cap this one. Runaway have to be in position to instantly jump on, and already Yakpung taking forward positioning.
They're willing to let that one go over. They may, like you said, still be able to push back in, but now they're actually on the clock as they do so. This is essentially the opening fight, the neutral, as it were. And actually, Revenge, despite going down, is massive in the ultimate charge. That is something to keep your eye on because an amplification matrix could allow Runaway to get on this point early.
Notably here, O2 Blast are playing a way more poke-heavy composition, and now they are under pressure. Proper down. It's a massive pick. The Immortality Field not saving him. Neko and Finn caught in that one, but they'll stay alive, and Proper won't.
Now the rotation round from Runaway, they're going to try, O2 Blast rather, they're going to try and get around the back side of Runaway, who are just themselves rotating onto the point that they have now capped. So O2 Blast only end up losing the one member. Now it's their turn to just wait for the respawn and try and pressure back in.
Very reserved on both ends, disciplined as well. No, neither team wants to really go in for anything unless, you know, they are going to have the 6v6 available. Window onto window, we're looking through the glass now.
Pitched battles either side, but the Immortality Field down for O2 Blast earlier is the real big difference maker here. And also Runaway are the ones on the point. Gravitic Flux, though, that's going to drop Chio, brings him into the line of fire, and Proper takes great advantage. Also losing Mag. Assassin goes on with the duplicate, but even him drilled down. Now it's just FaZe solo tanking, not for long, I dare say, as O2 Blast finding the entry into that fight with the Gravitic Flux, and now back in control of the point.
Chio's going to have to consider changing onto something else. In fact, this is going to be difficult because he's not the Zen player Revenge is, so Revenge would have to give the Batiste over to Chio. Chio would then have to allow Revenge to then be able to play the Zenyatta. That is a lot of change up to enable a poke composition, which means they're going to have to stay on this comp. It's not ideal. The support line is stronger for O2 Blast, but I think Assassin being on the Echo might be better in terms of overall poke damage-wise from the DPS. However, if Proper is looking at him and placing pressure upon him, Assassin's not going to do too much.
All right, Bob's out either side.
Lizard.
That's going to be Merit's Bob, already dead to Proper's Bob as it is, Barbicide, and that is a big pickup there, getting rid of that Immortality Field nice and early. Allows them to dust up Runaway pretty handily, and now starting to accrue a much more significant lead on the point.
And the lead is even exemplified in the fact that if you look at the really crucial fight, the one that we actually got into, it wasn't just a one-to-one trade, and like I said, Assassin now slows things further as O2 Blast get into the lead here. Kelly also had the first Gravitic Flux of the game. FaZe was only sitting around 80-ish, nearly 90%, not quite there. Building up a little bit more using the amplification matrix there, and O2 Blast kind of walking away with it, I think, because of the fact that their poke composition in this double shield versus double shield is just that much better right now.
Maybe I just haven't been paying attention, but I feel like this is Chio's first rally of the game. Not exactly a whole sort of great result, and now they've got to try and push in. Regardless, they already lose Merit in the push, and they need to get counter trades quick, smart, because this is officially final fight. The Gravitic Flux to try and pull people out from the Immortality Field, but Proper is still untouched, still has a great firing line, and the Transcendence to keep them safe. Now they get to sit back and fire through that open window. Runaway struggling to make headway, and now out of ultimates. These tanks struggling to stay alive. Not going to happen. Can't stay on the point. Nicely done by O2 Blast.
You're playing up against players of phenomenal caliber now. Not that WGS weren't, but certainly O2 Blast. Look at Proper. He is one of the prodigies of this entire region right now. We talked about guys like Aztec. Revenge is great, but he's already from the Overwatch League. Of the players that have not been there yet, Mirror's looking hot, but Proper is on another level compared to, I would say, the rest of the playing field. Across all of the players in Contenders' career right now, if I had to pick one player, the number one player in this region has to be Proper.
I think that would be a fair argument. I think it's an argument that Merit is going to attempt to disrupt over the course of the series, but so far I think you're on the money with that one, and well, maybe
Blast might be on the money if they win this match as well. They're looking for it because they're one up so far on Oasis. We've seen how this goes though. WGS and Runaway were both 1-1 on Oasis. You can't really say much until we get to the end of at least this map.
Just casual early brawl here. Merit's actually sticking on this Widowmaker, and O2 Blast going for something a little bit more divey. Runaway are kind of matching it, but not exactly. They've also got the Zarya in here. They got that Widowmaker. You almost wonder if they're going to go back to that more defensive comp they've been playing so far.
Well, I don't know, because here's the thing. Typically, Dive is going to be better on City Center. That's why I was surprised they didn't play Dive versus WGS. They played Double Shield as well. They struggled there, but they still won eventually now. In terms of the mirror matchup here, it's going to be tough, but Merit can do a lot of damage with the Proper Pelican. What's he going to do on the summer here? We'll wait to see what his flank is going to be like.
All it would take is one good headshot from Merit. Suddenly it would be wide open with all that shielding down, the healing available. Unfortunately, that healing's not enough to save Yakpung though, and that's the opening now. Nice sleep on a mag. That would have been the engage otherwise, but he's still going to be able to get back up and come out swinging, especially if he gets that Primal Rage off. But he can kind of play conservative, doesn't need to use it just yet. Now committing to batten O2 Blast back and Runaway. Really nice find on that engage, knowing their limits and their ability to brawl, and that early pick onto Yakpung just to open the doorway for them.
Snowballing, converting onto the subsequent picks as well, really important here, and O2 Blast could not respond. No picks coming through from them. FaZe now going to be, you know, charging this Gravitic. I was about to say Gravitic Flux, but it's the other version.
Yeah, it's the other graph.
the type of grab that's also very powerful. This is going to be interesting how they actually want to utilize this one. It's not normal, by the way, for the Zarya to be played in this matchup. Typically, you'd have a Diva there, and speaking of Divas, Kalios needs to be in position to try and deny phase.
Just an Infrasight, don't mind me. Does disrupt Pelican a tad, and they would otherwise like the EMP. They could just kind of wait out the Infrasight, but it is time. And that is the one thing that O2 Blast are working against right now.
Well, they desperately need the EMP, right? So this is why they have to respect it. This is why they're not going to fight into Merit right now. Because the rest of the ultimate does give time for FaZe just to get a little bit closer, as does Assassin and the rest. And here we go. Oh!
Geo! Red and stunned, and Merit in with the quick headshot. Now one on to Proper. We talked about this guy trying to disrupt that legacy of Proper there, and I gotta say, 2 headshots in a row on both the DPS is a pretty good way to do just that. And my goodness, you've got to credit Chio for enabling that as well. The EMP pushes over before it begins.
And that is one way to shut Pelican right off the map. He's even going to swap over to the Tracer here. O2 Blast have had enough of that. They want to be proactive. They're no longer just wanting to wait for the EMPs. They waited so long, waited through even an Infrasight just to lose everything. Unfortunate there, but great plays by Chio now to lead his team up to 80% and counting for Runaway, who are in a great space. Grab still available to O2 Blast, not really in position to do much about the defense unless, again, Kalios can be the guy that would be the hero.
Maybe the nano boost out on O2 Blast and onto Yakpung. They've got to make something of that, because Runaway are in the cusp of getting the 100-0 on City Center. That's a good biotic grenade. There we go, Finn. They need to finish off those members. There we go. Primal Rage will get Merit, but now this is a little bit unfortunate. Runaway.
Nothing.
Yeah, they've got a slept Winston, and the other one hasn't quite got Primal Rage. We'll just get it now, but another huge biotic grenade. Revenge is sitting on this nano boost, and now he's got to start considering who he wants to commit it on, because the low members aren't the members you might want to put it on, actually. But now Mag picking up a kill. O2 Blast do get the cap over in mid the chaos of the fight, but Mag's still able to go aggressive, and that nano boost ends up getting committed out as well. So now Runaway starting to clean up the fight, will get back in possession of the point. O2 Blast, they might try and stall this one out, might try and regroup, but I don't really see it as being all that viable, especially with Kalios getting popped out of the mech now. Yakpung will come in to find himself the solo tank, unless Proper and Pelican come up big. I think this is Runaway equalizing.
This is going to be a huge round win for Runaway right now. It would
Bomb wide.
Massive from Pelican or somebody to do something. The Yakpung shut down. Double supports there. Kalios trying to come back onto a Winston. It's not going to happen here. The wick will certainly burn down, and now Runaway will be off to round 3 fairly soon.
Yeah, I think the kill onto Proper and Pelican not connecting the pulse bomb sort of sealed that one and sent it off. I think if Pelican had actually got a kill with the pulse bomb, they would have maybe been in for a shot, but it would only have been a shot. It still isn't a guarantee, so you got to credit Runaway. That was effectively a 100-0 shutout, in as much as they won every single fight. Just technically over the course of one of them, O2 Blast accrued some percentage.
Really pleased by the way Runaway played the composition there as well, and even bringing the Zarya out, it was okay. It wasn't, the Graviton Surge didn't really do anything there, but overall, it's the Assassin and Merit combo that I have to credit here in terms of playing the Widowmaker. It's effective. You're going to have some ability to run around here where you won't receive too much pressure unless Pelican is behind you on the Sombra, and he wasn't pressuring Merit really nearly enough at all. He changes over to Tracer to do a better job of that. Chio obviously getting the stun onto Pelican was massive, and Merit with the Widowmaker holding down Proper means that his echo was ineffective, and now they're going to go towards a composition for O2 where they want to brawl. There's no Lucio, so it's still half poke here as they run the Ryan and Zarya.
Change of pace. Interesting. I could see this going well for O2 Blast. Runaway, this isn't a composition where you play Enable Merit. He's on a bit of a different pace of pick here with the Sombra, and Revenge barely avoiding the shots there.
Well, Proper's McCree is phenomenal.
Oh dear.
Now you're going to start collecting all the kills, and that's what the rest of the members. Runaway are routed early on, and this is not the light loss we saw in University.
No forward pressure there from Runaway is a lot of what happened, and O2 Blast just kind of had free reign to push into Runaway, who didn't have enough defensive capability. You don't have things like an Immortality Field here, or even just a Reinhardt to kind of create space on the retreat. You don't have anything like that.
This is difficulty now. Assassin is on the Echo still with Merit now onto the Widowmaker, and it's difficult. Who do you shoot if you're Merit?
Boy.
Look at this. We're just going to brawl into tight spaces. Kalios to slip, but he'll be fine. With Revenge down, Runaway have to reset. Are they still in this fight?
Runaway are getting a taste of their own medicine here. This is exactly what they were doing to WGS Phoenix, only it was Merit getting enabled and fragging out members. Proper is the one doing it this time.
This is going to be such a tough game. Merit has to find an off angle or something. He has to try and get through Yakpung's shield, maybe find one of the supports, find Proper somewhere, but even so, you see him get dinked.
Takes a big headshot. Amplification Matrix. They're going to push through this anyway with the Nano Boost. They find Finn early. That's a critical pick. And now as the Immortality Field goes down, Merit threads the needle, finding Neko as Mag getting aggressive corner trap on Proper. That's going to be another one picked up. And now they reel back to the point itself. Will be able to dust off the rest of these members. And that was a critical timing window because look at O2 Blast. Nearly had a Molten Core. Nearly had a Graviton Surge. That would have been a very different fight if Runaway hadn't gone when they did. If they'd waited for the entire Amplification Matrix to run out.
Well, that's the thing. Decisiveness there because they had the ability to push forward. Nano Boost onto Mag, who has a Primal Rage. Push into the actual Amplification Matrix. If you sit there, you die. You do not survive against the damage output from O2 Blast.
You go past it, they can't shoot through it.
Proper's now onto the trace of it. He was on the McCree shooting through it, and at that point, because they pushed through, Proper's in the open. Mirror finally finds a target, and it's all over for O2 Blast for that push.
Good grab out, the two tanks to the high ground. They will both get finished off. That's a good early start for O2 Blast, who honestly should be able to get back in control of this one without too much issue unless something comes up big for Runaway. They have actually found 2 kills, and one of them was on Proper. They really need Merit to come up big, but the Shatter to come out from Yakpung to help them secure a few more members. Back in control of the point now as Runaway are resetting.
So now O2 Blast, their new anchor DPS is going to be Pelican playing behind the shields and with their 2 tanks and supports as well. Proper, if he stays onto this Tracer, it's going to be the flank play. He's going to be basically doing a bit of Sombra gameplay as well in terms of how he's going to move around the map, trying to harass with Chio and Revenge. Maybe Merit's going to be his prime target actually, but Assassin should have a much better time now that there's no proper hit scan on the field.
Finn coming up with that Amplification Matrix. You want to see what FaZe is going to be able to do with this Grav. That needs to be the critical ultimate. Throws it against the wall. That didn't really come to much. Look, it finds Pelican. I'll give them that, and that's an opening frag. Immortality Field down means Neko is vulnerable, but he's going to be able to get a rally off here, and that's going to help them stay topped off. And now O2 Blast, if they can come back in here, they're still in for a chance. Still technically in control of the point as well. Mag needs to get something with a Primal Rage here, but finding Yak, that's good. Now they're starting to pull ahead here. Kalios will not be able to get that grab off. Unfortunately for O2 Blast, Runaway, they have to invest pretty deeply here, but they get back in control of the point, and they still have a chance to equalize the percentages.
O2 Blast need to really reset their composition here. Pelican will probably swap off the Doom back onto something like a Torb again. And O2 Blast, they have a combo available. Graviton Surge into the Pulse Bomb is going to be what's on the cards here. Merit swapping over now to the Sombra. Had enough the Widowmaker. He wasn't going to do much there with Proper, just flanking him constantly. And they are in control of the point for now. But all they've got to work with is the Nano Boost, which means they have to be proactive. They have to initiate with Mag, using that Nano. Merit's pushed back early, so they'll be out of the picture for now. And Kalios has an opportunity to go.
Rally is something that'll help them a little bit. Okay, grabbing the high ground onto the supports. And that means no Nano Boost. That is Kalios knowing his mark. Runaway get dismantled and fast. The shatter from the duplicated Reinhardt nowhere near enough, and Runaway barely mounting any resistance in what ought to be the final fight there unless some insane reset comes in. FaZe is going to try and do it with the Wrecking Ball, but nobody can touch, and with that, O2 Blast punching their ticket. That was a close first map, and I dare say they're going to remain close regardless of result, but that is an important win for the momentum here for O2 Blast. Runaway suffering their first loss of the day.
Exactly as well. They've been really on a bit of a tear recently. Speaking of both teams, actually, it's been 3-0s abound in terms of their results, but this will now be Runaway copping one quick, well not super quick, but one early now loss. Not too phased by those front runners, still there holding strong for the team, and a lot to talk about I think in terms of Oasis matchups, especially that opening one is very big. Both teams played double shield. I think Runaway misread what the opponents were going to do there. They maybe were expecting O2 Blast to attempt the dive. That obviously doesn't happen, and because Runaway are then stuck playing Batiste plus Brigida, and obviously the 2 supports, as I mentioned there, they're actually swapped. You have Batiste being played by Revenge, when typically that's a main support position, and then you also have, I guess Brigida's also another main support now, but usually if you had it the other way around, you could still make the swap. You swap up the Brigida, go towards the Zen. Revenge plays the Zen. That would have been a much better matchup overall for them, and that's universally, that's only one of the maps that we saw among the 3 rounds on Oasis.
I dare say Runaway will come out looking a little bit better as we move forward. Not that they were looking bad there, but there were a few beats where they were left wanting. The compositional side is one of those factors. You see Runner just being an anchor for the team, I think, as he always will be. I imagine you'll see Boss in a second here. Yeah, there you go. You can see him. What a
Boss
great name.
By O2 Boss.
Runner and Boss. Like those are, I mean, it's like I don't know.
Is Runner like, when you say it like that, is he meant to be like the coffee guy? It's like, hey, Runner, give me a coffee or something. Coffee the boss.
It kind of sounds that way, doesn't it? No, it's more just how they fit into the persona of the teams. I think obviously Runaway, like it's all there.
What
O2 Blast boss?
O2.
I don't know. He's the boss of demolitions. I don't know. He doesn't lay down one blast.
He used to be called Oxygen Boss back in day season 1 when it was O2. I mean, there's Oxygen
Boss. That's actually quite cool as well. It's like, without me, you have nothing. You cannot breathe. But tell you who's strapped for air right now is actually Runaway. Need to get a few more gasps in. Certainly, I don't think they're done just yet. We'll have to see if they're able to equalize or how the pace of the series actually unfolds as we move on to Hybrid after this break.
I just bought a new whip. Spend a couple thousand just to cruise it. Shawty said she love me, but I swear she'll never prove it. I never tell her, but I put it in the music. Well, that's okay. All I wanna do is make the best of my whole day. Thank the Lord up above, get the cream on the side, make you laugh to no end. That's the stuff that I love, la la da da da. We can be friends if you wanna. We could just talk if you wanna. We could hold hands if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. We could just laugh if you wanna. Late nights under stars if you wanna. We could just kiss if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. It's like the story of my life. Best friends, but we rocking all the same things. Say you need me, but you really tryna change lanes. Well, I don't even care. In my life, I don't battle with no fear. Fighting dragons, always been a real one. Hate you saying showing love, you a real chameleon. Get the facts freaking straight, always on repeat. Like, we could be friends if you wanna. We could just talk if you wanna. We could hold hands if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. We could just laugh if you wanna. Late nights under stars if you wanna. We could just kiss if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do.
O2 Blast want this to be the season where it finally happens for them, where they get to walk towards that cup and grasp it for the first time in this organization's long and storied, but never quite triumphant history. The one map lead so far just puts one more foot forward on the path, and Runaway have yet to get across that starting line.
It does certainly feel like the seasons for O2 Blast doesn't fit on your screen here. Phenomenal player, a nice rookie on this team who actually blew up Revenge straight away on University. That opening frag was insane from this young fella, and you really start to see the prowess now of this entire team. Even their rookies are so strong. The returning players are great. Yakupung's been an insane addition, and Mag, well, he's been a player to talk about for Runaway so far, but it has still been a bit of a slow start here, an opportunity now going to map 2 and beyond to try and bring things back in this glorious best of 7.
We talk about how it is often the hybrid that really starts to define the shape of the series, especially when the control is relatively close. And again, when we get to that 2-1 kind of result, we get some of those 99ers in there. It starts to feel like a close map, and you start looking to the rest of the series where things are a little bit more asymmetric to really get a feel for who is stronger when they are fully in control of an attack or a defense.
I I do wonder what Proper is going to do for the rest of this, because when he has been playing the Echo, it's been Merit trying to counter onto the head scan, allowing Assassin to get the lead on that Echo. Now heading into Hollywood, a prime map for some more high ground control. Would it make it possible? Echo certainly on the board.
Tell you what, kid, you're gonna be a star. But you gotta make your way to Hollywood first. Hollywood's where everything's happening. If you can't get there, you ain't nobody. Not no way, not no how. I don't know if anybody actually ever talked like that, but I like to imagine that everybody did at a point in time.
That's certainly how they write it. These old time.
It seems that it really, like, just imagine an entire town of people who just talk like that every day. Like, you go to the bakery in the morning, it's like, I'll have a Danish and a hot coffee. Oh, that'll be $5.50. $5? What is this, a racket?
Back in, what, the 1800s and $5.
It's just how everyone talks out in California.
California?
No. That's more like
that was the state you thought of?
No. But I don't know. I'm just thinking of Hollywood, like you're gonna be a star, that whole kind of thing. But I mean, I think.
So.
Yeah. Anyway.
I do want to bring up Proper again here, because is
he
he going to be playing the Echo? That's the biggest question here. We already saw the Astro. Answer is probably no. What we are seeing is, I think Yuckpunk is doing a bit of scouting. Yeah, he'll come back now onto a proper main tank, and it's going to be double supports, poke composition, back with the Neko Fin duo here on the Batiste and Zen. And this is great, because I don't want to say that Echo's been a problem or even a weakness for Proper, but it's not been his best hero so far. His best heroes have been the classic hit scans in terms of the Tracer, the Ash, and the McCree. Those are his top three right now. If he's playing one of those three, O2 Blast are on their way.
Already Runaway have had to rotate off that high ground position. Can't just sit tight under the fire, and actually the difference is Finn on the Zenyatta there. Immortality field down early. Runaway might be able to make something out of that. It's a big cooldown. Neko, there we go, getting popped. Kalios drilled down as Runaway find the opportunity, and they commit hard and fast. The counter trade on Mag is good. It does help when the reset comes in, but there's still going to be some late enough deaths here on O2's side that Runaway should be able to get Mag back without risking a 5v6 on the defense.
He who uses Immortality field first loses typically here, and now Runaway just holding composure. This is the veterancy of Revenge coming through, who not going to be the first casualty anymore. He's nearly onto an Ant Matrix, and Neko is nowhere close. Runaway can easily snowball this one now. They'll be playing this Ant Matrix into O2 Plus as soon as they decide they want to push. It's going to be hard. They can, I guess, defend themselves with the May Ice. Well, that's possible then.
That's the Immortality
early
field.
though.
Yeah, forced out, now taken out, and Runaway have to consider the position they want to take. They're also a little bit split here. You can see now, going to rotate together as they try to find the firing line. Nice ult.
Proper!
Keeps Bob in the line of fire. The Immortality field will get finished off, so that's another big cooldown, but now the Amplification Matrix will run out, and nothing actually gained aside from getting rid of Proper's ultimate. Oh boy, that's big. That's the opening, surely.
You saw what Proper was trying to do, though. The bomb actually lifts people up and out of the way of the Amplification Matrix, and now they're collecting more kills. This is now snowball potential coming through from O2 Blast.
I mean, it's a lot more than snowball potential. It's already 2 ticks accumulated, and Runaway in no position to take this fight. They weren't able to rotate away such that they could retreat. They had to rotate back around the corner, which means inevitably they have to try and force their way back in and see if they can rescue this at a massive numbers deficit. And they're not going to be able to, which means not only will they lose the fight, they'll lose a chunk of time, and they'll give away a lot of ultimate charge.
So notably here, neither team has great high ground control. There's no Divas and there's no Winstons. It has to come down to O2 Blast or Runaway if they are in position to instantly take high ground positioning. You saw that Merit trying to just peek up a little bit, but his tanks aren't there. They need to go up the elevator. They can't anymore. O2 Blast are in position to really start harassing. This Pelican is already in position himself.
Looking out for that blizzard in the Wild West, as they're famously known to occur. Oh, that's a backfiring dynamite. Oh, catches it with the kinetic grasp. Nicely done, and now Gravitic Flux coming out on both sides there. Neither team getting the better end of it. It's just the Bob down, and now on O2 Blast side, no Immortality field. And Accretion not quite connecting. Yuckpunk's the first casualty as Runaway fire the firing line with that Supercharger, that's what it's called, sort of in the main zone of the fight, and O2 Blast are forced back. So not a whole lot of progress and a good recovery for Runaway after a pretty rough loss on A.
O2 Blast will be forced back off of that one, and all the Overwatch League fans will be forced back from accusing us of missing. Gravitic Flux, Blizzard eats now. Runaway in a position to continue defending this point.
The old kinetic grasp bamboozle. I slipped up and I caught it in Accretion, and everyone's like, oh, he missed it. All right.
Chill out, guys. It was one play, and it wasn't even the most important one. Runaway now.
Yeah, the most important thing here is Merit being dead. Now Kalios as well, traded back as Runaway trying to keep in this, but it's going to be hard. It's really just Assassin with the May. Will get a Blizzard out, but no one's going to be able to capitalize. So O2 Blast back in control, and it just flip-flops back and forth. It's like watching a game of ping pong or tennis, and your eyes just have to keep flicking left to right, left to right.
Momentum now, 220 still available on the clock, but they got a big push coming on through. Runaway have no ultimates to play with as of now. Big reset as well, no high ground control. Proper's just peeking through, and Runaway is going to have to try and re-enter through one of these doors available in O2 Blast. Let's take a look what they got in the bank. It's going to be Pelican working his way up to another Blizzard. Hopefully he'll have this one actually deployed and not into the hands of FaZe.
Ooh, don't say it, man. You jinx it. Eyes on Merit as well. He died early in the last fight, and it was a big difference when they weren't able to get much of a firing line out of him. Also, Assassin needs to dislodge Proper. I'll tell you what, that's going to do it. Proper has to duck back, get a little bit of healing up, and Merit's down early once again as Finn connects the headshot, and there is the amplification matrix, the isolation, looking to come out onto Chio here. Trade back is finally there onto Proper as Assassin finds that, but Runaway are reeling. FaZe will take out Finn. The F's in the chat, as it were, but Runaway, they have lost too many members. It is critical mass of deaths despite the counter trades, and O2 Blast will cross the line there with a good amount of time still to bear.
Just under 3 minutes here, and they got ultimates available. They didn't have to spend the Blizzard. They managed to hold on to that one. The Amp Matrix enough to push through. You have the Camp B and 5 about to be online here. Runaway about to come onto a lot of their own, so this is going to be a bloody one for sure. And we're going to have to really start looking at the supports here. Will it be the Immortality Fields being used at a timely manner? Who's going to have to pop theirs first? I think Finn's Transcendence will be the biggest factor here in terms of surviving against the onslaught of ultimates now available, or soon to be available from Runaway.
Oh, I don't know that Mag intended to end up on the low ground there, but now the team's hand is kind of forced as the Supercharger is down for Yakpung, and now all caught up in the Blizzard means they can't even use a Gravitic Flux. And like I said, I think he actually just, it wasn't like he was halted off or anything. They had shields up on the high ground. They'd only just deployed it, and I think they were going to fire down, and then Mag just kind of wandered off the edge. Suddenly the team had to fall to the ground to join him.
Still a lot to work with here. I'm surprised at Runaway. I mean, in a way, I'm not surprised. They'll receive the Blizzard there, back out of this one, not overcommit to the fight until they have to. Well, now is when they have to. Mag will use the Supercharge, and here we go. We're going in.
Bob out on the point for O2 Blast gives them extra presence, and Mag already down. Now no Immortality Field for revenge as Assassin de-swapped, but O2 Blast have been forced back. Just the damage starting to mount. They had to respect the ultimates, and Runaway used all 6 ultimates. That was what they had available. Getting this late cleanup is very important for them. Not only is it going to give them a little bit more ult charge back, it's also going to mean O2 Blast take longer to reset.
You can feel the desperation there from Runaway. The fact that you could call this one an overcommitment for sure. Mag going down super early despite the Supercharger there, just trying to outdamage the rest of O2 Blast, who are now in a position to play for ult advantage. Nico will have his soon. Yakpung as well. It's going to be a lot of damage up. Well, that is so crucial to this kind of matchup. Merit's getting chunked out last minute, but I think for O2 Blast, this is going to be the most important minute.
It could still not quite happen if Runaway really start to anchor down. It's an early Immortality Field out from Neko. Taken out now as Pelican and Finn, both quite low, but both recovering a little bit there.
Fox
comes out from Neko first. Not a great firing line, though. It's really just FaZe in the open. He does need to be careful, but the kinetic grasp is there to keep him alive as the flank completes, and they find Finn on the backside. Now Yakpung trying to keep the team in it with that Supercharger out. Chio scrapes out barely alive. You cannot say the same for the rest of his team as O2 Blast able to absorb the flank pressure despite the early loss of Finn in the fight. And with all those ultimates coming up right at the critical moment, they didn't quite have them, and if Runaway got quick kills, O2 Blast wouldn't have got him. They can't quite even push it to the overtime there. Runaway, O2 Blast get it over the line with just 18 seconds on the clock.
Trying to prevent a draw scenario there as Proper struggles to open his water bottle, and this is now going to be the stage of the game where
life is tough. Dude's just thirsty, trying to stay hydrated. I can sympathize with that.
Best player in Contenders' career just wants to have a bit of water. That's what it is right there.
Tell me all.
You guys can't see it, but Matt just took a sip of water, didn't he? He's just trying to show Proper. Here you go. Here's how you do it, son.
I felt a lot of solidarity just in that moment there.
Look at this, though. That last push, wonderful. Great flank coming through from Runaway as well. I thought that was going to be maybe the turnaround there, potential. You could see that Runaway were drawing attention away from O2 Blast, forcing them to look behind them, not into the amplification matrix. Meanwhile, Revenge pops his own amplification matrix down, and that could have been the possibility for Runaway to get a crossfire set up, damage through their own window, and then O2 Blast, their window of attack would have certainly have closed. But Proper's online, the Blizzard comes through, Bob is out as well, pressuring the cap itself, or rather pressuring the back of the point where the cart would finish up and applying a lot of, backline pressure with the damage out from the bottom, and that's going to allow them to eventually get a cap, but it is a struggle. 18 seconds you wouldn't say is the best.
I always have a little bit of a giggle at the Some Like It bot poster. I think that's a good joke.
It's a huge cat, by the way.
It is a massive cat, eh?
What's the thing
You
with
do
its
see
head?
Maine
What's
Coons
that?
get really big,
Is
so
it
it
like
might be that.
unicorn horn on its head?
Kind of. It's got like a helmet. It's got a spiked helmet.
That's the thing that increases its intelligence, like that episode of Rick and Morty for the dog.
Oh, yeah. Where are they, Summer?
Where are they,
Can't say.
Brigitte? Where are they?
Yeah, sure. Can't say what they are, nor can she say where they are.
Sigma throws them.
Run away. Run away. Where are my dodecahedrons, Summer? Run away, gonna make this.
I put them in my dice bag. Where are they?
Run away!
Excuse us. Excuse that.
I like this composition out of them. Look, even on the attack, I think it is something that they've had success with.
I am the custodian of compositions here.
All right. Go ahead. Who's playing the wrong pick? Give us the knowledge.
I mean, they're both acceptable.
Yeah,
I think Pelican
Joe's
staying
fine.
on the Mei is the only sort of off pick here. He's really looking for the ground battle. They're going to lose a lot of the extra damage.
They're also
going
gonna
to
lose Proper.
Well, you said it.
Yep, Merritt finds the headshot on that one. Now just fishing for action. That's a really critical one because honestly, that's the big one-to-one that both of these teams want to try and enable. No immortality fields either side, which means it's just a shooting gallery for Merritt at this point, and the damage absolutely overwhelming as Runaway looking to collect this point slightly faster actually than what O2 Blast were able to do.
Incredible there from Runaway. That opening pick so crucial. That is something that Oasis Blast can't afford to have, and they've done that. You know, both teams have had turns where a random pick will come through, but it's the one that is on the most important player. We've hyped up Proper. He's been a huge boon for his team, and if he goes down super fast like that and there is no counter trade, which isn't going to happen because Pelican is on a more passive DPS, he's not playing an Echo, he's not playing something that can instantly frag. What they can do is just try and hold Runaway inside this close quarters position.
They all get on the correct side of that ice wall, and that was a lucky break. That was nearly someone getting isolated as both immortality fields down and both teams decide to rotate out of this position. FaZe is in trouble, but he's able to back out alive. Pelican just goes cold for a second. And now Runaway, they're going to try and push back out. The Gravitic Flux is there, but the ice wall to sort of stop any follow-up. It only really found Kalios in the end. Now Runaway have managed to rotate out, but this is not actually on the cart. This is all just jostling for positioning.
I think this is part of why O2 Blast are giving up that position. I would have expected that they just hold the close quarters so that they can play the Blizzard. That would have been an insanely good position for them to Blizzard down, get a lot of kills, and then attack the card afterwards, but they are respecting the push coming through. Pelican's gone in, but what is he caught?
Proper's got a barb, but he can't deploy just yet. FaZe goes down, though, so it might not matter in the end. Runaway trying to get something back with the Gravitic Flux that Assassin has copied, but no such luck. And with no counter trade, they have to rotate out and give up this position. They need to also not lose anyone else, such as Revenge. There we go, he is going to live.
High ground control now obtained by O2 Blast. This is going to be a much better defense, you feel, for them compared to A, especially because Proper's going to be playing a lot more careful against Merit. This is that 1v1. In fact, yeah. That's the kind of 1v1 you got to be careful of. And even Assassin diving in to confirm the damage with the focusing beam is quite deadly as well. But just making sure that Runaway don't get away with any cheeky peeks. And O2 Blast have a lot of ultimates to play with. I do feel they are favored.
All it takes is one good headshot from Merit. No, Runaway are going to try and make this rotation. Just flirting with it.
Well, they're not trying to attack the elevator, so they're not going to take high ground.
All right, firing line set up. Flux is there as well in the amplification matrix, but they've set down the supercharger. They want to commit to this, but honestly,
gotta get Mag.
A lot of pressure on Mag. He's barely staying alive at this point as they get rid of the Bob from Proper. Now Immortality Field, no longer an option for Finn. The kill's starting to come out, but it's Assassin, the first casualty, and low as Kalios may be, he has lived. That's critical. Merit alive, though, as they find out Yakfung, and there we go. It starts to open up for Runaway just a little bit. If they can keep Merit going, if they can keep the firing line, then they may just do this yet, as Kalios found out. The ice wall only succeeds in splitting the focus, and there isn't really cover for O2 Blast. Runaway back in possession of the cart here. They need to preserve momentum, though.
Runaway keeping players alive was so good out from them. They had to keep Mag up, because if he goes down, I think the push has failed indeed. Kalios popped down the Gravitic Flux. It lifts FaZe in the air, but that's not something you can kill. He instantly uses the Kinetic Grasp ability, allowing him to just absorb everything and run away, keep both their tanks alive, and now they are in position to continue pushing. Even if they lose Mag and they still win, that's still opportunity for O2 Blast to retake ground, which they're struggling to do now with FaZe on the high ground and threatening to use his ult.
And that is a big threat. Kalios is even picked out in the rotation. That
Where's the
Mortality
Blizzard?
Field placed aggressively. I don't think that
froze
O2
up
Blast
Mag,
are
and
even
that's it.
coming into this one at this rate. Honestly, Runaway are just getting pick after pick. This is critical. Proper trying to keep it alive now, but I don't think it's going to be enough. If Revenge can live, indeed he can, and Runaway are still anchored firmly on the cart. Will get this cap and themselves plenty of time. O2 Blast, they're going to have a hell of a defense here.
O2 Blast have failed to confirm so many kills time and time again. They're now whipping ultimates as well. They are losing melee on approach. This is just now a cleanup because O2 Blast had back spawns. They're really inferior spawns here that allowed Runaway just to walk and collect a few more kills. They're going to have another 6 ultimates. The last time we saw Runaway on 6 ultimates, first of all, they won, obviously, but that was a very dire situation for them. They were on the cusp of losing. They had to use a lot of ultimates just to stay alive. This time around, they're on the cusp of winning.
And O2 Blast, they're going to hang back for this defense. They're not going to try and go any further forward than they need to, and that does mean that one big fight from Runaway could see them getting it over the line, and they come in very favored in that aforementioned fight.
Now this is potential for Runaway just to get a huge time bank. They still got 2 minutes there. I think they can maybe get a 1 minute time bank, which will still be so much more than what O2 Blast have. And O2 Blast are just trying to hold on. They need Kalos, they need the Gravitic Flux, they need something to work with, and they are getting their players chunked out.
We wish you a Merry Christmas, Runaway. They got all 6. That's already the supercharger laid down from Mag.
Oh!
There we go! Merit finds Proper, the headshots come through, and that is going to kick the door down if nothing else will. Gravitic Flux cancelled from FaZe. That is one less tool. And Runaway, they're actually starting to run out of ultimates here as this amplification matrix from Revenge runs out, but they will still find Yakpung now. They need to finish off Neko. Indeed, they will. O2 Blast close on ultimates, but close is not close enough. Runaway, they're going to be able to clean up these kills here, and I got to say, if that had gone any longer before those kills were collected, look at that. Supercharger could have come out, could have maybe even seen a blizzard. Maybe the Bob could have been more impactful. Instead, Runaway get it with a far superior time bank.
Runaway will finish this map the way they started, with an instant pick onto Proper. Point A, that's exactly what happened. C as well, that is the exact worst time for him to go down for your main damage dealer. After that, you're in a lot of trouble. If you can't counterfrag, if Kalios can't pop off, he's probably your next best damage dealer. I don't really suspect that Pelican on a May is going to do that much unless he's hitting all his right clicks, and that's maybe part of the difficulty of running their composition, is you are relying on Proper primarily to be your damage dealer, simply because the May is there to play a little bit more of a supportive role to keep your tanks up to win the tank fight itself. But 2:10 versus 1 minute, and the reason we have 1 minute is because O2 Blast had the time bumped up there, so it's still double, and that double is worth a lot.
O2 Blast now. They're going to have to get a quick attack. Remember, actually, first time around, even though they captured the point in what ultimately was a single fight when it happened in quite brutal fashion, it took them a while to actually get that fight. Runaway were able to repel them once leading up to that. If they can accomplish that again, then O2 Blast might just not even have time to get that subsequent attack, the successful one. So they do actually need to step it up a little bit compared to what they accomplished in regulation time.
I have to get a lot off this indeed. I think A is a must. If they don't cap A, it's no longer a winnable map for them. They would have to complete a miraculous hold in. Well, last time probably being picked out was the end of that super fast, and already he is just taking all sorts of damage.
Making me sweat.
He's really going to have to open up that water bottle and just splash it over his face after this.
Really makes you clench the dodecahedrons. So O2 Blast rotating up, got a bit of high ground to work with now, and this is how they were actually able to be successful last time around. They actually split up Runaway here. FaZe is caught out a little bit, and Revenge not quite in the ideal position.
Oh, look at
either.
this!
Oh, there we go. Runaway are going to try and force their way back out of it. Pelican gets caught as he's wrapped around upon, and Runaway, they're actually able to accomplish a bit of a pincer maneuver. They play a bit of divide and conquer. They go, okay, O2, if you're going to try and split us up, we're going to take the split fight against you, and it's trades all across the board, but it's trades that O2 Blast coming out the better end of. Look at Kalios. That's going to be Mag, the last man of the point. I think O2 Blast, based on the back of that, will be able to complete this cap. It's going to be an overtime push, but there is life left in them yet.
Asking you shall receive. Kalios better step up, and he certainly does now. Huge players coming through from this flex tank. Pelican even came back onto the train to swap him now back onto the May as we start pushing to on the streets. And well, I said A is what they needed, A is what they have, and what is going to be the bonus here for O2? They have a lot of opportunity to get a bit of bonus ground here. Runaway just have to win the one fight, but sometimes that one fight win in the overtime can be the hardest of them all.
That's the thing. Every time O2 Blast wins a fight, Runaway have to work double on their own attack. That's why it's so important that Runaway get this one. Rotation coming down, good hold. They're getting aggressive. The Immortality Field is finished off, and that's a lot of vulnerable O2 Blast members, but Runaway need to confirm kills still as their own Immortality Field's down, and Finn coming in clutch with the Transcendence means Runaway are unable to finish off these members. O2 Blast surviving on a thread of health at a moment there, but I tell you what, Runaway, the DPSs are not done yet, and Merit is still in the mix here. The bomb can be deployed, and I think that might just rescue it at the 11th hour. They've still got a mate alive and kicking, but not for much longer. The duplication with Assassin living up to his name as he gets the headshot right click onto Yakpung. That was a dire fight, and I am astounded that Runaway won it.
That was incredible. This is the classic Runaway moment that we love to see, right? This is the clutch coming through, and you look like they were about to lose that one. It seems so good. The double supports there coming through from O2, fantastic. Neko Immortality Field saving everybody, notably saving Finn, who was not at that point having the Transcendence yet. He used the Transcendence, farming it in the middle of the Immortality Field being alive, has the ability to keep everyone else up on his team. That was in the middle of Revenge using an Amp Matrix. Beautiful stuff from O2 Blast, but at the end of the day, Assassin getting the copy onto Pelican, freezing everyone up, and then winning off the back of that is what's going to allow Runaway to be able to hold on to B, and now it's game on. O2 Blast, they got their A. Can they now hold on to their A?
That's the thing, it's still O2 Blast with a chance, it's just not as much room for error as they might have otherwise had if they'd won that fight, and it means it is also still very accomplishable for Runaway. One good quick push and a follow-up fight win is all it will take for Runaway, and it is absolutely within the realm of possibility.
Look at this now. O2 Blast on the defense, Pelican onto the Torv. This is a very anti-dive, anti-aggression type of composition. Neko's even playing the Brigida, so they're expecting something aggressive, but it could be a misread. I think if you're Runaway right now, if you really want to countercomp this, you go back to spawn, you change Revenge and Cheer onto Batiste Zen, and then you just out-frag and out-damage, out-poke O2 Blast, who have played way too defensive with this composition, but that is only if Runaway read into this.
They're actually taking a second to think about it. They're committing. They're going to make the rotation now. As the move forward comes in, so O2 Blast to leave that high ground for now.
That's a lot of lost ground. That is actually going to allow Runaway now to potentially flank or
a lot of free
take
rotation.
control of the high ground themselves. I do believe that they'll try one of those two options, and indeed it'll be the low ground play that they'll be opting for here. We'll see if Mag can do much. No one's seen Mag.
Yeah,
actually.
that hasn't been noticed, that halt. That could have been a little bit more impactful, but they get rid of the Immortality Field pretty quickly, whereas Revengers are still up for that little moment longer as Merit. Look at that firing line he's got right down the main trunk of the fight. All it's going to take is for someone to stay out in the open for too long, but Chio's the first actual casualty, which makes things a little bit harder. Runaway can't just stay in the brawl and enable Merit, and they know it. They're going to have to start backing out. They need to not lose too many members here, and more importantly, not lose too much time.
That could have been critical there. You saw that Merit actually had the headshot lined up against Prof and misses it. Gives him a bit of a haircut, maybe just knocks that head off, the hat off rather. Runaway have to back out. That's one failed push. This is what they get to have. A 1 minute 10 extra allows them to have one failed push. They've now bought into that. They've now come back. They now have one opportunity. This is the same as what O2 Blast got. O2 Blast managed to get the cap into one. Runaway have to do the same.
That's the thing. If they do that, then they also have to get that subsequent fight, the one that O2 Blast could not get, so it could still come out close to even in the end.
One kill could do this. I mean, we've seen so many of these attacks and defenses defined by a single pick one way or the other. Proper with the Bob available, I think this is going to be a big difference maker, especially 2 headshots into Mag.
That's big as a start. Mag already super low as the Bob comes out. The Molten Core must be respected. They also get nothing out of their Amplification Matrix. Revenge finds Pelican. I lied, they get something out of it, and that's a Molten Core now unavailable for O2 Blast. Runaway, numbers advantage that they must leverage, and they're not going to waste any time. Finn caught out, picked up by the Holt, and is going to be bombed out. Now Neko drops, and there we go. Runaway, they found their window, and it's all off the pick onto Pelican. How many fights have gone that way between these two teams where one team gets an opening kill, and suddenly the flood comes through?
The opening response was so great, though. The ball being used there to completely disrupt Runaway's plans, but Pelican was on the side room. Guess what? If you're Runaway, you're not looking through Amp Matrix on the cap. Who's on the side room? Pelican, that's a free kill. He decides to peek out, punish, no Molten Core. That could have been a big difference. And also, To Blast now finally coming into the other ultimates that they were sorely lacking there, and they did not even force out FaZe or Assassin to use theirs, and you're about to now see Runaway come up with 5 ults.
This fight decides it. It's that simple. Runaway could just get it over the line. No margin for error. Gravitic Flux out first. It will also pull people off the cart. Most critically, it's going to be the Molten Core down. Gets rid of the Supercharger, and now no defensive Immortality Field, rather on the defensive side there. Pressure coming out now for Runaway. Assassin trying to get a Gravitic Flux. Proper's down. Proper. That's the big opening. And there we go. Yakwin picked off as well. They don't get the mileage out of the Supercharger. Merit is activated. And O2 Blast are destroyed. Runaway are going to get that critical fight win. And when it all comes down to it, they get the important one on the defense. They get the important one on the offense. And between those two, that is a map win collected.
Game of interest here for Runaway. Excited that they just won that one, and deservedly so, right down to the last wire there. One final fight, 0 seconds in the overtime there confirmed. Runaway at the brink of defeat, just when it matters most. They are consistently able to clutch through, and that has been a hallmark of all 3 generations of this team. It has been consistent, it has been great, and that is going to allow us to be at a 1-1 draw.
And you wonder how they do it. I mean, you can't teach clutch in the same way you can teach other skills, but it is such a recurring characteristic of these rosters, regardless of incarnation. And again, we talk about it. Yeah, sure, Mag's a returning player here. Yeah, sure, they've still got that same organizational structure around them, but it's a totally different team, and it has been many a time. I also have to say, 1-1 between these two teams now, with both playing some incredible Overwatch so far. Strap yourselves in for the long haul, folks. This is not going to be a quick finals. We have the real potential to go the full 7, and that's without ties. I don't want to speak too quickly. I don't think we're guaranteed them, but...
Oh, boy.
Oh, man, what a night that would be, and what a night this is already shaping up to be.
Runaway is certainly known for their incredibly long series in the grand finals. Don't need to remind anyone of that. It has been a phenomenal run so far. And I can't even wait to see how we get on map 3. It's just been, you know, single deaths here. One player being picked out, one player staying alive when they shouldn't have been allowed to. So many moments there where it could have seriously just swung in either direction. But for Runaway, this one is theirs.
And a good 1-2, a close one, but a deserved one. And like we said, you win both of those important fights. You can't just win one or the other. You got to collect the pair. And Runaway are able to do exactly that. And as a result, pick up that map win, keep things interesting, if nothing else, in this final. We're a long way from its conclusion, I got to say. But it's the road, it's the journey there that is so exciting. And the journey continues right after this break.
sight, out of mind, but you're not out of mind, no. Once a week, on repeat like clockwork every time, no. Returning my jacket, then taking it back. It's a passive excuse, you're just passing through. Oh, oh, oh. We run like a rerun, coming over to my place, cause you misbehaving. We run like a rerun, put yourself out on the play, make me wanna take a taste. I've seen this before, yeah, I've been here with you, yeah. I'm on back door, yeah, that's just how we do. After so, baby, we run like a rerun, oh. We run, you and me, love. When I let you in, you do me dirty. Like it when I'm wordy. Want me when I hit you with that I love you. Cut me loose in the morning. You be ignoring me till this time next week. We run like a rerun, coming over to my place, cause you misbehaving. We run like a rerun, put yourself out on the play, make me wanna take it.
We're all tied up, everybody, and by that I do not mean we are busy. I've got nothing but time for this series, and I dare say this isn't the first tie we will see tonight. There is the world where we also see the 2-2 and a 3-3, and I tell you what, if we hit that 3-3, if it all comes down to that final moment on map 7, I would be greatly pleased with how the final has played out.
Well, certainly across two maps right now, it seems like that's how close we are. It seems like these two teams are evenly matched. It's not like the previous series we've had where there are clear difficulties, there are clear weaknesses here or there. These are underlying problems we are witnessing, maybe misreading the meta, misreading their opponents, playing wrong compositions, risky compositions, off-meta stuff that's difficult to achieve. Both of these teams are making it work. Both of these teams are neck and neck, and Hollywood tying back is the pure exemplification of that, right down to the last fight in the overtime.
That's what makes this final so good as a match. It's not 1-to-1 because, you know, each team played poorly on each map and the other one played well. No, this is two teams just playing great Overwatch. It is a game of utter inches right now. That, to me, is the most thrilling and certainly the best the grand final can ever be.
Even have the crucial 1v1s. How many times is she proper versus Merit, and if one of them gets the kill onto the other, it's lights out Finn getting the kill onto Revenge as well, and all sorts of stuff happening here. That's just been phenomenal gameplay on both sides. Mag staying alive, clutching through. Kalios getting a multi-kill to allow the cap to go in. A lot of plays from a lot of players, and a lot of maps still to decide who's going to be the winner.
Just waiting to see. We're all tied up 3-3. Flower and Kaiser come in, both holding a metal chair.
And it's 7v7.
That's some real Overwatch hours. No, that's Overwatch 2.
Hey, we are in the NBA. I'm kidding.
Can you imagine that? Imagine they're just like, yeah, we added an extra position.
Yeah, that'd be fun for experimental. Maybe Jeff can
cool.
chuck that on the experimental card one day, just do a 7v7.
There wasn't.
It would be very messy.
Wasn't there a 12v12 at one point?
I don't know.
Experimental?
No way. That's 24 people. You can't. Can you imagine 24 people playing on the map at the same time?
That'd be
That's ridiculous. What is this, a battle royale? No, you can't do that.
That'd be great. I'd love to see that.
You wouldn't.
Like,
say you would, but you wouldn't.
So back when people played Battlefront and you'd, this is the good Battlefront 2, and you'd modify your servers and you could do like 1000v1000. You go like way above.
What server can fit 1000v1000?
I don't know, dude, but they did it, and like those were
take over the whole data center.
just about. Anyway, O2 Blast. There's only 6 of them. There's only 6 of Runaway as well. And that's the scale that we're playing at here.
Well, currently in game, their bench is a few more players.
Yeah, the bench is deep. I mean, not that we've seen them lean into them, but you know,
let me talk to you about comps again, because that's my favorite subject here on stream. Runaway. are going to be going through from the safe. Comp Cheer is back on the Brigada, and Ultra Blast not having any of that. They're going to be playing the more, they're going to be playing the offensive poke composition here, so potential for punishing their opening damage should be greater, and Ultra Blast can just really whittle away at the Runaway defense.
I like what that Ice Wall can do for them. And then that extra bit of cover in the maneuvering around, and Assassin needs to be able to split his members up.
Good.
That's good. It slows the rotation, and now O2 Blast are caught where they don't want to be, which is out in the open, and it starts to unravel. That's what Runaway can accomplish with their own defensive May here. So O2 Blast, first rotation not quite working out for them. Only 1 minute elapsed though.
Instant crossfire set up there as well. You can start to see that, okay, Assassin drops down, puts the wall such that O2 Blast can't climb the stairs. Then Kalios has an angle from that side proper, or rather Merit has the angle from the room on the left from defender's perspective, and Runaway closing and shutting that jaw snap shut, and O2 Blast not going to be able to survive that initial push in 1:15 gone.
You almost feel like O2 Blast maybe ought to just rotate inside the room where it's harder for them to get locked off, and you see them doing exactly that. Still, that little bit of an opening there has prevented them from rotating cleanly, and now half the team is cut off on the wrong side of that gate. As Pelican popped, and now the Immortality Field down means the Halt brings people back into the line of fire. They don't quite find Yakbog, and they do need to respect the counter damage, so Runaway back away before they lose mag, and it's just a 1 kill. O2 Blast have a close respawn.
Look at this 3-3 setup from Runaway though. As soon as O2 Blast try and go indoors, Runaway are there, mag is in their face with the fortifier not allowing them to push in. Pelican already used the wall defensively, so they can't use that to try and isolate mag out, and similar story now. Mag will be there to receive them soon, however this time O2 Blast actually do make it indoors.
Okay, the rotation successful, and they've been able to set up the amplification matrix, which is critical because it's allowed them to pop Merit off, and now Merit's dynamite comes back to haunt them. He threw that up a while ago, and Revenge getting some kills through. Merit from beyond the grave with that dynamite's a pretty hot prospect. Transcendence, unfortunately, is just going to time out now as half of these members are stuck on the wrong side of an ice wall. Assassin doesn't really want to use this Blizzard if he doesn't have to, and shouldn't have to at this point. O2 Blast are forced back again.
And this is now utter dominance on this defense. I said going into this map that so far it's been a game of inches close, as close could be for both sides, but looking at how things are really happening and progressing on this particular attack for O2 Blast, it's just been them banging their head against the wall, not making any progress inwards as Runaway have a lot of ultimates to play with now, and O2 Blast trying to catch up here. Kalios, if you can get this Gravitic Flux, it'll be pretty decent.
FaZe eyeing it up. Whew, that's a bit of danger for Assassin just to try and get that Blizzard out. And it's all going to be for Nord if they can't follow it up, but hunkering behind the Ice Wall and the Immortality Field. There we go. The firing line able to come through from the side and over the top by Merit and Assassin respectively. And with that, again, O2 Blast have been repelled, now really starting to run lean on time.
This is how actually Chio on this Brigada pick works quite well instead, because they are forcing fights early. If this was going to be a long-range poke battle between both sides, that's when Runaway actually lose. But because they're constantly brawling, you can see that he's hanging around Mag, and Mag is constantly in the face of O2 Blast as soon as they try to go inside the room, or otherwise, he's able to do the passive healing, and that's a big dynamite into a bomb.
Oh, it's a brilliant bomb placement as well. Pelican, though, with the Blizzard out. It's a good firing line onto Proper's Bob. He gets finished off, and not a lot gained from that Blizzard just yet. Trades back and forth now. It's really just Bob's, and now Runaway starts to get the kills through. It's a reset, and I think it's going to be the lucky last one. Kalios knows it. He's got to commit the Gravitic Flux to try and make something happen. 10 seconds, I don't think it's enough to reset here.
The problem is,
still losing Proper.
How many trades? They've not forced Runaway to reset the defense at all. It's still 6 members alive. Wall to block on through. No one can touch. That's it.
Yeah, Yakbung's going to try it on a Wrecking Ball. That was devastating from Runaway. A full hold on A, and that was O2 Blast's map pick as well. I think off the back of this, Runaway are all but guaranteed to win. Best case scenario for O2 Blast here is a draw, and it would be a hard-fought draw. They would need an iron-tight defense.
Multiple teams picking Hanamura into Runaway and now feeling the wrath of it, feeling the regret of attempting to win this. WGS's hopes and dreams in this playoffs are crushed right here on this map, and Runaway now attempting to at least do the same to get themselves ahead in the series. Certainly O2 Blast won't be crushed just yet, maybe if at all. O2 Blast are in a tough position. A draw would be their only way out.
Gosh, imagine that. After being almost invisible for the entire season, if Runaway resurgent, the later stage of the tournament, that's when it needs to happen if it's ever going to happen for a team, I've got to say. But It'd be such a heartbreaker for O2 Blast. Their sort of old nemesis, as it were, coming back to haunt them from what they thought was too far in the rearview mirror to be a real threat.
This is really smart from Runaway. If this is the comp they're actually playing, they're going to have insane backline pressure. What they can do here, because they know O2 Blast have to hold on to one tick, Merit's actually not going to go for too many plays for the manual hacks and all that unless they want to do a bit of a set play at the start. He's going to go for point pressure. As he does that, he's going to draw O2 Blast to deal with them. O2 Blast cannot then have a close hold similar to what Runaway did with the 3-3 split. They must address Merit, which at least minimum draws one player back, and that will ruin the entire O2 Blast defensive setup on the static defense. And Assassin's going to double up on that as well, playing the Tracer to also have backline pressure to specifically get this cap. They only need one tick, and O2 Blast and Runaway, both of them know it.
It's going to be a hell of a defense for O2 Blast. It's going to be a big ask. Hurley frag onto Merit, at least forces them to wait for that respawn. Proper's got his work cut out for him if he's going to keep that up.
Bit of a change up here now. I wonder if they're just maybe getting cold feet a little bit. Certainly Assassin's feeling that. He wants a little bit more of the safe damage in there. Not known to be, you know, really one of the top tracers in the region. Could be proven wrong. He's more well known to be a Genji player in the flex position. There's Merit though, that's the biggest question. If he can get into the back line, get onto that cap, that's when we can start getting into action.
He's slowly making his way around. See the translocator going forward.
That's readable though. O2 Blast can see that translocator, so he needs to try and walk through invisible through the main doors. However, if the spam damage is good, he will be spotted time and time again. That is the key difficulty here that makes things very difficult. And also the spy check. Look at this Neko, exactly. You can see the silhouette there, constantly just swinging around.
And all he needs to do is get one little bit of catch, note the detection, and Merit knows it as well, so he's actually not even anywhere near there. He's at the back way out. So now they just try and charge forward the normal kind of way. Magdo stunned up, that'll give him pause. Stunned up again. He won't have Primal this time. He's not alive, or sorry, he is alive rather, but FaZe is not. So that is that initial moment repelled now as Chio gets finished off, and Runaway, not the most convincing of attacks.
Well, they needed something to give away pressure. If Merit's now made it onto the backline, this has been worth it. I'll say that despite losing that fight, I mean, Assassin's certainly there, and he might not be spotted. He might be an unknown player right now. That's dangerous. That means that technically, despite losing
they've got shots on him. They know he's there.
Having a 2-minute setup here, it could still be, but even knowing that, they have to address him. That's the biggest issue. The fact that he's made it that far, even if they know he's there, is still a problem.
That's the thing, if they turn too much attention to him, it leaves a man not at the gate, and Runaway can go through the main trunk there and already see the damage now. They're trying to split it there just a little bit, see what they can do to Mag and Assassin.
Too.
They've been able to get sort of Mag around the side, group up with him, and it just splits O2 Blast's attention. The Molten Core across the gate does stop the rest of Runaway from trying to follow up on the Assassin Mag duo there, and now O2 Blast with that will need to turn their attention to that part of the fight, but Runaway themselves are trying to push on forward.
Primal's good.
Primal in a very confined space is exactly what he wanted. Sleep on Kalios, takes him out of the mix, and there we go, the kills start to come through, and they've already almost got all the progress on the point. Nicely done by Runaway. Look, it took them a little longer than I think I actually expected, but that was the thing, they had that opportunity. I never really felt like O2 Blast were ever actually going to win the entirety of that defense, and Runaway, it was a little bit interesting the way it played out in the end, but again, it's that opportunism that we see. They're able to get that cap.
I don't think I was ever concerned about the time factor there. You never read into a situation where it's like they were never under any expectation to cap on their first go. That's completely unreasonable for them to have that kind of expectation. If they have to use all 4 minutes, if they have to go into the overtime to complete the game plan, that's fair enough for them because they needed a long setup there. They needed a backline pressure. They got Assassin back there. Again, doesn't matter that he got spotted. They got Mag back there. That's an even bigger deal. How they managed to be able to get Mag back there without O2 Blast stopping that rotation, stopping that movement through. At the end of the day, with the flanks there, you can start to see it crumbling for O2. Proper's now having to draw attention. He's throwing dynamites towards his Assassin as well. He's having to really look at him sightline-wise, and the door floods open. The Molten Core, not enough, I think, to stop Runaway there, as they already start to have control, and a brilliant Primal Rage from Mag to seal the deal.
That was less for game of inches, I have to say. Look, O2 Blast, they still sort of held a few good defenses there, but at the end of the day, the fact that they were unable to crack point A is kind of cause for concern. Again, it was actually their map pick, if you don't forget, so they clearly felt that they could. They clearly had a plan going into it, but that plan didn't work out. Runaway stopped it entirely in its tracks, and The alarm
I
bells
wonder-
may be going to ring a little bit.
I wonder if O2 Blast should have just bit the bullet there and gone to dive.
Maybe.
The double shield wasn't working for them. They were getting caught up. Geo on the Brigida ended up starting to work out quite nicely just because of how heavily Runaway were brawling. And at first, I didn't quite think the Brigida pick was going to work simply because poke versus poke, you lose. However, that wasn't Runaway's plan. They weren't just going to sit back and try and outpoke O2 Blast. They knew that would have been folly as well. So they changed up and certainly went for a much better game plan, a much sounder strategy, and that ended up being so good for them. O2 Blast continually played into Runaway's hands there. I think that led to their loss, and perhaps they should have tried the dive instead.
I gotta say, it really goes to show we've seen Runaway on the same team composition across a couple of different maps and game modes and against a few different compositions. It really shows that they understand this composition very well. Against the dive, they know how to play it to win. Obviously, it's favored there, but against things that aren't dive, they clearly have a game plan. They have a way they can leverage that composition to work anyway, and I think that's exactly what we were seeing on that Hanamura defense. And even then, they're not a one-trick pony. They've got more team compositions, and that's why they were able to win on the offense. On the whole, Runaway pulling ahead in the series, even if only by one map. I still think we're a long way from its true conclusion, but O2 Blast do need to come back with an answer after this break.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, 다들 하지 뻔한 이야기, her brain fried. My lady papa Zenny, other lady popping Molly, why she waiting on me? 여기 나의 area, 여기 my area. Keep on heading if you want, I drive it like you know. I don't wanna hear you, 지겹잖아 이제 넌 like I'm Bango, cutting my hair. I just keep going though, 소신껏 날 믿고 I fly non-stop, Kelly에서 New York 구름 위로 hop on, drive out and riding birds, honeyberry counting gobs. I do what I wanna do, 그게 나의 무늬워. 너넨 꿈꾸지 말만 많지, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. Get to know me and I 내 flow가 작은 눈이 분위기는 chill. Fendi snakes on my barrel, yeah I'm feeling first class. Yo, it don't cash flow. Ooh, pop it on my glass. Ooh, pop that pass. Ooh, smoke that gas patch. Play blackjack, monkeys on my pick. 100, 200, multiply. Dollar sound, smile, lullaby. Never sleep on me. Eyes on my chain, 숙여 너의 고개를 what you looking at? Fool 너의 눈 허리 멍청했고 find your comfort from another yeah. I go low like undercover yeah. Wanna know my name 죽지 않은 일은 위에 부어버려 기름 guess you can even guess me cause I'm baby high low 확실해 not like maybe Level welcome to my palace 찾지 않아 Alice you just keep on wonder You just keep on wonder 찾지 않아 Alice but 너의 memory I just pop a bin Danny have been 나는 걸어 Boeing 747 I get weak get ready Like I wanna get late 준비해 빨리 we ain't got
Runaway pulling ahead, but unlike in previous series, this is not quite that match point beat just yet. 2-1 is the scoreline, and O2 Blast, I think they have plenty of capability to answer, to even us up. I said there's the world where we get every incarnation of tie across these, the 1-1, the 2-2, the 3-3, and that prophecy may come true yet.
I think the belief right now for Runaway is at its highest yet. They have peaked out in terms of confidence. Yeah, you can see Runner Flower win, the whole squad of Flower even being there to support even as a 7th member. They're ready to win here. They're 2-1 up now. That was the most dominant map of the entire series. Oasis, you knew that was close. Looking at the second map there as well, it was insanely tight. Hollywood could have gone either way, to be fair, even though there was a reasonable time bank difference there in favor of Runaway. It wasn't even a factor in that final fight. It came just down to the last wire, but Hanamura, a different story. That looked like a completely different series between two completely different teams.
Could also be that that's the outlier though, and I think that's what O2 Blast have to really be holding on to here, that actually that Hanamura, that's the fluke. Something didn't quite connect right. Maybe something compositionally should have played out a little bit different, or maybe they just didn't anticipate RUNAWAY having a really good strategy for it, having a really great way of handling the particular team composition matchup there. As we move forward onto Escort now, it becomes a bit of a different beast. And I have to say, we have seen O2 Blast play very well on the mobile parts of Hollywoods. It was actually the point A cap that was a little bit slower for them compared to RUNAWAY back in the regulation time. So I wonder if this is going to come off equal once again like Hollywood did.
Well, it's going to be another map pick now for O2 Blast, so another opportunity, I guess, and certainly hope for a better opportunity to be able to run.
Pick Havana, we never see Havana.
Well, it depends if you really feel confident. I don't think they'll go there because you need to have a very confident Widowmaker go up against Merit, and I think Merit's going to be the best Widowmaker of this current matchup between the two teams. So Havana probably not going to be the pick coming through. That 8-point can be quite a struggle. If
we'll probably get Watchpoint Gibraltar. That's been the go-to.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Dorado, I think, is a reasonable map pick as well.
Yeah, Watchpoint Gibraltar. There you go. I think we've seen Havana like once.
Probably for a good reason, to be fair.
I like that, man.
A lot of teams aren't big fans of it.
Fair enough. Just to remind everyone what's being played for there. The Contenders Cup on the flyby. That would be a very hot location for the final fight. It just occurred to me. They're right by the ship as its engines are already burning, which doesn't actually happen until the rocket's going to... Like,
I was going to say, that by the way...
don't ignite until the rocket is
That, by the
going.
way, is an insane way to say, hey, just keep the engine running, please. Like,
yeah, just... Hold up, just idle. I need to jump back inside. I forgot my
hang on.
sunglasses.
Yep, hold on. Keep the engine going.
If you're going into space, you definitely would wear sunglasses.
Well, you're not getting that much closer to the sun.
Oh, hold on. I forgot my snacks for the road. Forgot my book. My toothbrush. My bloody toothbrush. Go back for it. It's the start of the road trip. And then someone else is like, oh, I might as well get out and go to the bathroom. It's like, come on, guys.
Just want to open the door for a bit of air. So we're heading out into the first pack here.
Over the window. It's getting stuffy in here.
It's going to be the Tracer Summer dying for O2 Blast. Proper's on his best hero now, so this could be very deadly. Merit's got to really watch his back. We talked about his Widowmaker already. He's feeling quite hot about it currently, and I think Proper is going to be on his tail.
Okay, so speaking of tail, Yakpung kind of had to retreat with his between his legs for a second there, but back to fighting strength. That's some bombs landing, my dudes. But Prop's going to be all right.
Great defense there being shown by Assassin to protect Merit, who is still just trying to find an angle, but all he's shooting is shields right now. It's not ideal as O2 Blast are about to make their way into the car wash, and there's been no response from RUNAWAY. They've allowed this entire push to go through for free.
The difference here for Merit as well is they don't... The attacker doesn't need to rotate in the same way they do on other game modes, so you don't have those same moments where members like Finn or Proper or Neko might be a little bit more vulnerable. You just kind of have to find lucky angles or maybe thread the needle as shields go down.
Oh,
now,
this is the one!
This is really critical. Even just forcing Merit back provides a lot of breathing room for the rest of O2.
And it's not the worst either. Proper will still be in there. Hookshot is on cooldown now. He might just go in for the kill. Shield is also, rather the armor is also gone for Merit. He's trying to find something. He knows Proper's actually on the low ground. And instantly the frag comes through.
What are you doing out there, buddy? It's looking like they're trying to get the headshot onto Pelican as well. Proper slept. He's going to go down. And O2 Blast, it was looking good. They'd created the sprays. They'd made the pressure and applied it correctly. But RUNAWAY still able to find one out there as they kind of forced the brawl on the high ground to shift down to the low ground, and that's where Merit finds his moment.
Merit's trying to do his best impression of the Widowmaker cinematic right there in the wrong map, and O2 Blast now, nearly 2 minutes gone. It's been 1:45, still waiting for the EMP available. 80% onto that one, and still Merit is alive.
It does feel a little thematically incorrect that Assassin isn't the person who plays Widowmaker on this team, but I'll give them a pass, because Merit is very good at it.
Pelicans and
it's a meritocracy, so
you'd like to hope so. You're still waiting for this though. Mag's gone and Nano Boost available.
Very aggressive there, and it does force a Transcendence from Finn, so Mag's just going to pull back. They'll trade those two ultimates. They don't have a Primal Rage to leverage into, but Assassin, he's got a Focus Beam with which he dispatches of Yakpung, and now traded out. That EMP committed by Pelican comes up to nothing, and I think this has now become an overcommitment for O2 Blast. A lot of ultimates thrown into the mix. Proper trying to stay alive here. They got a closer respawn, but they're not actually getting enough trades to make that matter. Now only a minute and a half left. They nearly did get the cap through all that, but they didn't, and they're starting to run out of time and resources.
Well, you needed to see Yakpung in there. Unfortunately, that wasn't available, so the EMP proper goes in on the Tracer, tries to stick a pulse bomb, doesn't happen. That could have been a kill. That could have been something. Again, you just need to force Runaway to at least have to respawn and reset, and that's not really happening. You just don't have the frags on Runaway yet, and sure, it's not a Hanamura. It doesn't feel like Ultra Blast is completely just blocked out, but they're not making too many inroads either. Now that they pushed onto the higher ground, they haven't gotten any further than that.
And when we expect this to end up being relatively even, if we get that far, if we get things like time banks, then it's these moments where you grind to a halt on the offense that end up making all the difference in terms of the total time bank. Mag under pressure, but he has a Primal Rage if he needs it. Looks to make the dive happen. No sleep connecting, but this is deep on the back line here for Yakpung. I mean, it works, right? And in the main chunk of the fight, finding Chio as well, who I think was actually wrapping back to maybe try and help protect Merit. It ends up not working out, and Mag doesn't get anything with his own Primal Rage. So O2 Blast, they go, all right, maybe the key thing is we need to split them and focus onto Merit, force them to get way away from the cart, and it ends up working a charm.
Well, they end up actually able to win on both fronts here. Pelican just snoozing for now, but Merit down once more proper. That's the most important kill. He couldn't do it on the Tracer. Funnily enough, he'll do it on the Echo instead, which you expect to not work as well onto the Widowmaker, but point B, not the best for Widowmaker. I think is Proper will now find himself in a much better position with the ultimate available.
Pelican got stunned for a second there. Good counter trades here after Neko got popped, and O2 Blast, they just had a good brawling position in that little side room. Not all of Runaway was actually there because you have Merit here being held at bay, and FaZe wasn't able to make the rotation with the rest of the team. So O2 Blast getting a lot of progress through this hangar, which is important. They need to make up for A.
So this is where Infosight's going to be good because Pelican wants to use the EMP here. However, Runaway have to push in, and Merit has no angles. Like he's trying to find something. That's a nice shot that doesn't get really too much damage done. Sadly, the Bionade is much better.
That's so huge, but they don't kill them, and now they can try and heal them up. Unfortunately, caught as they are in the grab, it's going to be both tanks dispatched off. The Trader's there onto Mag, and now sleep onto Merit, but O2 Blast are just not getting the kills. Even the duplication that Proper pulls out to get the grab does not pay off for O2 Blast, who have once again found themselves ground to a halt.
And now this is where I think Merit can stay onto the Widowmaker because he's actually able to enter the hangar. If he's just staying in spawn and trying to snipe through the doors, there's very limited viewing angles there, and now he can play the actual hangar itself, jump on the high ground, try and have an off angle, work out much better for him, and O2 Blast is still struggling. This attack has been unfortunately slow for them, 120 remaining, and even if they can't be now, I don't think their chances of completing the map are good.
Yakpung will have a Primal Rage coming. Oh, hello, okay, I think their chances just got a whole hell of a lot better as Merit gets picked off. Still a lot of tools here for Runaway. Curious to see what Assassin chooses to duplicate as the rally has to be committed. Now, Assassin wants to get the extra tankiness in the mix, and Merit wants to come back quickly on Sombra. So the brawl is kind of unfolding with neither team quite getting the better end of it. The rally is useful for Runaway. It's certainly giving them more legs in the fight as Yakpung in a lot of trouble here, having a hard time topping him off. The nano boost coming in right in the nick of time, but it does not save Neko, and now Finn himself will drop as time starts to run thin for O2 Blast as they are once again forced to reset.
A lot of low members here. Pelican's just going to try and farm as much as he can in the limited amount of time that he has, and now that limited time has been kind of just brought over for all of O2 Blast as a whole 27 seconds, one opportunity. Merit's now onto, he's been on his own Sombra as on 70%, so even if O2 Blast go in, if they can't get the cleanup, I think Merit has to counter EMP, and that could just be what closes the door on this offense for O2.
Once again, having a hard time breaking the point itself, and this is after the rest of the hangar was going so well.
So dangerous. He's right next to Chio, who's already denied one of his EMPs today.
Dicing with it right there, but Pelican, he knows his mark. He knows the angle. Are you?
Which angle does he know?
Are you kidding me?
Say it, Bart.
Aye.
Do it, Bart. Say the thing. Say the line.
Don't encourage me because I will say the F word. That's what's on my lips right
now.
I'm having to swallow it hard, man. That
stands for fun.
Are you funning kidding me?
Fantastic, fabulous, friendly.
Maybe I should be thinking of a word that starts with C instead.
Hang on.
That was egregious. All right, I'm going to talk about it. That was egregious. That was egregious and unforgivable. That is what I will say to that.
Oh, they've got forgivable?
It is very rare that we get a genuine C9. And what I mean by that is where everyone's alive, there is no reason to not be on the cart, and nobody does it. right? There are times where maybe teams are a little bit short on members, or maybe there are times where they thought they could juggle it, but they couldn't, or they were losing the fight anyway, and then they aren't on the cart and therefore lose their opportunity to maybe turn it around. No, that was full on. 6 versus 6. O2 Blast even favored in some ultimates, setting up for the fight. Pelican is right there, and nobody touches the cart.
Fresh. That's another one.
That's a fresh C9 served up. If that is why O2 Blast lose this map, they're going to be kicking themselves, because that would deliver match point to Runaway on a platter. Merit,
Frolic.
rest in pepperoni.
Frolic is what Pelican just did.
They weren't
there,
frolicking
right in
around the
the front
payload.
doors of Merit. And that is going to be at least a nice opening pick that slows things down. We're going to have to see a lot coming through from O2 Blast. I think A is going to be critical. They can maybe bleed the timer down into overtime for A, and that would really have to be a huge defense, 4 minutes worth of defense. That is how they can win this still.
All right, Runaway. You have it all there in front of you. You just need to collect.
Free. Your free win.
This map
it's
is
not a free
so free. No,
well, it's not
it's really
yet.
not.
You have to get past A. Maybe if
There's a price you got to pay.
The price of entry here. I don't know what it is. It's something.
Price of entry is 1 nano boost.
And both Anna's are reasonably
Finn,
close. Finn will
that's
have
another
it first.
F word.
Finn will have it first. This is going to be the entry here. Yakpung for sure. He's going to be able to build Primal Rage. This is perfect.
Nicely.
Face sleep. I would go now. If you could just... Oh, he's so close. If he has a nano, he could have gone.
Yeah, not quite, but they do get the dive in anyway. Bombs out onto Yakpung, and he's nearly on a Primal Rage, but he has to duck down for cover. Can't quite risk dying before that Primal Rage is available. So many shots in the back. Is he going to have to use... No! Doesn't even get a chance to use it to save his own life. That is absolutely brutal. Pelican could try and force a turnaround here with an EMP. In fact, I think he's going to be forced to. There it is. Comes across. It's a good chunk of members, and Assassin is already a sitting duck. Kalios so low, barely keeping alive. Finn working double shift for that one. His phase. If they can keep him hacked out, if they can maybe finish him off before a grav comes out. But nope, that window has closed, and O2 Blast.
Oh, Mag!
Members as Mag is just unchained right now. The cap comes through. Look at how long it took O2 Blast. Look at how much time is left now for Runaway. I am starting to seriously doubt O2 Blast's ability to hold this map.
Fragile is what Yakpung was right there, and still is now. Assassin beams him down. This is going to be a wondrous push from Runaway. Merrick getting the kill into Proper, who's not having a great game on the Echo so far. Neko just trying to stall things now. That was off the back of one failed jump from Yakpung. He landed, he smacked his head against the ceiling, tried to get out. He got even bionated from Finn. He got given as much healing as possible there. Neko chucking the armor packs at him, and that one kill gives away everything. And O2 Blast now a 4-minute defense on B. It's got to happen here, or this will be a 3-1.
4-minute defense, that's the F word they really need to pull out. That's a huge biotic grenade. It's not one that can be followed up on just yet, but it does give O2 Blast pause. And now, look, Runaway. I mean, it's so close between these two teams. That's how little of a mistake it takes to give that much space over. Assassin down early as Pelican finds this mark, and the grav comes out. Is going to let O2 Blast hinge defense here as Runaway are going to get picked off and fully reset. There is a lot more time on the clock and a lot more defenses ahead for O2 Blast. But if they can accomplish it, if they can do it once, they can do it a second time, and they can do it for 4 whole minutes.
That's a statement there from Merit. Proper desperately wants to get a kill into Merit in this kind of battle right now, but he is doing so well. He's making the Widowmaker work at so many different stages, getting these kills. The Infrasight's now available. Pelican wants the EMP, but this would be a tough thing to do.
All right,
lands it anyway.
FaZe is already in a hot spot of trouble. Mag drilled down. That's maybe the more important kill quickly, because he nearly had that Primal Rage. O2 Blast, there we go. 1 ultimate, cheap fire, actually 2. They had to commit the nano boost as well. They even committed a duplicate. That's maybe an overinvestment now, because what do they have after that? They don't even have that Primal Rage yet on Yakpung.
They desperately need actually a Graviton Surge available. That would be even better. Yakpung with the Primal Rage is good. It will do something, but Mag's already got that one. You don't have any real advantage, and that's maybe the bigger issue at hand, as Merit's going to change over to something that's maybe a little bit better for being attack at this rate. Not that I think his Widowmaker was good enough to actually continue playing here if he wanted to. He's putting a lot of pressure penetration to proper.
Annual hack on Pelican is dangerous, and Kalios is low. O2 Blast just had to go. Okay, Mag, he's already found a kill. It's a trade, though. Assassin did get picked off, so it's really just proper and merit. It's very asymmetrical as Yakfung's own Primal Rage trying to get something done. That's actually now the Primal Rage and the Nano Boost coming to nothing. The grab is in the middle of nowhere. O2 Blast down on that one. Kalios, ooh, going down just 2% shy of a grab. Traded for phase, though, and O2 Blast are looking to hang on here. This respawn does slightly favor them as well as Revenge gets drilled down. They're hanging on. Half of the total time elapsed here, and there we go. Picking up a few more. Mag getting dropped, and O2 Blast refreshing the ultimates in what was definitely the hardest fight of the bunch.
Assassin's nearly got his EMP, but I don't think he'll really be able to need to use this at this stage. He'll just walk back to spawn. He's still alive.
Hey!
Just to let O2 Blast know his accept was available. And O2 Blast survive. They can now even get another EMP. They have a grab available. This 4-minute defense starts to look a bit more doable, especially since that was the key push for Runaway. That one they had an advantage. Mag went in, did a lot with
Speaking
the
of Mag,
Primal. Well, that's the pushover. I think that's the pushover.
That absolutely is. It's also time lost, and time is the thing that Runaway are starting to lack here. They're going to have an EMP from Merit on the next one, but it could even be the last one if it doesn't happen quick enough.
Free fight wins, O2 Blast takes those, and they'll also be taking 5 ultimates moving forward as well. What will be now probably coming up to the final fight depends. If Runaway just lose one, they back out, they can get 2. But if this is a full-on engagement, a long drawn-on engagement, Runaway need to win it now, and the EMP only catches 1, but they get the kill.
Yeah, not great from Merit, but O2 Blast, Yakbung is asleep, and Kalios is dead, which also means the Nano Boost didn't get much, but Pelican still finds one around the side. Here we go, O2 Blast still collecting kills. And I think this has been cheap enough for O2 Blast as well. They preserve their own EMP, and they're going to come back in with a grab. It will reset Runaway for what will officially be the final fight. That's another F word, and I think O2 Blast, they have this in sights now.
Let's be honest, that was 2 F words right there as O2 Blast still.
Yeah, sure.
Hold on to the 3 ultimates out of the 5 total that they had there, but the main one we're looking at, in fact 2 main ones, grab, EMP, you can tell that those are going to be absolutely deadly. Let's see if Runaway actually clump up for it, because I think Kalios might just be able to get 1 or 2 in the grab, and that would already, I think, be ideal.
Nano Boost on Mag, Finn. Oh, critical sleep. Finn was within a hair's breadth of death there. As now O2 Blast pushed back in, and they, oh man, the redemption for O2 Blast. That has got to be one of the most incredible defenses I've seen in the finals. Another F word for you in a long, long time. They knew that they botched their attack. They knew that that was an unforgivable mistake, but I dare say I have another F word. I have forgiven them as they tie up the series again.
You used final twice there, and I already said forgiven. Anyway.
Jeez. We're just running out of words to start with F.
Well, here's one for you. Forgettable was that scene. It's actually, no, that's very unforgettable. What was forgettable was, here's what is forgettable, is Runaway's 4 minutes to get that attack onto B. That was a lot of time.
And that one fight in the middle, around the 2-minute mark, that's the one that really defined it. We pointed it out at the time. That was the one where Runaway were favored. It was the most important one for O2 Blast to win. And that's why we talk about a game of inches here. Because winning that one critical fight, remember back on Hollywood, where I said Runaway won the 2 critical fights on the offense and on the defense in the time bank. It's the same kind of story here. You identify that critical moment, and it's O2 Blast who wins it. That's why we say these 2 teams are another F word, fairly matched, because they trade those critical fights. It's not the same team getting them every single time.
That was a great defense overall. A, unfortunately, wasn't going to go for them at all. I'll use fortunately. I'll say fortunate.
Yeah, nice. That's good.
Defense.
A fortunate
We're not.
defense.
Neither of us are looking at
I would say
for what it is. We're just
fortuitous. One might say Runaway could not penetrate the fortress of O2 Blast. They were well fortified.
That was a really clutch moment for O2 Blast.
Really
we need to see these from O2 as well, because we've often said that Runaway are this clutch team. They win in these really tight situations. That's one of the tight situations. They do not win it. O2 Blast are in fact the team that come on through. The final kills coming in as well. The picks coming in. Finn's doing great. What a nutty sleep onto Mag as well. Primal Rage. Finn has been an outstanding rookie on this team.
Clutch.
We've talked about the veterans. We talked about Yakpung. That's our caliber. Neko is obviously, he's an outplayer himself. Proper is insane. Pelican's been a part of the squad for a long, long time. And you start to look across this roster, everyone's good, but Finn is the only real rookie you look at. Like, where did this guy come from? And now he is showing up big time, shutting down people like Revenge as well on the other side. That opening pick on the Zingata for Oasis. Haven't forgotten about that one.
And I will use the final F word that I'm going to commit to this bit, and that is he has, I think, firmly established himself here as an incredible support player. And this is in a season, in a region where there's been a lot of great support players. You already sort of mentioned some of the OWL, either caliber or former players in that regard. But there's even folk like Aztac out there, who is one of the most notable honors in this tournament. He's obviously no longer in it now, knocked out earlier today, but Finn is a phenomenal player. And off the back of this, we are once again tied up. O2 Blast have massively redeemed what was a massive mistake on their offense, and now tied up as we are, no closer to match point. It all continues after this nail-biting break.
Girl, you look tired. Take off your shoes now. Come out your bed. We'll chase your pleasure. Jump up on board. Taking the road to Mars. Let's take a spaceship out in the sky. Fly to the moon and take out those lights. Space running glide. Riding into the night. 'Cause you're working so hard, but this is a cue. Just for tonight, I'll take care of you. Leave all this gravity behind. Chase after comets and jump on the trails. Get a small taste from the Milky Way. And then we go back to the star. We gonna head to planet Earth, landing from space right into a bed. So this is your cue. Just for tonight, I'll take care of you. I'm living this gravity behind. You're working so this is a cue. Just for tonight, I'll take care of you. I'm living for this gravity behind.
Side with all our dreams, feel our hearts beating loud. Nothing in our way, we got nothing but time. And I can't wait to spend my life with you. We got everything we need. Together on
Tied up for the second time, and this time it's the 2-for-2 tie. We're on to T words now. We're moving down the alphabet. It's O2 Blast, drawing that one back on Watchpoint Gibraltar from what looked like a genuinely unwinnable situation, so you've got to credit them where it's due, and I consider we might have a bit of a close map on Escort as we did on Hybrid. Certainly was close, not in the way I expected. And now as we continue on forward, I still think this is anyone's finals.
Certainly moved quite a distance between F to T now as we move quite the distance.
Skipped all the letters that I don't really like.
To the 5th map, and if this was a best of 5, we would already be in the final. This would have already been a fantastic series for a best of 5, but a best of 7 means there's yet some room left. The next winner will be into match point. That'll be the magical 3rd map one to get them hopefully into number 4, and it's quite contentious. We are now seeing multiple times across even just the last 2 maps. First 2 super close both ways. Second 2 maps, you felt like one team kind of dominating, especially onto Hanamura, but Gibraltar was interesting, wasn't it? Because you had a bit of dominance being shown by RUNAWAY for the most part, O2 making some critical mistakes, but then on their own defense, counter dominance to be able to clean up and take us to that 5.
Let me posit a quick what if for you, because usually the what if, when you see the sort of leaving of the cart, like what O2 Blast accomplished there, the what if is, well, what if that hadn't happened? Could they have won? Actually, I think, what if they hadn't done that? I think they would have capped out and then still had that insane defense, which lends itself more to that dominance argument like what we saw out of RUNAWAY on Hanamura. One can argue that at this point, the slate is wiped clean. It is now a best of 3.
That's certainly the case for a map like Lijiang Tower as well. We're back onto Control Gamer. We're back onto the possibilities of a little bit more dive maybe in the books. It depends on what we're going to first. It does appear to be Garden. This is not going to be the map where you see Symmetra. Maybe on Control Center, the Symmetras actually come up to the play for real, but Assassin and Proper, most likely here, it'll be the Echo. Unless Proper goes onto the Ash on McCree, actually.
Yeah, certainly an option. But RUNAWAY, they're going to go for the dive, and they have been running this with the Zarya in the past. It's worked out for them. O2 Blast, sticking with what works, and I like Proper on the Tracer here.
It's going to give him a lot of counter pressure into the back line as well. Look at this mag chunked out.
Aggressive.
Yakpung's pushed up, and this is going to be RUNAWAY locked out early.
That's interesting, because it's RUNAWAY who kind of want to be doing the dive. O2 Blast aren't necessarily diving, they're just sort of barreling their way forward, kind of muscling RUNAWay out.
Look at the health!
They're still just in recovery mode at this point. There's only so much healing they can do. They kind of just got to put some pressure down with Mag. The manual hack coming onto Finn, trying to see if they can make something out of that with the nano boost available. Keeps the forward pressure now as Mag continues the offense, and Yakpung in trouble. He'll get dropped. Traders there. Proper dishes 1 back now. Dishes 2 back now. No supports. If RUNAWAY don't frag fast, O2 Blast will eventually overcome them as Proper picks up his 3rd, looking for a 4th or at least a pulse bomb that might secure it, and in among the chaos, O2 Blast kept the point, and now RUNAWAY have to retreat.
If not for Proper, O2 Blast would have easily have lost this fight. Look what Mag starts to do right at the top. He receives a nano boost, actually hides into the side room. That forces O2 Blast to address him. They are no longer looking at the bridge, and that's how the rest of RUNAWAY get to walk forward and actually assault the cap itself. But Proper shuts the door nice and quick onto it, and an Ant Matrix now.
That's Pelican down though, so he's not going to take advantage of the firing line, and I got to be honest, Proper doesn't exactly take advantage of that firing line either, but a grab into a pulse bomb allows them to kill off phase, so arguably that is an even-ish trade. RUNAWay would have liked to have the Zarya there. Assassin with the swap onto the Reinhardt doesn't get much, but Yakpung also did not get much. I think the Shadow was cancelled there. Mag now picking up a kill onto Neko as he gets aggressive with the Primal Rage. Can they get anything else? Because Pelican and Proper, they are still massive threats, and worst case scenario, the Molten Core could go on the point. Not if Pelican's all the way off to the side where he's at as he barrels back towards the point. Molten Core out. I mean, it's so incredible how much gets thrown into this fight, but at last RUNAWay pull ahead.
EMP from Merit is going to be the tool that actually gets RUNAWay the win here. No response from Neko to try and counter with the rally. Proper was the first one killed there as well during the EMP, and that is a key member because he's been so crucial for her backline harassment, getting fast pulse bombs, securing the kill into phase earlier as well. Mag staying alive, I think, was a huge factor for RUNAWay, pushing Pelican away, really disrupting his Molten Core plays, and really doing a bang-up job on the actual cap itself. Now have themselves 20% up versus 74. Still a bit of work to do.
It's going to be a grab here, and RUNAWay just looking to hammer down some pressure on the rotation. Proper hacked, but he's able to stay alive. That's important. If he had been a little bit too stuck there, that would have been an issue for them. As the grab comes out, not really something that they can engage on, and Proper actually wraps around to the back to find out Geo. As he does, Mag aggressive with the Primal Rage. Proper still on the back line. Unanswered, unmitigated, and unlocked. As Proper now into the main trunk of the fight, just dishing it out as he goes. The grab out from O2 Blast, back in control of the point, and Runaway desperately need to reset here.
Merit has been the only one that can keep a lid onto Proper so far, and that was with the EMP. He needs to find a manual hack or something. He's being pocketed by Nico as well. Look at him constantly on 200 HP. That's 50 armor included.
Formidable.
It's so difficult. He's unformidable right now. I mean, he's incredibly formidable, actually. Proper pulse bomb into the mix, doesn't get a kill.
That's critical, but he still fishes Merit to the side. Now Assassin going for the Reinhardt swap. They know they need to brawl, but Yakpung reads it, charges in, dishes him out, shattered down now to stop Runaway from barreling onto this point, and the members are just getting dropped one by one, slowly but surely, as they are choked out of the point. 99 to 41. O2 Blast looking pretty convincing, and so much of that is off the back of some dynamite play by Proper.
And I think he only died one time there. He is, for good reason, extremely happy with that performance. And Revenge, tough map. It was a tough break every single time a fight breaks out. Revenge is instantly deleted. Proper just goes there, headshots, harassing. If Revenge turns around to try and deal with him, Proper's gone. He's hiding around a corner, instantly comes back. That was probably one of the hardest maps for a support player to go up against someone like Proper. O2 Blast knew what the win condition was and knew how to do the damage, keep the players alive. As long as the tanks are healthy and holding down the ground, Proper can do whatever he wants, because no one on Runaway outside of one EMP from Merit could do anything against Proper.
That's the advantage of the Reinhardt-Zarya combo on the tank line, is it's hard to push into them. The threat zone of Reinhardt's hammer, the shields that can come up out of the Zarya. At any rate, O2
It's a real
Blast,
Symmetra.
yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but Runaway, this is a big shift. It's going to allow them first dibs on the rotation to the point, so O2 Blast need to figure out how to brawl into this.
Very important. They need to be here early. They have to win the neutral here as well. This is what they can be quite good at doing. This actually might be potentially a Fire or something like that as well. No, it'll be instead of the Sombra and Echo combination. The reason I said Fire is because this is one of the key tools you can start to use to spam in against the Symmetra. You want a lot of flank pressure. Doom is actually quite good into a Symmetra comp as well, but they have a lot of defensive capability. It's Assassin that needs to do his best to keep Merit alive.
Just eyes on Finn and Proper. A good nano boost would do it, but oh, there it is. Proper finds his entrance, immediately drills down Revenge, and that teleporter's just sitting there looking silly, but 2 kills straight back now. It's certainly not done just yet, as Mag's still alive. No supports for Runaway,
bad from Proper.
Any damage that lands sticks, but it's damage coming out from Runaway that's landing and sticking more than anything else, as Kalios forced to retreat. FaZe is low, but FaZe is alive. Chio's going to try speed back in as the kill comes in, but traded for Kalios. Mag, though, that's a big bionic grenade! Runaway still collecting a couple of kills, the photon barrier.
Just Merit.
It's a 1v1 mano a mano on the point now as Merit goes down as well, and O2 Blast, hard fought, well won.
Proper put himself in a really awkward spot there, used the focusing beam, probably a little too early, way too early actually. No one was below 50%, nearly dies for his troubles there, so if he actually went down, that was maybe an unwinnable game, unwinnable fight for O2. Still though, Runaway. Get a photon barrier off. Sadly, his entire team was dead, and Merit will now be going over towards the Reaper instead.
Big shift here for Runaway. This is almost a death ball here.
Bio.
It's a huge bio grenade from Finn. It's a shame that the Nano Boost hadn't actually run out. He would have got a ton of ult charge off that, but Runaway, they've kind of weathered the worst of it now as the Nano Boost and the Primal Rage run out. Now they can pressure forward, try and drop that Blizzard on the point, get the pressure out Proper. Let's see what he chooses to duplicate here, because it's target rich. He goes for Reinhardt, collects Mag, swings the hammer plus the EMP. Mag will not shatter this day, and now Proper's own shatter going to be able to scoop up Revenge. Self-destruct comes up for naught, and even the Blizzard accomplished nothing for Assassin. That's a really late sound barrier. They're trying to keep Merit in the fight because he is alive and he might get a Death Blossom, but Proper and Pelican are also alive and they're far more formidable.
He is self-destructed. He has absolutely dismantled both of the supports there, Chio and Revenge, even though now it's a completely different matchup. Proper is still annihilating Revenge in this particular 1v1. Revenge used the Coalescence, Chio used the sound barrier. Proper doesn't care about either of those. He's going to shut him down.
Incredible fight from O2 Blast there. Big shatter though! Goodness gracious, Mag! Just walks around the corner, drops that down casually, and it's like Yakbung's shield isn't even there. Well, because it wasn't, as it happens, and O2 Blast completely demolished.
Mag doing his best Kaiser impersonation there. That was one of those moments, right? He sees the play coming through. Yakpong has got his back turned, isn't in a position to really do much, doesn't have a shield in the right place, and Mag capitalizes, instant fight one off the back of one shatter, and you better believe Runaway needed that because they had lost a lot of momentum on this map.
Now the dive in from Yakfeng again. The Nano Booster is back and a quick Primal Rage now available. He's frozen up, but that's not really a threat to his life as Revenge also down already. Trying to trade a few back with the self-destruct. It's going to be O2 Blasto getting a quick collection on the fight win.
It feels like Runaway didn't even do anything there. That was 6 members down, as quick as you like. Revenge, the first one of the lot. That's why he respawned first. And for all the effort, I say the effort, well, for the wondrous of that Earthshatter from Mag that was able to get the
here.
Point cap. They instantly lose cap, and now they'll lose the fight.
And they didn't need to send him that far forward. They were going to be able to rotate here for the overtime fight anyway. He didn't need to be isolated. Instead, he was. Merit trying to rescue this. Freezes there on Kalios, but they can't finish off this many tanks with proper duplicating. And now the Shatter to seal the deal. They are frozen, so they take a hot moment or a cold moment just before they can follow up on it, but they will still be able to follow up. It's slightly less one-sided than the last one, 99 to 66, but it's still a 2-0 for O2. And finally, they, for the first time, pull ahead, and we get a team on match point.
There it is, the pop-up as well. Probably deserves that one. He just jumps out of his seat. He knows how heavy that map was for him. He knows how good he was on that map and how good it was for O2 Blast. That was Runaway's pick, by the way, so call it a 1-for-1 in terms of response here. It was O2 Blast that picked Hanamura and got demolished on it. This is now Runaway picking Lee Jung Tower and equally being demolished on it.
I still believe in the opportunity to even it up because, again, these teams have just traded map for map. And I lie, it's not actually the first time O2 Blast pulled ahead. Technically, they did win that first control map as well earlier in the night, but at the same time, that was a much closer control map, and this is the one that puts them on match point. They're near that trophy, and they know what's up. They're eyeing it up. First, they got to win one more. They got to huddle.
It'll be their first ever trophy as well, and you better believe they want to lift it up for the first time. All of these guys, I don't believe have ever won a Contenders title. Even, I mean, the Overwatch League guys, including Yakpong, who was so close. He's been in the Contenders final. We've already outlined that for them. And on the other side, technically, you look at the squad. Mag's a veteran. Assassin was there, but he was never on the starting lineup during that second generation of Runaway. So it wasn't really like, I mean, technically, would you say, yeah, he's got a title, but he wasn't playing in that series. Now is his time to try and get a title for himself, actually playing in that starting lineup. And is it starting to slip away? If this was the best of 5, they would have already lost. They are thankful that they have more chances now.
Like I said, after that 2-for-2 tie, you almost look at it as just a best of 3, first to 2, and it's O2 Blast collecting the first one of those. And to reiterate, you sort of touched on it, this is a fresh Runaway squad looking to get their generation's win in a contender season like every version of Runaway has before them. O2 Blast, on the other hand, looking for their first ever win after years of putting in the hard yards, and now it is closer for them than ever before.
No, we don't need your accolades. Hopping over barricades. Bonus Notice we are not afraid. We know we gon' elevate. 2-3 with the fadeaway. Shot to Woody when I spray. Daddy hit me when I pray. I know we gon' elevate. I know we gon' elevate. Really gonna rise, no hesitation. Put it on my time, been hella patient. Spitting these rhymes in hella basements. Play major stages, it'll pay fun. Ain't made many wages, still I can't run. I'm a slave to the cadence, still ain't done. Everything to the patrons, till the day's won. But I'm not finished, I know I got some critics, I know they're really cynics, but God, I got no limits. I want a house of Venice, even if I don't get it, then I pray these lyrics, elevate your spirit. And if I don't live it, after years and minutes of avoiding gimmicks, I'm pouring out my heart, that I know my rhythms didn't reach the millions, but I praise my Lord that I could be a part. I ain't did this for no trophies, I ain't did this for no list, I did it for the kid who's contemplating, taking place to risk it, man, I pray that you resist, oh, you were made for more than this, you can make it through the storm, just turn to him and don't you quit. Boy, I'm all in, check my wrist, you see the kid be saucing, no coffin, no, we don't die, we multiplying often, my God sends, more of us that power lasts like Austin, not lost it, them accolades, my focus on the cross. We don't need your accolades, hopping over barricades, notice we are not afraid, we know we gon' elevate, 2-3 with the fadeaway, shot to Winnie when I spray, Daddy hear me when I pray, I know we gon' elevate, we don't need your accolades, hopping over barricades, notice we are not afraid, we know we gon' elevate, 2-3 with the fadeaway, shot to Winnie when I spray, Daddy hear me when I pray, I know we gon' elevate, elevate, elevate. Woo!
Lately I've been feeling kinda low. Praying to the Father that I know.
Well, obviously we're not tied up, but there's still the chance that we are, but this time it's with greater stakes than ever before, because if it does not get tied up, then O2 Blast just win it. They're at match point, Runaway. This roster, this new incarnation of the team, desperate to stake their claim on this season of Contenders, get that win like every roster before them, and O2 Blast desperate to get their first win ever. Runaway being a team that has deprived them of it in the past. Not in a playoffs, mind you, but certainly earlier along the path, and O2 Blast have never been closer.
And that's the thing, right? They've had 3 Grand Finals appearances, 2 in Contenders, 1 at Pacific Showdown, and all 3 times they have fallen short. It's been a rough road for them, not gonna lie to you. O2 have had some real moments here where you start to think, could this be their time? Season 1, they lose to X6 Gaming, wasn't their time. Season 1 of 2019, they lose to Element Mystic, wasn't their time. Subsequent tournament, Pacific Showdown, lose to Element Mystic again. Again, it wasn't their time. This year, 2020 Season 1, it's always these Season 1s. 3rd year running, 3rd time running. Season 1 of a year's worth of Contenders. We are back in the Grand Finals. Is it another 2nd place? Or are we going to be lifting a trophy for O2 Blast, their first ever trophy?
They've sat in that seat before. And we've said it from the top, O2 Blast came into the tournament an early favorite in as much as they were one of the few sort of standing rosters from the past year. Most other rosters were rebuilt either in part or almost entirely in full. And O2 Blast, they established themselves early on, the week 2 win. They subsequently reappeared in both top 4s after that. No other team quite accomplished anything like that. WGS Phoenix technically came the closest in that they got a top 4 finish and then also a win back in week 4, but they are out of the tournament now. O2 Blast have been the most consistent, and that has remained to be the case. They came into the playoffs, first seed. They get into the grand finals all the way through the winner's bracket with big wins all across the board, and now finally match point against their oldest rival.
And certainly now the rival that they look across from. It's one that they really look across, I think, with a little bit of envy as well, considering how many times Runaway has won, with how many rosters, how many incarnations as well, and O2 Blast always on the other side of the frosted glass on Christmas morning, trying to get in, smelling the turkey or pie or whatever. I don't know.
You've never had a Christmas dinner, have you? I feel a little bit sad at that. But O2 Blast now. Hanukkah and Santa Monica. O2 Blast on this defense, sticking with what's been working for them, and eyes definitely on proper. Merritt looks like he might. I think he'll actually go for the Ash here. Actually, he could go for something else.
This is very interesting. Before we get into this map, by the way, O2 Blast in their previous 2 Contenders finals have never even won a map. 0-4 has been their result twice in a row. Showdown, 2-4. They won 2 maps. Here they have 3. It's the best they've ever done.
And it could still be better yet. That's what they're really holding out for here. Just need to get that over the line. But Runaway, they are never an easy opponent. Not on any day of the week, not at any score line in the series. You never, ever count this team out. And they still look great.
That's the thing, right? This is the best Runaway version 3 has ever looked so far this season. Early headshot from Proper just to make sure that Runaway respect him, and that's going to be 27% ult charge awarded over.
Runaway just slowly making the moves. Proper takes some big chunks. That's dangerous. Finn halted out. Assassin's able to find his mark there, and now O2 Blast on the back foot. Finn's immortality field is down as well. O2 Blast rotating around desperately, trying to see if they can catch the back end and run away. Now they've effectively swapped positions. They need to pick up some kills. Pelican's turret not exerting the pressure on the off angle as Assassin dives in deep. Proper trades one back, but they need more than that. There we go, Assassin as well. Closer respawn still for Runaway, and if these tanks aren't dispatched off by O2 Blast, then this point will just go the way of Runaway as the respawners come in. O2 Blast not even in a great position to escape from this point and rotate back to set up for an arch defense. They're losing everything.
And the amplification matrix being played by Revenge as well, just to make sure there was no chance for O2 Blast to try and re-enter, retake, and apply pressure. Proper, he did so well early. He's even got 84% charge. Look at Merit, he's incredibly far behind. You can imagine a state of the game where O2 Blast can still assault the point. He uses the Bob. I can see a comeback there happen for O2 Blast on A.
Sure.
But now they'll have to wait for B. They'll have to play around the library. They'll have to play around that first corner if possible. Finn, a rare death. He's rarely ever the first one killed. And now, I guess, it's a bit of revenge being given over to him.
Haha.
Pun intended.
Yep. Neko making the swap on Zenyatta, slowly floating back, and it does mean they don't get much of an opportunity for a defense here. They're going to have to move forward onto this one as they wait for the cart to approach this corner. It's a lot of free ground gain for Runaway. It's not even like a slow push. They're hauling maximum speed.
Mag's nearly got this supercharger available. This could be a decent push for Runaway if they can set themselves up properly. I think Proper will just use his Bob to counter any sort of aggression. Pelican as well is nearly onto that molten core. This one's going to be fire. It'll be bloody indeed. And look at the off angle. Proper is in position, lying in wait.
He's got to respect Assassin, and he can't let himself get too far to the eye line of his supports, because if he gets below 50% and he's off alone on the side, then he gets killed by Assassin. But not if Assassin
weird Bob
there we
placement.
go. It is a bit wacky, but look, they've got Assassin now. Merit under pressure. If not dead, then effectively removed from the fight. Now the immortality field forced out as Kalios got low, but O2 Blast looking to push back in towards Runaway, who are still waiting for that respawn of Assassin.
Kalios coming. There it is.
There it goes. Gravitic Flux. O2 Blast need to start sealing this fight away, because Assassin's back in the mix by now.
Problem is, O2 Blast didn't collect any kills off of Kalios' ult, so in a way, a bit wasted. I felt like he was under a bit of pressure. Finn now using the amplification matrix.
There we go.
And that is Pelican down.
The opening, but he was able to get just enough molten core off to drop FaZe, who never actually used that gravitic flux. As Proper's come around the backside, could be a little bit dangerous. The coach gun not getting him to safety, and quick fingers on Mag to pop the shield down in behind him, not allow Proper to get the shots in the behind him. Otherwise, that could have been a quick kill on a squishier member. Now it's Merit able to dispatch the Barb onto the cart, and they're going to be able to finish off the rest of these members of O2 Blast. Runaway have not lost a whole lot of time here, I've got to say.
That was brilliant recovery there as well. Playing around Kalios' gravitic flux there, ineffective. Look, if Kalios gets a couple of kills there, if O2 Blast can really confirm something off the back of that ultimate, that's a different fight. Runaway then have to back out, they have to reset, they do not have the positioning, and that could have been a much better position for O2 to be in. Pelican dying in the middle of his molten core, not ideal. He doesn't finish throwing it all out there. Proper risky angle, doesn't pay off, no Bob this time, and can't get saved by the coach gun as they're now going to be on C, and that is going to be the opening that will certainly push Runaway back.
And now an ice wall to hamper the retreat. They pop a shield up and they're able to start pulling away from this one with that immortality field. So the rest of Runaway do rotate out, lucky to not lose any more members, but the momentum was halted very abruptly there.
It's important here for O2 Blast. They need a big slowdown. Runaway had momentum. They were snowballing through. You cannot allow this to happen if you're O2. Dig your heels into the ground now. Supercharger being deployed by Yukpong, and what do we get pulled through? Assassin forced duplicate.
Oh man, just out in the open a bit too long. The Hulk back out, it all connects. The dynamites come through and Proper back in his groove now, and you get into that third point. You get into that more enclosed space. Merit not quite matching Proper anymore here.
Oh, look at this.
Assassin swaps.
Echo onto the Transcendence as well. Yeah, like you said, Assassin swapping over. I don't think Echo is really a performer on this third point of the map anyway, so probably a smart swap, especially at the start of this point where it's so congested. Proper's going to put into the Bob his own Ice Wall from his teammate there, and probably... no, that was Assassin's, never mind. I thought maybe Pelican had briefed him, but that would be unfortunate.
Gosh, there's a lot that O2 Blast have at their disposal here. Runaway really had their work cut out for them. FaZe has had a Gravitic Flux for a while that he's not really had an opportunity to use. It's going to be Finn setting up the firing line first. The amplification matrix.
again.
Now that Gravitic Flux to come out, it's good. Good damage, and the Immortality Field to save the members as now they set up their own firing line. Now it's FaZe's turn as the defensive Immortality Field is no longer there. They have to use the Transcendence to keep everyone alive for now, and with that, O2 Blast starting to run lean on tools. There's still this Blizzard. He's got to use that Blizzard now, does not have the Ice Cube, but it does allow them to finish off Chio, and they'll hinge the defense on that and that alone. That was down to the wire for Pelican, who nearly went down, but getting that off allowed Proper to have that safer angle to shoot onto the frozen members of Runaway, and once again the defense is successful.
And this time Pelican had to save the team. Kalios once more, unfortunately, isn't going to get a Gravitic Flux that answers any questions here for O2 Blast's damage. They can't confirm any members off that. They don't get any kills. Everyone's safe behind the corner. You need to see a few better ultimates come through from Kalios moving forward. O2 Blast still have 1:40 to defend here. Bob is available for Proper and is so for Merit as well.
Starting to get reminded of Watchpoint Gibraltar, where O2 Blast defense was utterly ironclad. Runaway. Their offense was good up until this point. They have ground to an utter halt as Merit already down. The Bob a little bit too devastating, and Runaway trying to figure out how and if even they can fight out of this position. They've got a supercharger, but they kind of want to wait for Merit still.
They managed to keep everyone else alive there, courtesy of Revenge. The Immortality Field just being destroyed as they back out and collect Merit from the spawn. But just getting the one kill to Merit makes things so much more difficult. A little bit of damage traded back to Kalios and Neko here, and now a little bit more damage.
Supercharger committed, because they need to at least make space.
Neko.
Can't really, they want to be getting kills, but if they can't finish off Neko, then that's one deprived. And now the Supercharger, it's going to run out. Certainly they're out of range of it as they have to walk into the firing line of the amplification. Matrix Mag does not walk back into cover. Chio trades one out. Revenge as well. And it's not over just yet for O2 Blast here. They're going to have to pull back a little bit. Lean into Yakpung with the Superchargers. Runaway get a little bit more cart progress. Still waiting for some respawners here. They've got to respect the spam damage.
Great response by Revenge once again. He's able to do a lot on this team so far for Runaway to get them back into action. That Matrix rescues the fight, allows them to push on. 20 seconds. This will be the final fight now. O2 Blast still have respawn advantage. They still have nearly 4 ultimates.
Finn!
Losing Finn, but Neko has Transcendence, still survive.
That's the more critical one for the time being, as the ultimates are there for O2 Blast as well. They've committed a lot, maybe too much at once, because none of it's connected. The Grav came up short.
It's got to kill
The Blizzard came up short. Merit, the free fire, he finds Yakpung. Now he's unleashed. They get rid of the Supercharger, and O2 Blast hemorrhaging on the defense. They have at least dispatched of Merit, and they need to unlock Proper. He's still alive, but it might not be for long. In fact, he might just be the last man alive. It's him and his trusty Omnic Butler rather, on the card itself, trying to keep this one alive. Pelican as well, stalling out, and they get Yakpung out on the Wrecking Ball. Now Kalios going to come out on the Winston. They've traded kills, and trades favor the defense. The pop-up, the kill on Assassin, as Proper with the firing line looking to finish this defense. Come rain or shine, just needs to get rid of the last few hanging around that cart. The Dynamite will do it on Revenge, and now they finish off a few more. Merit's going to make it interesting, man. It is still anyone's fight.
Hang on. Runaway have more members here currently. Mag is doing some heavy damage still. O2 Blast, if they lose Proper, they're done. They got to keep Proper alive as long as possible. It's just the two of them, Yakpung and Proper now.
He's bought so much time though, Yakpung, but now he too is down, and Proper goes down as well. And Kalios not quite out the gate in time. My fingers are chewed down to stubs for how much of a nail biter that was to go back and forth multiple times in the course of a single overtime fight. Demonstrates clearly the caliber of these teams, but it means this map is far from finished.
Proper was dragging O2 Blast in that final fight, kicking and screaming, and they nearly had that as well. A few of them just stayed alive a little bit longer. Yakpung did his best there. Kalios couldn't quite get the touch, but as soon as Proper dies, that is it. It is done. Proper could have even had a second Bob there. That might have been a game changer.
Yeah.
Runaway just so tenacious coming back in. The respawns are still flooding, and despite how far away the respawn distance is, the tenacity there as described, just too much for O2 Blast to deal with, and it's one of those classic, miraculous situations, clutch moments for Runaway, and happens again.
Truly incredible. Truly, truly incredible. And it's more than once we've had that kind of situation, these really clutch, critical moments. We saw similar things back on Hollywood in those time bank fights in the overtime.
That's just the series.
Yeah, we might just end up back in a time bank at this rate.
Runaway have been doing this all the time, everywhere. Aside from the distinct losses they've had, if they ever truly in the game, I'm saying when it's not an 0-3 loss and they just don't look like a team that's competing, if they are an actually competitive team, you just can't count them out, and that's the situation we're in. I think both teams are really playing at their highest level right now. This is perfect gameplay, nearly. I mean, there's definitely mistakes in there. Don't get me wrong, the C9 is still in the back of my mind, but for the most part, both teams are at their peak in the series.
O2 Blast, they need to be remembering Hanamura at this point and how disastrous that offense was, how Runaway shut them out of the defense. That's Immortality Field down from Finn and Revenge.
Oh, Dynamite's
first
big!
Casualty as Proper finds it, and the freeze is coming through as Pelican just gets that Ice Blast across multiple members at the same time. That was a funny coach gun, kind of got him nowhere. But at any rate, he lives and gets a lot of kills. That's a very, very quick cap for O2 Blast. Now they need to preserve momentum.
It would have been a heavy flex on Runaway if he ended up getting mirrored on the exit as well. Barely got out, even just around the corner. Takes the body shot. Proper look at this. He's so aggressive, so from it. He's demolishing Merit's ult charge. 37 to 86. Proper is fragging.
Ooh, nearly got fragged himself though. He is able to escape from the line of fire. You know, he has the barb as well. Runaway set up for an arch defense. They want to hamper and harry this offense as much as possible.
Look at this. Double ultimates available. Revenge is not even there. He needs the amplification matrix soon. He's going to do a little bit more healing, but I think O2 Blood's going to walk in, bob straight away, and that is going to be it.
Instant cap onto Revenge, firing through that amplification matrix just on the edge of it, and that
Come here, Merit.
Quick stick.
Come here, Merit.
Blast. There we go. Proper collects that one at long last. Another head on the wall for him in the trophy room. O2 Blast, this is the unbridled momentum they need.
Proper's, and he's not interested in winning. He wants to crush his opposition right now. He has had some moments back and forth over the last few maps with Merit, and now he wants to demolish him as much as possible. Runaway on the back foot for sure here, but they got some ults coming online, and Matrix from Revenge has to do the job.
Jeez, Proper, did Merit say something uncouth about your mother in the break? Because he has come back with a vengeance now. Wants to seal who is the better DPS of the two. Now the amplification matrix down, but Runaway not really getting a lot done with the O2 Blast. They sort of sit in the line of fire for a moment. Now they push back out with the frag on Mag as Proper hits the headshots, and already it starts to fall apart for Runaway. The rally in there, but they don't have much until the Gravitic Flux comes in and the Blizzard stops them from contesting the payload all that directly. It's really just a barb out to do it. Merit does find Neko, but there's not anything else to hang the defense on.
Oh my god.
Gravitic Flux would need to come up big for FaZe, but unfortunately...
Merit!
Again, Proper! Goodness, man, isn't once enough? Evidently not, my dudes, as Runaway gonna get picked off this card as soon as Assassin's out of the ice block, and now O2 Blast. 5 minutes 22 to cap all the way.
You thought Gardens was good. You thought Proper was feeling himself early on Lee Chung Tower. No. Now we're in the proper zone. This is O2 Blast at the peak, and they are pushing forward. 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Runaway running out of time, running out of space, running out of patience for this defense.
Some proper DPS play, one might even say, if you were inclined, and from the British Isles. O2 Blast, a lot of ultimates to bring to bear here as Runaway knows the defense gets dire. They've struggled thus far.
Look at this. Revenge is just putting Discord orbs on him as well. Where's the Bob, though? It's got to come through.
Oh, man, that amplification matrix is brutalizing Runaway. They're not even able to stick around that cart. That is how quickly the damage comes through. Every time they step out, they die, and that's the thing. You either die on the cart or not and let it go through, but either way, I don't think it's going to make the difference in terms of time, and now begins the long winter for Runaway. This has to be an utterly immaculate defense, or O2 Blast just sail on to victory.
I talked about this already, but in our last matchup in the lower bracket, I said, at this point in the game, the death bell tolls for WGS. Well, I think it's all winning bells now for O2 Blast. Bridesmaids no more. I think this is now on the precipice. 4 minutes 37 seconds.
Unbelievable.
Let it sink in. Let it sink in right now. The inevitability of this position. Runaway.
They capped. on the first push in regulation time. That's with only 4 minutes.
Runaway now. I cannot. You do not believe how insane this defense has to be. This has to be better than Hanamura, and that was already pretty damn near perfect. I'm pretty sure that it was a 0%, if I'm not mistaken. It's got to be a 0% again, I think, because literally one tick and we're done. Runaway have to take this to a next map. They have to draw this. They don't even go to match point if they win this one. This is the most difficult test for Runaway possible, and it starts now.
And I predicted that Runaway would overcome WGS Phoenix, get up against O2 Blast in the finals. And you know why I wanted to see it? Because if O2 Blast are going to win it, they've got to earn it. They've got to take all comers, prove that nobody, the old guard, the newcomers, nobody is better than this team. And finally, the opportunity is presented.
We're going down the aisle right now, hand in hand for O2 Blast. A victory in their sights. Immortality field being used on both ends. Proper wants to kill. Getting kills with the mayor. He would love to
phase us down, though. That's maybe more critical, and I think the gates are already wide open. Never mind the duel between Proper and Merit. Duel of the Fates. Unbelievable! As they blast the doors wide open. O2 Blast. The bells ring out, and they have their day in the sun.
Declare you man
and winner.
Contenders champion. O2 Blast, they've done it. Unbelievable performance. 3 second place finishes in a row. And for the first time now for the organization, for many of these players, they get to do it. They've finally done it. Runaway, the 3rd generation. Unfortunately, not up to scratch compared to the previous versions. They've had a hell of a run. Their entire season was rough. It took them a while to get here, but they got to the grand finals. But it's O2 Blast, the team that we thought even from week 1 was going to be one of the best teams here, and certainly today they are.
And they lift the cup for the first time ever. The hands all across it, at last touching the chalice of victory. O2 Blast. You could not pick a more deserving team this year, but deserving is not enough. You have to accomplish. You have to be the best, and for the first time in history, O2 Blast are the best.
One of the original organizations in Contenders' career, all the way back to Season 1. Their first time finalist there as well. X6 took that one away. Element Mystic took the 2nd one away in the subsequent year, and also Pacific Showdown champions. That was a rough run. O2 Blast didn't even make it to the gauntlet. They were the 4th best team in Contenders Season 2 of 2019. But now, no more of that. No more excuses. No one can take this one away. You can't say they had an easy run. You can't say that they had anything that really just gave this to them unfairly. They deserve this 100% of the way. All members of this team. Look at this, incredible.
They've had to work so hard. Harder than many teams have had to work, all the incarnations of this roster, and they were coming up against...
Look at this! You gotta give it to him. Kaiser's waited for a while. Look, he didn't get to really play this season, but he's been a part of this team. He's been center point right here. Put him right at the front. The man, the king, has returned.
He will claim that victory one way or another, even if only from the sidelines, and...
Super did it.
Yeah, but an old guard of this team, you have to say, boss, taking the microphone. And I mean, it's satisfying, I think, if nothing else. And look, you can say the teams they had to dispatch of were newer teams, newer rosters, but they were no less formidable than some of the giants and titans that have toppled O2 Blast in the past, but not this time. No, David wins today.
Oh man, this is... I think even right from the start, I don't know, I'm pretty sure even from day 1 of Contenders' career this year, we were looking at this like,
felt like it could be it.
Last. I mean, they lost to T1 early. I felt like from that moment, this was going to be a team that I expected to be one of the best. It was kind of unfortunate they didn't make it to the semifinals, but as soon as we saw them after that, they just started to look really incredible. They were probably destined to be the team to get 2 wins in the regular season. That was barely stripped away from them. They even came back in the playoffs and, I guess, revenge that one up against Bad Liquor to kind of combat their demons. And I guess one of the few demons left that they had to really get past are teams like WGS, teams like Runaway, teams that were the better teams in week 4. The last week that O2 Blast, unfortunately, didn't really get to make much of a showing.
And that's the thing, right? You look at the history of this particular season where, yeah, we thought that O2 Blast was going to be the team that actually picked up multiple wins. They only ended up getting the one, and it ended up being quite a few weeks back. You started to question, well, hold on, do they really have the gumption? Especially when week 4 was the same game state, the patch, the lack of hero pools, as what we were going to see in the playoffs. But over the course of the playoffs, they were kind of able to right past wrongs, as it were, first beating Bad Liquor, who had knocked them out in week 3, then beating RUNAWAY now in the grand finals, who had knocked them out in week 4, who then didn't even win themselves. They lost to WGS, who O2 Blast had the privilege of knocking down to the losers bracket with that brilliant 3-0. This was not a 3-0, obviously not a 4-0. It was a much harder fought thing, but no less deserved. I want to draw our attention, of course, to the other side of the story, and that is RUNAWAY, this time not quite going to set that same legacy. This team has yet to collect their win. Might even feel like it's collecting their due, but you've got to earn it. They will go back to the drawing board. There are still seasons to come this year, but the pressure comes on now at this point. If they want to reach the same heights of past rosters of RUNAWAY, they only really have one more chance to do it.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is the one chance they need, because as history would have it, the second season is when the RUNAWAY wins start to flow on in 2018 Season 2. That's a RUNAWAY win. 2019 Season 2, it's a RUNAWAY win as well. So if you're a RUNAWAY fan, do not despair. They power up in the first season to unleash that power in that second season. They will be coming back strong. They've showed how good that they can be. And now, future, I think, still looks bright, but today is O2 Blast Day of celebration, and unfortunately, RUNAWAY, they're not going to be able to take that away from them today.
Truly, it is. There is still that other season of the year, and hey, maybe it's the year that O2 Blast, we talk about it kind of being your year at certain points in time. Maybe they collect the full 2-0 across the year, but that all looms large on the horizon today. They can bask in the glow of the sun while it stays in the sky. The night is still ahead. Look, I think that's just about all I've got to say. Do you have any final thoughts on what has been an incredible season?
It's been the best. We've had, a different winner every single week in the regular season. Every single regular season week has been a phenomenal show to watch as well, all the different metas coming through. But I've thoroughly enjoyed how players have been done. Week 4 was fantastic as well. Seeing these teams really progress throughout the weeks and really learn the meta, perfect the meta, and then even towards the end, hard to call. This entire season's been hard to call. Anybody can win. I truly felt that way. And at the end of the day, the best did win.
They truly did. I'm more than a little choked up about it, I will admit, but that is going to do it for this season. It has, as always, been an honor and a privilege, and my heart swells with pride every time I see a new team triumph. But that puts a ribbon on Season 1 of Contenders Korea for 2020. There is still more to come later on in this year, believe you me, but for the season, I have been Matt Pixie Carroll. Join with me here every single night of it has been Kevin Averill Walker signing off for the last time for the season. We'll see you next time.
It was true that I was told, but the trouble with truth is it just don't get old.